Oh my goodness, that didn't sound good. I need to take a sip of water. Let me try it again. Hello! Here we are on our last House in Fata Morgana day. And we're gonna try to hope there's not misery today, but happiness. Because things seem to be getting set up pretty well. In modern times, Giselle is opening up a cafe. She and Michelle are getting married probably, and Morgana lives in the same apartment building as them and hangs out all the time. And Maria knows everybody, so since she's apparently gonna invite people over for the party to celebrate the cafe's grand opening, I'm betting it's gonna be a class reunion of sorts through like time and space and misery, but everybody's kind of got their shit together, relatively, you know? People seem to be on the paths that Michelle wanted for them in the past, you know? So Maria is going out for an evening after they said they were going to throw the party, and let's see how it goes. All right, let's see. There's nothing better than a cold one outside this time of year. Nice cool breeze to go with it too. It's perfect.
そうは言っても夏になったら暑い日に飲むビールは最高って言うんでしょ?
Hello, Enrique. I'm doing good. I'm excited about this. I want to see so many loose ends I want to see tied up. I don't know if they will be tied up, but it'll be satisfying if they do. All right, let's see. And then when summer comes around, it'll be, there's nothing better than a cold one outside on a hot summer day.
言えてる。冬になったら温まるためにはやっぱりビールってね。
You know me too well, and when winter comes, it'll be no better way to warm up in this cold. Wow, you can really drink beer any time of year, and then spring, it'll be like, oh, how refreshing, right? Truly a drink for all seasons.
ちょっとミシェル。人参を避け
Oh, get him! It was parsnips and then carrots. Is it all root vegetables he's got a grudge against? Oh my god. Ah, Michelle! Get his ass. Michelle, you're not a child. Stop trying to avoid the carrots. Not just parsnips, everything in the carrot family. I was just saving them for later.
じゃあ残った人参は全部あなたが処理してくださいね。
Is that so? Then I'm counting on you to eat all the leftover carrots when we're done. Ha!
しかし野菜スープを持ってこられた時はどうしようかと思ったけど、これはこれで楽しいかもね。
Man, when you came out with friggin' vegetable soup, I was getting ready to start looking for an escape plan, but I can kind of dig this.
同じ鍋を囲うってちょっと家族っぽい感じがしますよね。
Feels like we're all one big family sitting around the table like this. Oh yeah, now I remember. They were getting drinks and bread from the bakery to go with Morgana's vegetable soup, which is the only thing she can cook because clearly Michelle can't cook anything.
まあ3階のご婦人にはびっくりされちゃいましたけど。
I did not expect that from the old lady on the third floor, though.
あら、中庭でお食事会？バーベキューでもするの？え？スープ会？
Oh no!
不思議なことしてるわね。
My, dinner outside tonight? Are you doing barbecue? No? Soup? You're having a soup party? Goodness me, kids these days certainly are unique.
って言いながら戻っていっちゃいましたし。
Oh my god. And then she just disappeared, not another word.
ジゼル、おばちゃんのモノマネまでしなくとも。
The imitation probably wasn't necessary, Giselle.
あれは 絶対バーベキューだったらお肉をもらっていくタイプのおばちゃんだね。
I bet money she's the type of lady to invite herself to a barbecue and scarf a bowl of meat.
野菜スープも十分美味しいと思うんですけど。
There's nothing wrong with vegetable soup.
美味しいよ、もちろん。それになんか懐かしい感じがする。味もそうだし、同じスープを囲って賑やかにやる雰囲気も。
It's great, really. Very cozy having everyone together, eating from the same pot, and it's got this real nostalgic flavor to it too. Yeah, because Morgana used to make the soup for you, Maria, and you all used to eat it together.
なんでだろう。私の母さんのレシピが似てんのかな。
No, it was back when you were at the brothel. Maria, not sure why though. Maybe my mom made something like this?
そうかもしれないわね。
Morgana! Perhaps she did.
私も懐かしい感じがするわ。
Eh.
私にもかつてこういう時間があったのだもの。
This is reminding her of her days there with everybody being lively and stuff. There is a comforting familiarity to this situation. I've been here before. A long, long time ago.
また味わえるとは思っていなかった。
And I never imagined the stars would align like this again.
あの時の人々の魂も何かの形で
I wonder
世
if
界にいるのかしら。
everyone else from back then is alive somewhere too. If Jaren got reincarnated, I'd be a little worried about her.
私を妹のように扱った召喚の娼婦たち、自警団の青年たち、ジェレン、それから
The girls from the brothel who pampered me like a little sister. The men from the slums peacekeeper group. Jaren, and even...
よーし、もう一瓶あげちゃうぞ。
Alright, time to crack open a new can!
もうマリーアさん飲みすぎですよ。まだやること残ってるのに。
You've had more than enough today, Maria. We still have work to do today.
いいじゃん、いいじゃん。固いこと言うなって。酔っ払ってても仕事はできる。
Psh, take the stick out of your ass, you party pooper! I can work just as well tipsy as I can sober.
ジゼルもミシェルも飲みなよ。あ、モルガーナも言っとく。もう16は過ぎてんだよね。
Alright, they're in
だからビールは
France.
OK だ。
You can drink over 16 in France, right? Oh. You should have some too, Giselle. And you, Michelle. Hell, you're over 16, right, Morgana? Then beer it up too.
いえ、私は結構です。お酒好きじゃないから。
I'll pass, thank you. I'm not a fan of drinking.
私も酒には弱いので遠慮しておきますよ。
I want to see drunk Michelle. What the fuck? I don't handle alcohol very well either, so I'll refrain too.
じゃあ、ノリの悪い奴らだな。じゃあジゼル、あいつらの分も飲んじゃって。
You're no fun. All right, Giselle. You've got a drink for all three of you.
ちょっとだけですよ。
No, I'll have a little, but that's it. Yeah, you gotta bring the party to y'all, Maria. Oh, there she goes.
世界がぐるぐる回って楽しいわ。
Giselle! What? The whole world is spinning! Whee!
Huh?
Have you never seen her drunk before, Michelle?
まあ、旦那様。
Master?
そんな顔されてどうなされたのですか？
My, master. It's quite rude to stare, you know.
もしかして私のことを覚えていらっしゃらないとか？あら、困りましたわ。
Oh dear, don't tell me you don't remember me. This is quite the predicament. Oh my god, she turns into the maid drunk.
いや、君のことは十分覚えているし、あと女中ごっこももういいから。
I remember you perfectly. You can drop the maid act.
まあ、そうですか。 めのハーブティーをお持ちいたしますわ。
My, is that so? I'll be right out with some herbal tea to help you wake up.
お目覚めのハーブティーが必要なのは君の方だから。
You need help waking up more than me.
いやー、調子に乗って飲ませすぎちったわ。まさかこんなことになるとは。
Well, shit, I went a little bit overboard, huh? Was not expecting her to get this kind of drunk.
この調子じゃ仕事の続きはできそうにないわね。
Looks like you won't be getting any more work done tonight.
とりあえず後片付けだけでもしておこっか。
Should probably at least clean up this mess.
そうね。手伝ってあげるわ。
I'll give you a hand.
それで旦那様、結婚式
Oh,
はい
yes.
つにするんですか？
The million-euro question. So, Master, when are we going to have our wedding?
ジゼルその話は君がシラフの時にゆっくりと。
So, we can talk about that when you're sober.
今日はかき回しちゃってごめんね。
Oh, poor
ジゼル
Giselle.
もならないといいんだけど。
Sorry for making such a mess out of things. Hopefully Giselle's hangover isn't too bad.
たくさん水を飲ませておきましたし、もう部屋でぐっすり眠っているので、回復は早いと思いますよ。
Michelle, you're such a good fiance. I made sure she got plenty of water before putting her to bed. She should hopefully bounce back quickly.
私もジゼルの珍妙な姿をたくさん見られたし、面白かったわ。ミシェル、あなたは結婚式頑張りなさい。
Well, I certainly enjoyed the chance to see a very unusual side of Giselle. I wish you the best of luck on planning your wedding, Michelle.
これ、しばらく言われるんだろうな。
None of you are going to let me live that down, are you?
本当に楽しかったよ。またみんなでこういうのやろうな。
I really did have a great time, though. We should absolutely do this again sometime.
ね、これからはいつでもできますよ。
Of course, we'll have plenty of opportunities to get together going forward.
それもそうだね。じゃあ私は帰るね。また今度おやすみ。
We sure will. Well, I gotta head home now. Night, everyone. Catch y'all later.
気をつけて。また今度。
Have a safe trip. And see you again. Well, Morgana, you made some steps today.
さて、私たちも部屋に戻るか。お前はどうする？私たちの部屋に来てもいいし、自分の部屋に戻ってもいいし。
We should head back inside, too. You can come back up to our apartment if you like, or you can head to yours. It's up to you.
ねえ、ミシェル。
Hey, Michelle?
今日結構楽しかった。
I had fun today.
そうか、それはよかった。私も楽しかった。ジゼルが言っていたパーティーも
Warm Michelle.
出してくれ。
That's great. I had fun too. I hope we'll see you at the soft opening party in a couple weeks.
まあ少しだけ考えておきます。
I'll give it a tiny bit of consideration. Mid-June, let's fucking go!
これでよしと。
Yes!
準備完了です。
Let's fucking go! And that does it. We're all ready to go. It looks like ice! It looks like ice!
賑やかな飾り付けになったんじゃない？むしろ頑張りすぎなくらいだよ。
It looks so fucking good! Giselle, your taste being refined over many generations. Liz! Yay! Okay, anyway. You sure went all out on the decorations. Maybe a bit excessively so, even.
せっかくお披露目するんですから頑張らないとって思ったら手抜きできなくて。
First impressions are the most important after all, so I wanted to make a good one. I think it looks great.
いよいよなんですね。緊張してきました。
It's almost time. I'm getting kinda nervous.
今日は知り合いだけのパーティーなんだし、緊張することなんて何もないじゃんか。
No, this is gonna be way more nerve-wracking, Maria. You just don't know it yet. We're just having friends over for a casual party today. Save your nerves for the real grand opening.
そうですけど、実際にお料理を出したり、飲み物を配ったりもするんですし、やっぱり緊張しますって。
Sure, it'll just be friends, but I'm still making the food and serving drinks and stuff. That's plenty reason to get nervous.
立食パーティーなんだし、みんな好き勝手に取ってくっしょ。ジーゼルは気にしすぎだって。
You just have to put it out on the table and everybody'll serve themselves. You'll be fine, I promise.
今日は予行練習くらいの気持ちでリラックスしなよ。あんたが楽しむためのパーティーでもあるんだからさ。
You just take a deep breath, girl. Think of this as a dry run, no pressure. You're here to have fun, not a breakdown.
リラックスですね。頑張ります。
Deep breaths. I'll do my best.
いやだから頑張るんじゃなくて。
Right over your head.
本番になってもジゼルは難なくこなしそうな気がするけどね。私よりうまく立ち回れるんじゃない？
I know you'll do great tonight. And the grand opening. Hell, I bet you'd handle it even better than me.
そうでしょうか。
You really think so?
料理を作るのも手慣れてるし、配膳も手早いし、片付けもパパーっとやっちゃうし。
You've got a lot of experience cooking, you're a quick server, and even quicker at cleanup. That's the maid.
どこかの金持ちの家でメイドさんでもやってたのかってくらい手際がいいじゃん。
I shouldn't have said anything. You're so damn on the ball. You'd think you grew up working as a maid in some bougie estate.
実はお金持ちのマフィアの邸宅でメイド長をやっていて、あなたもメイドさんでしたよ。なんて言いたくなっちゃうわ。
They finally say out loud it's the Sicilian mafia. I'm tempted to tell her that yes, in fact, I was the head maid at a Sicilian mafia estate, and that she was a maid there too.
お酒を飲みすぎなければ完璧なカフェのオーナーさ。
You'd be the model owner if you weren't such a heavy drinker.
お酒？私何かやりましたっけ？
Huh? Heavy drinker? What are you talking about? He's teasing you heavily.
覚えてないんだ。
Damn, you don't remember, do you?
これはまた随分豪華な飾り付けになりましたね。
Michelle likes it. Wow, this is quite impressive.
お祭りでもやるのってくらい浮かれているわね。
The decorations are so excessive, it feels like you can press an entire festival into your courtyard. Girl! Morgana! This isn't even touching on maximalism, like even a little. This is a very nice festive garden party. Morgana. You want maximalism, go to fucking Mardi Gras. We need to take Morgana to Mardi Gras. Alright, anyway.
腕によりをかけて頑張っちゃいました。モルガーナも来てくれて嬉しいです。
Did I read that out loud? I don't remember now. Oh well. I went all out and then some. I'm so glad you came, Morgana.
別に。ち ちょっと顔を出すだけよ。すぐに部屋に戻りますから。
I'm not staying. I just thought I would stop in and say hi. I have a feeling you're not gonna live up to that.
まあまあ、そんなこと言わないでくださいな。いろんな人が来ますし、知り合いやお友達もできると思いますよ。
Now, don't be like that. Lots of people are going to be here. I'm sure you could make a friend or two.
そういうのも欲してませんから。ちなみに聞くけど、どういう人たちが来るの？
Not interested, thank you. Out of curiosity, though, who exactly is coming?
とりあえず、このアパートに住んでる人には連絡を入れています。それから、お世話になった人とか、私の学生時代の友達とか。
I invited everyone in the building, people who've supported me over the years, some friends from high school and uni.
ミシェルの会社の同僚さんとか、両親にも声をかけたんですけど、あいにく都合が合わなかったので、こんな感じですかね。
Plus some of Michelle's co-workers. We invited our parents too, but they couldn't make it, so that's pretty much it.
あとは、マリーアさんのお知り合いです。
Oh, yeah, and some of Maria's friends too. Wink, wink.
ちょっとしか呼んでないけどね。
Twins incoming! Twins incoming! All right! All right, not many. I only invited a few. And speak of the devil, here come the first two.
お、早いですね。急いでお出迎えしなきゃ。
I was right. Oh, wow, they're early. I need to go get... Fucking called it, bitch!
かわいい飾り付けでいっぱいだわ。
Oh my god! It's amazing! There's so many adorable decorations! Morgana!
走っちゃダメだってば、ネリー。あ、マリアさん、お久しぶりです。
Let's go!
なんか押しかけちゃって。
Class reunion! Let's go! Alright. Don't run, Nellie. You'll hurt yourself. Oh, hello, Maria. It's nice to see you again. I'm so sorry for barging in like this.
なんでマリーアさんが二人とお知り合いなんですか？
Why are you friends with them, Maria?
なんか変？
Huh? Should I not be?
いや、変っていうか不思議だなーって。お友達にしては年齢も離れているし。
No, well, it is kind of weird that you'd be friends with kids much younger than you.
前に働いていた喫茶店で知り合ったんだよ。確かに友達ってほどの付き合いじゃないけど。
We met at the cafe where I used to work. I wouldn't say we're close enough to be considered friends.
ちょうどこっちに旅行に来てるって連絡があったもんだから、それなら誘おうって思ってさ。あれ？なんかまずかった？
But I heard they'd be in the country, so I figured I'd give them a call. Should I not have?
いえ、まずいなんて全然そんなこと。
No. By all means, it's fine.
ネリーもこんな素敵なカフェを開きたいわ。それでね、お菓子をたくさん作るのよ。
I want to open a cafe as lovely as this one day. Then I can make sweets all day long.
いや、ネリーのお菓子はちょっとやめておいた方が。
That might not be the best idea, Nellie.
何よそれ。ネリーのお菓子がまずいって言うの？
What? Are you saying my sweets are gross?
そういうわけじゃないんだけど。あ、ほら、先にオーナーさんに挨拶をしないと。
I never said that. No. Oh, hey, we should go introduce ourselves to the owner.
はじめまして。この度はおめでとうございます。マリアさんに声をかけてもらって遊びに来させていただきました。
Good evening, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet you. And congratulations on the opening. My sister and I were invited here tonight courtesy of Maria.
初対面なのに友人同士のパーティーに入り込んじゃってなんかすみません。
素敵なお店ですね。近隣の方々からも末永く愛されると思います。
I apologize for intruding on this gathering of close friends. This is a truly lovely cafe, and I'm certain it will be the talk of the neighborhood for many years to come.
いえご丁寧にどうも。初対面とか全然気にしないで楽しんでってくださいね。
Thank you so much. You're very kind, and please, you're not intruding. A friend of Maria's is a friend of ours. I hope you both enjoy the party tonight.
うわあ、あのメル君がしっかりしている。
Get his ass! Mel's always a disaster. Oh, wow. It's Mel, but he's not a disaster.
メルってば、ほら、それだけじゃないでしょ。
Mel! Mel, come on, you're forgetting something.
あ、そうだ。これロンドンで買ってきたお菓子なんで、よかったら。
What? Oh, right. That. We brought you some treats from London. I hope you enjoy them.
と思ったけど、ちゃんと抜けてるところもあるのね。
Aww.
安心しちゃったわ。
Never mind, he's apparently still just as much of an airhead. That's a relief.
そんな気を使わなくていいのに。でも嬉しいです。ロンドンからっていうことは、ここへは旅行で？
Oh, you didn't have to do that. But thank you very much. You said you were from London? So you're here on vacation then?
はい。実は家族全員で来ているんですけど、今日は別行動なんです。
Oh, right. They were setting that up. They finally went on a real family vacation. Yay. Yeah, we're in the country for a family vacation. And today we left our parents off to do their own thing.
あの二人もいい年なのにベタベタして嫌になっちゃう。
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can't figure out if they're here for a vacation or to compete in the old timers PDA contest. It's kind of gross.
とまあこんな具合に妹が拗ねまして、こちらには二人で来ることにしました。
And as you can see, my sister was getting tired of having them around, so it's just the two of us.
そうなんですね。ご家族全員仲がいいみたいで安心しました。
Yeah, Giselle, you would have reason to be concerned about that, huh? Wow. Well, I'm really glad to hear you all seem to be getting along.
そういえば、おじい様とかは？
Ah! Grandfather! Who taught Giselle everything she knows. Oh yeah. How's your grandfather doing?
祖父？なんで突然？ロンドンで元気にしてると思いますけど。
Huh? Why do you want to know about our grandfather? He's in London, probably enjoying the peace and quiet.
そうなんですね。なんか急に気になっちゃって。
Oh! That's great. Sorry, curiosity got the better of me.
つい聞いてしまったけど、彼らの祖父が私の知っているヘイデン様だとは限らないのよね。
But now that I think about it, their grandfather might not even be Hayden in this life.
あの人もどこかで元気にしているといいな。
If not, I hope he's out there somewhere too, healthy and happy.
とにかく今日は楽しんでってくださいね。それからまたこちらに来ることがあったら気兼ねなく立ち寄ってください。
Anyway, please do have a good time. And if you're ever in the country again, our doors are always open.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Of course, we appreciate the hospitality.
あ、
Oh. Oh, you see her and something clicks in your memory, huh, Mel?
君もパーティーの参加者かな。多分同
Whoops.
じ年くらいだよね。はじめまして。よろしく。
Are you here for the party too? You look to be about the same age as me. It's nice to meet you. In another life, Mel, like another universe, not just another life.
うん？
はあ
なんか何もしてないのに嫌われたような。
Huh? I didn't do anything, did I? But she seemed upset.
何あれ、ものすごく感じの悪い女の子だわ。あんなの気にしないでいいわよ。
What a snobby, stuck-up girl. Forget about girls like her. They're not worth your time.
でもなんか気になる子だな。
I guess, but there is something about her that catches my eye. In both... I mean, Mel was attracted to Morgana in both of his previous lives, if you count the white-haired girl. It was an interest that would never come to fruition. Or rather, ended in disaster in the first door, but you know.
気になるって。
What?
なんかそういう。
You don't mean you... Nelly, what did we talk about?
違うって、そういうんじゃなくて、なんだろう、どこかで見たことがあるような気がするっていうか。
No, not like that. I don't know, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before or something.
よくわかんないんだけど、気になるんだ。一目惚れとかそういう方向じゃなくてね。
I can't put it into words, but there's just something about her. Not in a love at first sight kind of way, though.
ま、一目惚れなら一目惚れで。
That's right, Nelly. Good job. We're doing good with the therapy. Yeah. Is that so? Well, even if it was love at first sight, I wouldn't have gotten in the way.
そうなんだ。
You wouldn't have?
だってネリーは妹ですもの。メルのやりたいことやしたいことを止めるつもりはないわ。それが恋愛でもね。
Right on, Nelly character development. Because I'm your sister, I'm not going to stop you from doing what you want with your life, even falling in love.
そっか。ネリー、ありがとう。
Wow. Thank you, Nelly.
いいえ。でもメルにふさわしくないような女の子だ。しちゃうわ。
Nellie's like acting like she's the father of a teenage daughter, but it's her older brother. Not at all. Not at all. But if you ever fall for a girl who's not good enough for you, know that I will completely destroy her.
ほどほどにね。相手のためにも慎重にならなきゃな。
Completely is a bit excessive. Looks like I need to be careful when I find someone so no one gets hurt.
さっきのことはいつか友達になれるといいんだけど。
I hope I can be friends with that girl someday.
結構人が増えてきたわ。呼びすぎちゃったかしら。挨拶回りで思った以上に大変だわ。
Oh wow, that's a lot of people. Maybe we invited too many. The party's gonna be over by the time I've managed to greet everyone.
ミシェルとモルガーナは。あ、よかった。まだ残っているわ。
But first, Michelle and Morgana are still here. Great.
だいぶ隅っこの方にいるけど。
Off tucked away in a corner, but still here, Morgana and Michelle, the two emo kids standing in the corner of the party. Pauline!
車が渋滞してて。
Which means a certain someone is also coming. Maria! Sorry I'm late. The traffic is insane. The traffic was insane.
なんだ、来ないのかと思ってたよ。それはそれで別に構わないんだけど。
There you are. I thought you decided to ditch. Not that I care either way.
なんでそういうこと言うのかな。マリーヤって私に対しては辛辣な気がするんだけど。
Why do you have to be so mean to me, Maria? You're not like that to anyone else.
何でも言い合える親友関係ってこと？
Is it because we're such good friends you're comfortable speaking your mind around me?
あんたのお気楽な前向きっぷり見習いたいよ。 間違っちゃいないけどね。
Girl, I wish I could get my head as far into the clouds as yours. You pretty much hit the nail on the head, though.
マリーアが出れた。
Aw, you're so cute, Maria.
ポーリーン、マリーアに絡むのは後にして主催に挨拶をしよう。彼女がここのオーナーのジゼルだ。
Pauline, perhaps we should say hi to the host first. You can catch up with Maria after that. This is the owner of the cafe here, Giselle.
はじめまして、ポーリーンです。マリーアの友達で、それからユキマサの恋人です。よろしくお願いします。
Oh, hello! It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Pauline, Maria's friend and Yukimasa's girlfriend.
あ、よろしくお願いします。
The pleasure's all mine.
また不意打ち。でも、ユキマサさんがいたんだもの。ポーリーンさんがいるのは不思議じゃないわ。
Oh, wow, I was not expecting her. Though I really shouldn't be that surprised since Yukimasa already showed up.
恋人ですか。そっか。やっぱりポーリーンさんは彼を選ぶんだ。
And she chose him again, too. Which I should have expected.
大丈夫なのかな。
I really hope nothing goes wrong. Well, he already very nearly strangled her to death, but it got better. they made up.
ポーリーンさん、今度は絶対幸せになってくださいね。
I hope you're able to find happiness this time, Pauline.
なんで急に？嬉しいけど、私はいつでも幸せだよ。
Huh? I'm not sure where that came from, but sure, thanks. I've always been happy, though.
そうですか。なんだか
Ooh,
涙が出てきました。
Giselle, that's wonderful to hear. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional.
相変わらずちょっと変な人だな。
She's kind of an odd one, sorry. I should have warned you. Not as odd as you two.
あなたに変とは言われたくない。その説は本当に助かりました。おかげで工事が終わるのも早かったです。
I do not want to hear that from you of all. I'd like to offer you my sincerest gratitude for your help over these past weeks. The renovations proceeded extremely smoothly thanks to you.
それはよかった。また手伝えることがあったら何でも言ってほしい。
Not at all. If you ever need any more help, you have my number.
はい。排水管が壊れた時とか、電気がつかなくなった時とか、壁が割れた時とか、真っ先に呼びますね。
Yes, I do. You'll be the first one I call when the pipes burst, or the power goes out, or the walls start falling down.
それはさすがに業者を呼んでほしい。
You should probably call a professional for those. Hi, guys.
ちょっと、何よこれ。なんで勢ぞろいしてんのよ。
Would you mind telling me what I'm looking at? Why are they all here?
いや、それを私に言われても、こっちも驚いているところなんだ。
Michelle, you should go talk to them. At the very least, I have no answer for that, Morgana. Your guess is as good as mine.
はあ、頭が痛いわ。もう巡り合うこともないでしょ。そう言ったはずなのに。
I love this. Ah, my head hurts. The boundless sphere of fate turned out to be disappointingly small.
予測は予測に過ぎないということじゃないか。その時になってみないと誰にもわからないものだな。
That's the thing about fate. You never know where it will take you next. Not until you're right there in the moment.
出会ったからって仲良くやったりはしませんからね。これは不慮の事故みたいなものよ。
I have no intention of making friends with them just because our paths crossed, though. This is nothing more than a hiccup.
何も無理に仲良くしてほしいなんて思っていない。
You don't have to get close to anyone if you don't want to. That's your choice.
なんだか疲れたわ。人が多いところはやっぱり苦手よ。あの人たちに声をかけられるのも嫌ですから、私は帰ります。
I'm too tired for this. Too many people. I'm going back inside before any of them has a chance to talk to me.
そうか、わかった。まだ始まったばかりだから、気が向いたらいつでも降りてきてくれ。
Alright. Well, the party's only just begun, so if you change your mind, you're welcome to come back down at any point.
気が向いたらね。
That's a very big if.
あ、ミシェル、ちょうどよかった。今、雪政さんとポーリーンさんが来たところで。
Oh, Michelle, perfect! Pauline and Yukimasa just arrived. Yes! I wanted Michelle to talk to them.
はじめまして、ミシェルです。改装の際、いろいろと手伝っていただいたと聞いています。ご挨拶が遅れてすみませんでした。
Good evening. My name is Michelle. Giselle told me just how much help you were on the renovations. Thank you for that. And I apologize for not introducing myself until tonight. And let's just ignore that time, Yukimasa, when you broke all of my fingers on one hand. Let's just ignore that happened. All right, let's just Oh yeah, and didn't you fuck up his leg too? Oh no, it was his hand. It was his hand. That time when you broke every single finger on my hand, that's just water under the bridge.
なんてスムーズに言うの？私なんて不意打ちばかりでうろたえてばっかりだったのに。
How can you be so composed? I've been freaking out all night here.
君の百面相は傍から見ていると結構笑えた。
I saw, and I must say it was rather entertaining to watch.
意地悪だわ。
Wow, you're a jerk.
いえ、こちらも楽しかったので、いいストレス発散になりました。
Those two are gonna be like, not at all. I quite enjoyed the work. It was a fantastic outlet for my pent-up stress.
そうですか。ストレスはためない方がいいですから。
Hello, Chi-sen. That's great to hear. Don't want to let stress build up too much. Indeed.
どこかのステンドグラスで見たことがあるような。
Oh, this doesn't surprise me. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Like in a stained glass window.
そういう天使的なものからはもう離れてもらえませんかね。
You slipped up, Michelle. You slipped up. For the last time, I am not an angel. Isn't this cafe lovely, Chi-sen? Oh, Pauline and Nellie are meeting for the first time. No. They lived together. What am I talking about? They lived together in the Middle Ages. Uh-oh, these two. Does Mel feel a little stranger danger? Oh, no, they're actually having a conversation. Who knew these two could ever have a straightforward conversation? Uh-oh. He looked a little sad and left. He's like, huh? What? What'd I do? Who's Maria talking to? Oh, it's the three girls who tortured Michelle that one night. Oh. Oh. We just need Jacopo. We're missing someone.
もう部屋に戻っちゃったのかしら。
We're missing someone, guys. We're missing one guy. I haven't seen Morgana in a while. Did she go back inside?
ええ、人が多いのは疲れたと言ってました。
She said she needed a break from all the people.
そうですか。ちょっと残念ですね。彼女もみんなと一緒にパーティーを楽しんでほしかったんですけど。
Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping she would enjoy seeing everyone and mingling.
あの子の気持ちもわかりますよ。彼女は許したわけではなく、あれ以上呪うのをやめただけなんですから。
I can understand why she wouldn't want to. She didn't forgive them for what they did, only decided she didn't want to curse them anymore.
いくら今が別の人生だからといって、記憶がある以上は親しくなどできないでしょう。
If I were her, I wouldn't want to make friends with them either, knowing what they had done to me, regardless of it not having been this iteration of them.
それもそうですね。
Is it different for you because all the people who hurt you were family members? I suppose you're right.
でもいつかそのうち変わっていけたらいいなって思うんです。
I do think it would be nice if, someday, she could come to move past it all.
あの人たちだって過去の時代のままじゃないわ。
They're not the same people they were 1,000 years ago.
あの人たちに何があったのかまではわからないけど、もう同じ過ちは起きないと思うんです。
I don't know what they've gone through in their new lives, but something tells me they won't be making the same mistakes.
前と同じように見えても、ちょっとした仕草で
You're so
過去よりも強い結びつきを感
correct!
じたり、
They look the same on the outside, but I can sense a strength and unity from the way they interact.
決意みたいなものを感じるんです。
Newfound determination, if you will.
なんとなくですけどね。
At least, that's how I read it.
そうだな。そうであるといい。
And I pray you're right.
彼らと時を共にした3日間は、本当は存在しない世界だった。私は真の意味では彼らと関わりを持っていない。
But your words stuck with each and every one of them, or at least those 3 boys, and that led them to making the correct choices. This is all you, Michelle. For realsies, alright, the 3 days I spent with everyone here was in a realm outside reality, meaning I had never really interacted with any of them until this life.
それでも、あの時彼らと話したことや、彼らが誓ったことが。
But still I'd like to hope that the conversations we shared and the vows we exchanged
記憶としてではなく、思いとして彼らの魂に刻まれているといい。
still existed somewhere within them, an infinitesimal fragment of their souls. And so, the party came to a quiet end. Ooh, Jacopo's missing! We're missing somebody! From a distance, it looked almost like a big 1,000 years in the making reunion, but there's someone missing! But only myself, Giselle, and Morgana appeared to have those memories. Everyone else lived their own lives with very little overlap. I couldn't help but sense the hand of fate in those who had been especially close in their previous lives, coming together again in this one. Even without the witch's curse to bring them together, their souls had still formed profound bonds. Bonds naturally born from an unnatural length of time shared together in the realm of the dead. And I believe that, although Morgana had only wished for Giselle and I to come back, it was these unimaginably powerful connections that had allowed all of them to be reborn into this era. Nonetheless, seeing them again still came as quite a surprise. And now that our paths had crossed once, perhaps we were at a greater chance of it happening again in the future. But for now, there was little point in speculating about what may come our way. We had our own lives to live too. A completely fresh start. And we wanted to make sure we got it right this time. We were no longer under the influence of the curse, which meant no more reconstruction for any of us. This was our one chance. That went for them as much as it did for us. So we had to make the best of it. That's right. Meh. Live our new lives to their fullest. That goes for you too, Morgana. Hello? 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 Is it our missing man? Oh.
雨が降っていた。魂の記憶なんてものもなくて、
Morgana,
今を悲観していた。
are you going for a walk? It was raining that day. I lamented the present, knowing nothing yet of my past.
自分のことなんてどうなってもよかった。世界で一番自分がいらない子だと思っていた。
I was convinced I didn't care what happened to me. I was convinced I was the most worthless person in the world.
居場所なんてどこにもないと。
That I belonged nowhere. That I belonged nowhere.
記憶を取り戻してしまったせいで、それらの悲しみも塗りつぶされてしまったけれど。
Having regained those lost memories, though, my grief for this life has been made all but irrelevant.
今の私を変えてくれたのは、たった2週間の日常だった。私はそのことを覚えている。
However, I haven't forgotten the 2 weeks of normalcy that pulled this me up from that dark place.
Morgana?
Morgana? Oh, they just coincidentally were both going to the park thinking about each other. Ah!
どうして君がここに?
What are you doing here?
それは私のセリフです。今日は雨が降っていないのだから、近道をする必要もなかったはずよ。
No, not this song, no! I could ask you the same thing. It's not raining, so you have no reason to take this shortcut.
雨が降ってなくても、あれ以来、この公園を通って帰るようにしていたんだ。
I've taken this route.
君の気配があるのではないかと。
I've taken this route home every day since you left, chasing after shadows that had long since disappeared.
あ、いや、今のは気にせんでくれ。君の悪い発言だったな。
Oh, sorry, that was kind of creepy, wasn't it?
1年の間、ずっと
You've been crossing through this park every day for a year now.
正確には1年と2ヶ月だ。あれは去年の春のことだったからな。
1 year and 2 months. It was spring when you were here last.
相変わらず細かいわね。初夏も
I see you're as nitpicky as ever. Late spring, early summer, it's all the same thing.
かもしれんな。どちらもいい季節だ。
They are both beautiful times of the year, yes. Am I dreaming? Oh.
あなたが何かを褒めるの
Am I dreaming? Did you say something positive? You just make him mushy like you just make him mushy like oatmeal. Morgana. Am I dreaming? Did you just say something positive?
あれから元気にしていたかね。
How have you been?
ええ、まあね。
Well enough, I suppose.
今日はどうしてこの公園に。まさかまた家に帰れないようなことが。
What brings you back to this park? I hope it's not that you can't go home again.
あいにくとただの散歩です。もう実家も出たわ。今はアパートで暮らしていて、大家たちがパーティーを開いているんです。
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm just on a walk. I moved out of that home and into an apartment recently, where the owners are currently throwing a party.
そういうの面倒だから抜け出してきたの。適当な時間になったら帰って寝るわ。
Take Jacopo with you! So we can all be there! I snuck out because it was exhausting me. And I'll head back in a bit when it's safe again.
そうか。パーティーか。笑えるな。君の苦手分野だ。
I see.
嬉しさに思い出すよ。
You never were good with festivities, huh? Reminds me of that time at the Midsummer Festival.
面倒になったのは賑やかなだけじゃないわ。かつての人たちが勝手に揃い始めたからよ。
I don't just mean that there was a lot of people. The people from back then have begun drifting together again.
かつて。
What do you mean?
アパートの大家ミシェルなの。
My landlord is Michelle.
ジゼルがいるわ。最近はあの二人の部屋に入り浸ってる。だから私元気よ。楽しく暮らしているわ。
Giselle lives with him too, and I've been hanging out in their apartment quite a bit lately. So I'm doing well. Life is good.
そうか。元気にやっているのか。そうか。それならよかった。
That's great. I'm glad. That's what I want for you.
結局今も君を救うのはあいつの役目なのだな。
So I guess he got to be the one to set you free this time too.
私は君を傷つけただけか。
All I ever do is hurt you. Oops, I shouldn't have skipped him.
パーティーの連絡、あなたには来なかったんですか？主催の一人はマリーアなのに。
Were you not invited to the party? Maria said she was asking everyone she knew.
連絡は来た。だが浮かれて騒ぐような気分にはなれなかったからな。顔を出すつもりもなかった。
She did. But I wasn't much in the mood for merrymaking. So I decided against attending.
マリーアから私がいるって話はいかなかったんですね。
I assume she didn't tell you I was going to be there then.
それを言ったら私がいかんと思ったのだろう。結局どちらにせよ行かなかったわけだが。
She probably thought I wouldn't go if I knew, which, in the end, wouldn't have changed anything either way.
だがそれで正解だったな。
But I think I made the right choice.
とにかくだ。君の元気な姿を見ることができてよかった。ほっとしている。それは本心だ。
Anyway, I'm glad to see you're doing so well. It's a huge relief. And I mean that.
今なら何かあっても相談できる相手が近くにいるようだから、これから先の心配もないだろう。
Plus, you've got people you can talk to if you run into any bumps in the future. You're in a good place.
本当によかった。
I couldn't be happier.
ええ、そうね。
It really is a good place, yes.
一つだけ言いたいことがあるの。
There's one thing I want to tell you.
なんだ、言ってみてくれ。
I'm all ears.
1年前のこと、感謝しているわ。だから、お礼を言っておきます。
I appreciate what you did for me last year. Thank you.
君が私にお礼だって。
You're thanking me?
ええ。あの時の私は、あなたが面倒を見なければ、本当にのたれ死んでいたかもしれないし。
If you hadn't taken me in, I quite likely would have died out here.
それに、最後のメモ。
And the note you gave me that last day,
ちゃんと見たわ。あのおかげで前を向いて戦うことができた。
because of that, I was able to find hope and the strength to fight.
そうよ。私の人生は私のもの。そんな簡単で当たり前のことをあのメモが気づかせてくれたの。
Reading what you wrote there helped me realize something obvious, that my life belongs to me.
簡単で当たり前のはずなのに、私には難しかったことをあなたができるようにさせてくれたわ。
A fact so simple and self-evident, and yet so elusive to me. You're the one who helped me reach that truth.
諦めて言いなりになっていたけど、戦ってみたらどうにかなった。
I stopped letting him trample all over me, and it worked.
もちろん簡単じゃなかったし、ひどい言葉もたくさん吐かれたけど、不思議と傷つかなかったわ。
It was far from an easy battle, and he had lots of nasty things to say in the process, but his words, they somehow didn't hurt me anymore.
私の人生を自分で勝ち取るんだと決めたら、力が湧いた。探してみたら、逃げ場もたくさんあった。
The determination to take my life into my own hands gave me power, the will to search for a way out, of which there were many hiding in plain sight.
目が覚めれば、多くの道が開けていた。
I just had to open my eyes, and so many options opened up to me.
それに、記憶を取り戻したおかげで、今のことは大したことないって思えるようになりましたから。
Not to mention, knowing what I'd been through in the past made what I was going through in the present seem rather trivial.
悪いことばかりではないわね。
It could always be worse, couldn't it?
れを私が言うのは筋違いだと思うが、
I know it isn't my place to say this.
大したことないなんてことはない。この時代においても君が家族の愛を得られなかったことは。
But your pain is not trivial. Once again, you were born into a family that doesn't love or appreciate you.
悲しいことだと思っているのだ。
That's a terrible thing to have to go through.
だが決別できたのは何よりだ。
That said, I'm glad you were able to get out.
いつか君の実の父や母が君を顧みてくれることを願っている。
And I hope that one day, perhaps you can be reunited with your birth father, or that your mother is able to open her eyes.
期待はしていないわ。そういう時が万が一訪れたとして、私が許せるかどうかもわからないから。
And I don't. Even if, by some astronomical chance, either of those are to happen, there's no guarantee I would be able to forgive them.
だから、今はこれでいいと思っているのよ。
I'm happy with what I have now.
そうか。
I'm glad.
お礼についてはこれでおしまいです。このことだけは伝えておきたかったんです。
Well, that's all I wanted to say. I've given you my thanks.
律儀なやつだな。第一、礼を言われるようなものでもなかった。
You sure love your formalities. No thanks were necessary.
すっきりしたかったので、おかげで晴れ晴れとした気分よ。
It was bothering me. And now I feel much better.
じゃ、そういうことで、私の中では区切りがつきましたから。
Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, everything's settled between us now.
さようなら、ヤコポ。私は自分の人生を選んでいきます。
So long, Jacopo. I'm going to live my life the way I choose.
そうか。君が幸福に生きていくのを願うことだけが私にできることだ。
I see. And I'll be praying that it's a life full of happiness. Because that's all I can do for you.
さようならだ、モルガナ。
Farewell, Morgana.
待ってくれ、モルガーナ。
Wait! Don't go, Morgana!
分かっているのだ。このまま君を生かせる方が正しいのだと。
I know that the right thing to do is just let you go.
君を幸せにできる人間ももう他にいるのだと。
And I
そ
know
のことも分かっているのだ。
And I know that you have people in your life now that will treat you right.
過去の記憶がある以上、僕の存在は害にしかならないと分かっている。
That with our memories, I'm nothing but a blight.
それでも、すべて分かっていても、頼む。行かないでくれ。
But despite that, despite every last thing, I don't want you to leave me.
君が好きなんだ。どうしようもなく
I
愛しているんだ。
I love you from the bottom of my heart.
あ 本当にバカな人。大バカすぎて目も当てられないわ。
You're such a half-wit. I wonder if you have any wits left in you.
あなたどうしてそんなに私が好きなの？どうして私でないとならないの？そんなみっともなくすがるくらい。
Why did it have to be me? Why do you love me so much? So much that's turned you into this sad, blubbering mess.
そんなこと僕が聞きたい。君を諦められれば一番楽なのに、その選択肢すらないんだ。
God, I wish I could tell you. It would be so much easier if I could just let you go. But my heart won't even give me the option.
何度も考えを変えようと思った。何度も君の思い出を心から消そうと思った。でも
Again and again, I tried to convince myself to cast these feelings into the fire.
できないん
Oh,
だ。
I didn't think I'd hit a button. Oh man. Again and again, I tried to convince myself to cast these feelings into the fire, but nothing worked. There's nothing I can do.
もはや呪いね。あなたには別の呪いがかかっているのよ。
Heavens, you escaped one curse only to end up under another. For reals.
ねえ、私が今こうしてこの世界に存在しているのはあなたのせいなのよ。
I want you to know, it's your fault. I'm here in this world now.
どういう意味だ。
What do you mean?
消えようとしていたあなたの魂を導いてあげたから、私の行く先も決まってしまったのよ。
By leading your soul out from that illusory realm where it was meant to fade into nothing, my own soul ended up stuck on the same path.
わからないの？あの世界のこと覚えていないの？小麦の海の愚かな夢のことを。
You remember that, don't you? The endless fields of wheat, of that foolish dream world.
覚えている。いや、だがあれは僕の都合のいい夢なのだと思っていた。
Remember. But wait, I always thought that was just my own self-serving fantasy.
あの時の君は本物だったのか。
Are you saying the you in that dream was actually you?
そういうことよ。
That it was.
よくもまあ私を抱きしめて振り向かせるだのなんだと言って、挙句私の夢で
Brutal,
美
brutal.
しい人。
And what a dream that was. You saying you'll win my heart, pleading with me, wrapping your arms around me and sobbing like a child. You don't have a shred of shame in you. Brutal.
それで今のあなたは今の私を呼び止めてどうしたいの？
So what's your next move? That now that you've stopped me from leaving.
また抱きしめてみたい。
I want to put my arms around you again.
却下よ。最低。地獄に落ちて。
Absolutely not. Burn in hell, you disgusting man.
それなら連れて行きたいところがある。
If not that, There's someplace I want to take you.
どこ？
And where is that?
僕の、いや、僕たちの故郷へ。
No, I mean, our homeland.
If I could be dried up and die, falling down in the flood of my tears,
いいわ。
I tried
探してみましょうか。
to catch your
私たちの故郷を。
I'm so scared
Sure.
that flickers
Let's go search for our homeland.
いいのか、モルガーナ。
Are you sure, Morgana?
仕方ないでしょ。こんなに愚かな人を目の前にしたら、私もバカになってしまうわ。
Don't blame me. I've spent so long here that your idiocy is starting to rub off.
その時はマリーアも一緒に連れて行くのよ。あなたは
This is
彼
for
女の
Rizzles,
ことを
yeah.
きちんと幸せにする必要があるんです。
And when we go, we're bringing Maria as well. You have as much responsibility to her as you do to me.
喧嘩はしてもいいけど、裏切ることはしないで。お互いによ。
I don't expect you to never fight, but no more betrayal from either of you.
私の呪いはもう存在しないわ。だから、もしも再び失敗したら、正真正銘、自分たちのせいよ。
You're no longer under my curse.
そんな光景は見せないで。
So if you mess up this time, you have absolutely no one to blame but yourself. So don't you put me through that.
ああ、分かっているとも。もう本当に必要なものは知っているのだ。二度
That's
と間違
right.
えたりはしない。
Finally, he knows what's important. Oh, you don't have to tell me. I'm not gonna screw up again. Because I know what's really important now.
モルガーナ、ありがとう。僕を導いてくれた。
Thank you, Morgana, for showing me the way.
言っておきますけれど、あなたに対する感情は悪いままです。ミシェルたちのように過去は過去と割り切れないんです。
For the record, though, I still despise you. I can't just put it all in the past like Michelle and Giselle.
だから、今の私にしてくれたようなことをたくさん積み重ねてください。
So you'll need to do that much better for me now.
いつの日か、憎しみを抱かなくて済むように、もう二度とあなたのことを呪わなくて済むように。
Enough to blot out the seething hatred you instilled in me then. Enough to convince me not to want to curse you again.
そしていつの日か、あなたに
And
心から好きだと言えるように。
then maybe one day, I'll be able to feel the same way about you as you do me.
ああ、必ず約束する。
You hear that, Jacopo? You've got work to do, a lot of work. I will. Absolutely. You have my word, Morgana. Take him to the party! I guess that's not their scene anyway, I guess, to be fair.
こんな感じでいいかしら。
Oh my god, this new song! Hey Mel, does the whipped cream look whipped enough?
これだとちょっと緩すぎない？スポンジに乗っかるかな？
I think it needs to be a little thicker if you want it to stand up on the cake.
でもクリームは柔らかい方がふわふわして美味しいんじゃない？あんまり硬すぎると安っぽくなるわ。
Ooh, whipped cream is better soft and fluffy. It looks cheap when it's really thick.
そうかな。っていうか決まってるなら僕に聞かなくてもよくない？
I wouldn't say that. Why did you even ask me if you've already made up your mind?
あ、そうだ。いちごはもう切り終わった？まだなの？早くしてよ。
Oh, are you done cutting the strawberries? Hurry up, I want to put them on.
それにしても急にやる気を出したよね。フランス旅行したのがいい刺激になったのかな。
That trip to France really seems to have lit a fire under you, huh?
ネリー、立派なパティシエになるんだから。それでネリーのお菓子をヨーロッパ中、世界中に届けるの。
Yep, I'm going to become the greatest patissier in all of England. No, the world!
そっか、応援するよ。三日坊主になる気がするけど。
Well, I'll always be cheering for you. I give her a week, tops.
それにネリーのお菓子は砂糖の分量が異常なんだよな。
She could maybe become the patissier who uses the most sugar in all the world.
よーし、頑張るわよ。
All right, I've got lots of work to do.
まあ頑張ろうとしているのはいいことか。案外長続きするかもしれないし、夢を叶えちゃったりして。
It's great that she has something she wants to do, though. Maybe she'll even stick with it and her dream will come true someday.
僕の方がしっかりしないといけないのかも。夢か。早く見つけよう。
I guess I'm the one who should start buckling down. I need to come up with a dream of my own. You were never allowed to have much of a life before, huh, Mel?
ねえ、ユキマさ、前から思っていたんだけど、こういう風に人が死んでいく映画って、あなたの心を満たしてくれるの？
Oh, great. Hey, Yukimasa. I've been wondering, does watching people die like this in movies do anything for your urges?
いや、全く惰性で見続けているようなものだ。
Not in the slightest. I mostly watch them by force of habit now.
でも誰もが幸福になるような映画よりはいい。
But I still prefer them to movies where everyone gets happy endings.
じゃあ、最初のデートは無理してたんだね。私、そういう映画ばっかり選ぶもんね。
Then you must not have enjoyed our first date very much. If you let me choose, I'll always go for the sappy stuff.
今はお前が無理をしているんじゃないのか。
And you must not be enjoying this one.
そんなことないよ。私、悲しい映画とか痛々しい映画って苦手だと思っていたんだけど。
No, I am. I used to think sad movies and violent movies weren't really my thing.
見てみたら案外楽しめているもの。もしかしたら結構素質あるのかも。
But as I've started giving them a chance, I'm finding they're not that bad. Maybe it's in my blood too. I know, maybe my roommate's serial killer couple theory is gonna happen.
本当は映画を見たいんじゃなくて、私のことを傷つけたいんじゃないの？
You don't want to watch movies about people getting hurt. You want to hurt me for real, don't you?
だったらいいよ、我慢しなくても。私、
Pauline, I swear to
覚
God,
悟はできてるから。
you don't need to hold back. Come at me. I can handle anything.
よせ、やめろ。そういうことを言うな。
Stop it.
俺は抑制を誓ったんだ。
Don't talk like that. I swore to restrain my urges.
もし、ポーリン、お前を手にかけるような時が来たら、それが全ての終わりだ。
And if I ever do hurt you, Pauline, then that's the end of the road.
そうだね。
For you and for me.
なあ、ポーリン。お前本当にこれで。
Pauline, are you really okay with...
いいんだってば。これが私の選んだ道なんだから、後悔なんて何もしていないよ。
Of course I am. This is the path I chose, and I don't regret it for a second.
私ちゃんと雪政のそばに居続けるから。いつか終わりが来る時まで。
Because it means I get to spend my life with you, wherever it may end. It's oh no! It's the window! The window! The window! It's the same window! How did they do that? Ah! Did they fucking go into the mansion? Ah! Finally, Giselle is in a pretty dress for fucking real. This is much of an improvement. Her hair looks so nice. The white rose! The white rose! Ah! He's got a white rose too! No! And now your vows. Yeah, the archangel in the back. I was like, wait, hold on a second, hold on. Did they fucking get married in the mansion? Or did they just find one like a suspiciously similar window in a church? Yeah, nice touch, for real, for real. All right, I gotta get a hold of myself. And now your vows.
私はこの女性と結婚し夫婦になろうとしています
Someone told me there's hidden stuff in this wrap-up of Reincarnation. What? Thank you for telling me, or else I would have never noticed. Doko? Alright, this is as far back as I can go. Maybe it's a little further on. All right. I take thee to be my wedded wife.
私は健やかなる時も病める時も死が二人を分かつ時まで
No! I'm gonna cry for real! No!
この人を慰めこの人を助け
To have and to hold from this day forward, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish. We're getting married! Till death do us part.
神の教えに従い清い家庭を作り常に真実を見せ節操を守ることを誓います
According to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I pledge thee my faith.
私はこの男性と結婚し夫婦になろうとしています。
I take thee to be my wedded husband.
私は健やかなる時も病める時も死が二人を分かつ時までこの人を愛しこの人を敬いこの人を慰めこの人を助け
To have and to hold. Oh no, I'm actually crying. From this day forward. In sickness and in health. To love and to cherish. Till death do us part.
神の教えに従い清い家庭を作り常に真実を見せ節操を守ることを誓います。
According to God's holy ordinance. And thereto I pledge thee my faith.
次に指輪の交換を
You may now exchange your rings.
震えている
Is she shaking?
ジゼル緊張することは何もないでしょう誓いの言葉はあんなにスムーズに言えていたのに
There's nothing to be nervous about, Giselle. You said your vows without any problems.
緊張しているんじゃなくて力んでいるんです。
Oh,
だって気を抜いたら泣き出しちゃいそうで。
Giselle's holding it together better than me! Damn! And she had to wait 1,000 years for this, so Giselle's stronger than me, that's for sure. Alright. I'm not nervous. I'm just doing everything I can not to burst into tears.
こんな時に神父がボロ泣きしたら大変なことになっちゃうわ。
I don't want to make a mess of the ceremony by sobbing in front of all our guests.
ボロ泣きすればいいんじゃないですかね。それもそれで君らしい気がする。
If you want to cry, you're free to cry. Honestly, I doubt anyone here would be too surprised.
も
Hey now.
指輪入りましたよ。改めてこれからもよろしく、ジゼル。
The ring's on, and may it symbolize many, many more happy years together, Giselle.
うもちろんです、ミシェル。
Fuck!
今からは
God damn it!
本当に私の
Fuck, God
旦
damn
那
it!
様ですね。
Of course, Michelle. I guess you really are the master of the house now.
I cannot forget.
間違った。
Oh, it's the road trip! Fuck! That really was the wrong turn! I knew we should have taken a left back there!
なんだと？君はまともに地図も読めんのか？
Seriously? Do you not know how to read a goddamn map?
うっさいな。一回間違っただけだろ。
Piss off! I made one tiny little mistake.
いや、3度目だ。そのうち2回は君が間違える前に私が訂正した。
No, this is the third. The other two times I caught you before you could take us off course.
ああ、はいはい、すみませんね。そんなに文句を言うなら私が運転するって。それでいいじゃん。
Fine, fine. I'm so sorry. If you're gonna bitch about it, I'll drive and you can navigate.
君の運転は荒々しすぎるのだ。君に任せたら目的地に到着する前に事故って地獄行きだぞ。
No, you drive like a maniac. You take us straight off a cliff in 10 minutes tops.
そんなことないと思うんだけどな。
I'm not that bad a driver. Oh, check it every new scene. I think it might be during this scene because Morgana's in it, right? It might be the witch talking to her.
I go through you, but I cannot
Yeah, not yet.
forget.
うるさいし、この人の運転も荒い。どっちもどっちよ。
Well, you sure never stop complaining. And you're just as bad a driver as her. There's no winning here.
気持ち悪くなってきた。
Ugh, I'm gonna be sick. Ah! Oh my god! Look at them!
このままでは宿に着くのが夜になっちまうぞ。それに迷いすぎだ。
Christ.
ここはどこなんだ？
Oh my god, look at them! Ah! They made it! They made it to the wheat fields! They made it to Italy!
Peace again.
Christ. It'll be night by the time we reach the lodge. Where the hell even are we right now?
まさか今時カーナビのついていないレンタカーにぶち当たるとは。
What kind of rental car doesn't have a GPS anyway? This isn't the goddamn Stone Age.
まあまあ、こういうのもいいんじゃん。宿に到着できなかったら、そん時はそん時さ。迷うのも旅の醍醐味だよ。
Come on, this ain't half bad either. If we don't make it to the lodge, we can figure something else out. Getting lost is half the fun of traveling.
時折休憩を挟みつつゆっくり行こうって。モルガーナもその方がいいっしょ？
Let's just take it nice and easy. I'm sure Morgana'd like it if we took a break here and there too.
お任せするわ。
I'll leave everything to you.
まあいい。それに途中で降りたにしては悪くない景色だ。
Alright, fine. The view here honestly isn't terrible, considering we're not even in our final destination.
そう？どこにでもありそうな小麦畑だけどね。
You think? It just looks like a regular old wheat field to me.
どこにでもあるようなところだったら。
I'm sure it was nothing special there, too.
何が？
Huh? Where?
何でもありません。
Nothing. It's not important. Let's see. Hey, what am I doing? I can just push this button. Not quite yet. You're probably right about that. Finally! Finally! Yakupo character development! I never needed to make it to the top of the world. The most important things are in those nothing special places. I just wasn't able to see it.
なんなの二人して変な感傷に浸っちゃってさ。
What has gotten into you two? Getting sentimental over nothing.
あれ、なんだろう。メニュー。
Oh! Ah!
ちょっと。
No! Maria! I'm gonna cry again! She feels it too, even if she doesn't remember. Crap, I think I got some dirt in my eye. No, I'm tearing up here.
私も変だな。なんかこういうのんびりした
Oh.
ずっと長い間求めていた気がするよ。
Something's gotten into me too, man. It's like I've been looking for this kind of quiet place my whole life. I'm glad I got to see this with you both. Your two most important girls.
わ、素直なあんたって気持ち悪い。レンタカーが故障すんじゃない？
The sappy Yakupo era begins now. Oh god, stop with the wishy crap. You're gonna make me sick. What's next? The sky falling and busting up our car?
君な、人に対して素直になれだのなんだの言うが、君だってよほどだぞ。
Christ almighty, you're the one who keeps telling me to be more open about my feelings. Hypocritical much?
そんなことないってちゃんと言う。私もあんたたちとここに来られてよかった。
I'm getting there! Just give me a second. I'm glad I could be here with you two, too.
それからこれからも一緒にいられるのが
And I couldn't be happy. Oh no! And I couldn't be happier to have you in my life.
そうね、私も
Morgana! Me too. I'll cherish this moment for as long as I live.
そして今ならこの世界に生まれたことを
Morgana! And I think I can even feel kind of grateful that I was born again into this world.
ねえ、私の心にいるんでしょ。
Oh, this has got to be it, right?
もう一人の私で
You're crying so much right now, Enrique.
聖女である。
Yeah, I know you were real invested in Morgana. This has got to be the part. But I'm just gonna double check. This has got to be the part. It's got to be the white-haired girl talking to her, right? You're in there, aren't you? You. I gotta drink of water. I can't do this. This shit was too much for me last night. Oh god, yeah. I'm like crying IRL. Hello, Gravy. Oh no, I'm sorry, Gravy. You, the Evangelion, the Evangelion connoisseur can't handle this kind of sads. Oh no! That's right, you were putting this on while you were trying to clean last night. I'm so sorry. Salutations, are we in Sag mode right now? Alright, somehow the game's about to end, but it's like the entire thing, like all these weeks, is like finally coming to it's finally all getting resolved right now. And so it's like, oh my god, the fucking waterworks. So it's not sad tragic anymore. It's like sad, finally, everybody's where they're supposed to be and getting the endings they've needed this whole time. That's where we're at. It's not sad. I'm just like, oh my god, my emotions crying. Catharsis. Yes, that's where we're at. All right, I can do this. You're in there, aren't you? You, the other side of me, and Michelle, the saint.
あなたもこの景色を見ている。あなたが見たがっていた故郷が広がっているわ。
Yeah, Goom, be non-stop crying on these streams. Yeah, my Goom. No, Goom is good. It's Goomy is the Pokemon. Goom is perfect. I think Goom is cute. You can see this, can't you? The home you so long to see again. We're here.
私たちは3人でこの景色を見ているわけ。
It's not just the three of us looking out upon these fields. There's four. Not yet.
I cannot forget.
There's four of us. And hidden voice lines? Indeed. Wait, I gotta dig up my white-haired girl voice. This music is giving you instinctual cry response like the final boss of Omori. Yeah. It's good. This is a new song too, so I'm like, where'd this come from? My fucking eyeballs, you know? Alright, I can do this. It's not just the three of us looking out upon these fields. There's four. Indeed, I can see it too.
どうしたモルガーナ
What's up, Morgana?
なんでもない。さあ、いつまでもここに残って
You can cry with no context. I feel it. I'm so glad someone told me there was hidden stuff here too. If it's just that one line, that was enough. But I probably would have missed it. Oh, nothing. Anyway, we can't spend all day here. Let's get back on the road.
この景色は素敵ですけれど、チェックインの時間は刻々と近づいてきてますからね。現実的な問題として。
As beautiful as the scenery is, our check-in time isn't getting any farther away, and no amount of sentiment is going to change that.
なんだ急に仕切るようになったな。今まで何でもいいばかり言っていたのに。
What's gotten into you? A few minutes ago, all you could say was, I'll leave it to you, and now you're taking charge. Protecting Morgana from a higher dimension. I think she's in her. I think her soul has recombined with Morgana's. I think that's what it is. But you could definitely see it that way. Eh.
いいじゃん、いいじゃん。モルガーナも前向きになったことだし、頑張って進もっか。
You always gotta sweat the details, don't ya? Morgana's excited to get going, so let's get going.
今度は地図を読み違えんでくれよ。頼むぞ、マリア。
I hope you figured out how to read a map this time, Maria.
はいはい、お任せあれ。でもさ、この地図情報が古い気がするんだよね。なんか見づらいっていうかさ。
Trust me, dude, I got this. I am starting to think this map's a bit outdated, though. It, doesn't exactly match up with what I'm seeing, you know?
やはり心配になってきたな。
We're never gonna get there. Oh, you know what, Samael? I want you to wait on that just a little bit, because we're gonna get to short stories right after this, which is extra stuff, and I think a lot of it is memes and stuff, so absolutely, just hang on to that. Hang on to it. We're never gonna get there.
次の信号を右だよ。
Oh, right at the next light.
絶対だな。間違いじゃないな。3回確認したな。
You sure? You absolutely positive? You checked at least 3 times, right?
したってば、信用しろよな。
I did! Have a little faith, my dude! She left! She left! Oh my god! Morgana's having fun! Ah! Yes, Maria said my dude. Awesome, yeah. Oh my god, here we are! That's everything I wanted for Morgana, me too! You're so happy! Oh, I'm so glad, Enrique, me too! Who's Morgana? Ami Koshimizu, she did an amazing job. I knew Junichi Sawabe was Jacopo. I kept hearing his voice. I'm like, that's Aizawa from My Hero Academia. I'm like, that's fucking Aizawa. It totally was him. Oh! Sam, thank you so much. Yay! Thank you for the congratulations. I really appreciate it. Oh! Yay! Thank you so much, Sam. Gigi. Retro, you're here too. Hi, Tree. G-Sen, thank you. Goodness gracious, this was a journey, wasn't it? Oh my god. I can finally say I'm satisfied. Hello. They definitely knew how to bring us from the depths of hell to heaven. Oh my god. You talk about highs and lows. This fucking game has the pit of the earth to the highest firmament, right? Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you so much, Gravy. Thank you guys for the GG. Oh my god, here we are. New Start screen. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I got some tissues. I already totally soaked up one. Oh my god, here we are at the end. All right, gotta get a hold of myself. So let's look at the 3 endings one more time. So all of the start screens change when you finish them. So this is the base game. The house in Fata Morgana. We finish this. Here's Requiem for Innocence, the saddest one. So this is Jacopo and Morgana having that dream. But then... Oh, shit. I was gonna go back to Reincarnation and say they actually got there for real. The art in these games is beautiful. Yes! That was the end. Oh, the vast majority of happenings in the world are recorded in stories either too trifling or adding meaning to our lives. These facts of life are coldly cast aside. The only timely, silver, and worldly enough of certainty is I couldn't read that in time. Tales afforded not their moment in the limelight, left to waste away in obscurity. This is what we're gonna do for the rest of the stream, guys. We're gonna look at short stories. Oh boy. Here we go. Oh my god, there's so many. All right. So this is what we're gonna do for the rest of the stream. I wanna know what you guys wanna do first. We've got a slow killing poison, defectives, the painting's ramblings, the Revenant's dream. Ooh, because this game is called the Dreams of the Revenants edition. Lost. Pain. That's all we need, right? More pain. Boy meets girl. Silent night, lonely night. Scarlet in the coffee house. A ghost of an excuse. Eternal mage. I'm not sure if that's Polish or another word. I don't know how to say that. A slice of sweet serenity of days long past 1, 2. The Ghost of Rose Manor, The Not So Little Mermaid, The Maid and the Beast, Sisterhood of Secrets, and A Cup of Kindness. What sounds good to you guys to go do first? I've heard someone mention the Revenant's dream, so I'm going in order so it's easier for you to remember. That's pretty solid. All right, let's go. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to go like this instead of, since this is 1 and then 2. So I'll go up and down like this. All right, a slow killing poison. The maid spoke little of what happened after the white-haired girl's disappearance in the era of roses, for she believed the rest of the tale insignificant, of no value to share with her listener, the white-haired girl herself. I always wondered what happened after. I know they end up dying, but... Thus, her role as storyteller ended with the girl's departure from the stage. And while the other characters' stories continued on, they were cut from the script, afforded not their moment in the limelight, left to waste away in obscurity. 1. A slow killing poison. Arthur Baldwin was vexed. Shortly before they were to be married, his engagement with Nellie Rhodes. Oh, I remember that asshole, Arthur. Eldest daughter of the Rhodes family, had been broken off. He understood well enough why it had happened, and had it been his decision, he likely would have made the same one. So Arthur's dissatisfaction lay not with the disillusion itself, nor did he bear any fault in it. His bride-to-be had simply been gripped by madness. I hear she attacked an Abigail. Oh? I was told she took one of her eyes out. No, she cut off all her hair and made it into a wig. So just about as bad. Even worse, she killed her. Those are but rumors, my dears. The truth is so much more dreadful. I used to work at the Rhodes Manor, you see. And the young lady, she... Initially, Arthur was skeptical of what people were saying. He assumed the tales were being exaggerated as they spread. But when the head of the Rhodes family came personally to deliver reparations and formally nullify the engagement, he gave Arthur a rough overview of what had happened. It was apparently true that Nellie had assaulted an Abigail, and it was true that she spent most of her time in her room now, looking pale and sickly and drained of her spirits. And then, when he said outright, a demon's possessed her, Arthur had little choice but to believe something wasn't right. And to top it all off, Nellie's older brother Mel ran off to become a priest, presumably to get away with everything. He's like, only Jesus can save me now. Nellie's father implored Arthur to remain discreet about her situation, not that he had any intention of going around and spreading personal details about her life. Save me, Jesus! When you play this for real, Gravy, you'll see why that's where he turned. Nellie's father implored Arthur to remain... Oh, wait, sorry. Oh. However, rumors have a nasty way of slipping through the tiniest of cracks, sneaking about through the dark like a seasoned cat burglar. What nobles like to refer to as social gatherings were in practice more like gossip gatherings. And in short order, the Rhodes family's eldest daughter was the talk of high society. Incidentally, the painter whose downfall eventually culminated into this tragedy was also strangled by the noble grapevine, though Arthur had no way of knowing as much. Perhaps the painter's curse extended beyond the girl's hair color, and the Rhodes family was destined to be brought to ruin by the gossip of their fellow aristocrats. One evening, Arthur decided he would sneak into the Rhodes Manor. He had requested visitations with Nellie on numerous occasions, but had been turned away every time. She's in no condition for company, was what they kept telling him, which left him no choice but to see her uninvited. The aroma of the roses seemed more overpowering at night than during the day, and he wasn't sure whether it was just his imagination. The nagging irritation it caused him was, however, not only in his mind. Arthur instructed his coachman to wait on a street a little ways out and made the rest of the way to the manor on foot, entering through the garden. As he waded through the sea of roses, he clenched his teeth. Arthur preferred restraint when it came both to gardening and girls. What am I doing with my life? How'd I end up here, sneaking about trying to find that obnoxious little girl's room? This game I can't play. If I do, the wife will want to take over, and that's why we just kind of hang out while she plays the VNs. Oh, I see. There are a few choices, but it's mostly straightforward. Arthur had few pleasant memories of this rose garden. The Rhodes and the Baldwins had a long history. So as a child, he would often find himself left here to play while the adults did business. Oh, excuse me. It was him, Nellie, who could never seem to stop hanging off her brother, and Mel, the textbook definition of a well-behaved aristocrat boy. Not once had he managed to step into the siblings' private world. There was only room for the two of them, leaving Arthur stuck out there all by himself. The best he could manage was a little teasing now and then. For example, saying her hair looked like the color of fallen leaves. I never asked I never asked for this engagement anyway. Who would even want to marry a girl who thinks herself some kind of princess? Not me, that's for sure. But still, he had known her practically his whole life. Of course he was going to be curious when people were saying she had gone mad or been possessed by a demon. He was just curious, he told himself as he drew nearer to Nellie's window. The curtains appeared to be drawn. He couldn't see anything inside. So he crouched down to pick up a few pebbles to toss over at the veranda. A few soft taps rang out in the night before the curtain finally shifted. A few moments later, a young girl stumbled out into the moonlight. Despite already knowing the answer, his first thought it was, "Who is that?" He wanted to smack himself, but at the same time it was hard to deny the discrepancies between the girl standing there and the girl of his memories. The moonlight seemed to give her flaxen hair a ghostly bluish tint. It fluttered in a passing breeze, and Arthur felt something about her he never had before. She's so pretty. Whoa, slow down, what's wrong with you? Pretty? That's that self-centered, spoiled little brat. There wasn't a trace of the rambunctious Nellie he knew to be found. She stood there by the veranda's railing, gazing vaguely off into space like a pensive spirit. It wasn't at all what Arthur had expected to see when he came calling. He assumed she would be nothing but skin and bones, haggard and unsightly. "Now, Lady Nellie, do you not think it rude to not at least greet me? We were engaged, as you might recall." Her eyes still unfocused, Nellie turned her gaze down where Arthur stood. It was a reaction, but still he felt as though she had snubbed him, which did little to alleviate the irritation building up since he had arrived. "Look, it's like a scene right out of your beloved Romeo and Juliet. Not that I'm here enthusiastically, of course." Mumbling complaints to himself, Arthur climbed a nearby tree. Oh my god, it really is like Romeo and Juliet, but fucked up, leaping from a branch onto the veranda. I mean, Romeo and Juliet is fucked up, I mean, more fucked up. And there she was, within arm's reach, but as distant as ever. Still, he could see nothing in her eyes. "Hello? Say something already, would you, Nellie?" Perhaps she really had lost her mind. Not in the way he had been led to believe. Arthur spent a few moments pondering how to proceed. He didn't consider himself a model gentleman like Mel, not even slightly. He wasn't so crass as to laugh it off either. "You certainly are quiet tonight, aren't you?" "I'm not sure how I'm supposed to act when you're like a completely different person. Every time you open your mouth, I want to sew it shut. You're always complaining. Nothing's ever good enough for you. But right now, I just want you to say something. Anything. How am I supposed to know what's going through your head if you don't tell me? Or is there just nothing at all?" Nellie's gaze glided past Arthur into the rose garden behind him. "Nellie, are you listening to me?" He tried again and again to get her attention, calling her name, waving his hand in front of her face, gently tugging on her hair. But all his attempts were fruitless. She simply stood there, lifeless, a well-crafted doll. He wasn't sure exactly how to describe how he felt. Slightly unsettled to start, a bit of pity to go with it, and a great deal of something yanking at his insides. Arthur had few pleasant memories with the Rhodes. That didn't mean he wanted to erase his past with them entirely, though. By looking at her, this empty shell, he felt almost as though those days were disappearing with her. How irritating. He knew the word wasn't right, but he went with it anyway, heaving a sigh after letting it linger in the air for a moment. "It's always been like this. I'm no more than a buzzing insect to you. I can't stand this dreadful rose garden." It was exhausting having to come here again and again just because our families are close. I would try to say something, and you'd go running off into your darling brother's arms. "Dearest Mel this, dearest Mel, that. Is that all you know how to say?" And he would just give you a half-hearted smile and pretend to be sorry for not paying attention to you. Arthur looked out over the garden as well. He was more talking to himself than he was to Nellie. "I'm sure you don't remember, but one time, I even brought you flowers." "What were they? Some kind of an enemy, I think?" "But you wouldn't take them. You said the roses here were prettier, so you didn't need my flowers. What a miserable day that was." But standing beside the silent specter, melancholy, overwhelmed any anger or frustration he might have otherwise felt. Perhaps it was because nothing he said managed to elicit any reaction out of her, or perhaps because he wished he had come out and said all this sooner. Unless expressed, feelings merely fester. "I don't care one bit about you, and I mean that. And why'd you come all the way out here?" "It's only ever been about doing what's best for my family." Of course, Nellie was a perfect example why you couldn't let everything out either. The gossip spoke not only of her attacking an Abigail, but of her destroying her relationship with her brother. And that was likely what had done the most damage. Knowing what he knew of Nellie in her younger days, Arthur had little trouble believing what the rumors said. That her affection for Mel went far beyond simple familial love. "It was for my family, but that doesn't mean I wasn't going to try to get along with you. You probably don't believe me, since I certainly never acted like it, but I genuinely did want us to be on good terms. It's just, you had to be the one who changed first. You were always treating me like I was worthless, like I meant nothing to you. Not like any of that would have left an impression on your one-track mind, of course. But that's why I wanted to take the first step. I wanted you to take the first step. I'm not some wise old monk who can just turn my frustration off on command." Arthur let out another sigh. "Do you think anything would have gone differently if I could have been more grown up?" A gust of wind blew through, sending up a flurry of rose petals, carrying them up past the two of them and through the velvet curtains into Nellie's bedchamber. A faint smile crossed her lips. Arthur could only guess at what was going through her mind, what was reflected in her eyes. In her room. What? This is scary. What? The sudden silence in her room. He could see several pairs of small children's shoes, a doll with its hair all neatly made up, a pile of sheet music drawn up for her by a respected composer years earlier, and toys carved from wood. It was like he was looking through a window into the past. That was all he needed to know. He could have treated her like the princess she thought she was, and she would have gone down the same path. Nellie's eyes were on one person only. Arthur wasn't even a shadow on her peripheral. "Your brother's still smiling for you in there, isn't he?" And that was all she needed. After that night, Arthur stayed away from the roads and never mentioned the siblings again. It was the best thing to do, he thought. He had his own life to worry about. But fate wouldn't allow him to avoid hearing about the family from time to time. About 4 years later, Nellie, who had apparently fallen ill, passed away at the young age of 18. The Rhodes held a small funeral service which Mel did not attend. Oh, shit. Arthur couldn't even begin to imagine what he, her brother, felt about it. But another 3 years later, Mel followed behind her. At the age of 24, he threw himself off the top of a church tower. According to those near him, he had been acting unusual in the months leading up to his death, claiming he could hear a woman's voice talking to him. If he had taken his life out of grief, 3 years seemed like too long of a gap. Perhaps it had built up over time, and that was how long it took to reach the boiling point. But that's not how it felt to Arthur. It felt like Mel had been guided there by a higher power. Morgana's like, die, bitch! Or maybe pushed. And there was one other strange detail. He had died at exactly the strike of noon, as the bell rang its 12th toll. Well, I was curious as to what happened to Nellie and Mel, but we do never hear how the white-haired girl turned up. Well, a little bit, but not. Anyway. Right, defectives, let's go. Oh, Imion? That little moon is what Imion's oh, it's not. Just the moon was on Imion's text boxes, so I thought it was him for a second. But no, it's about Yukimasa. Alright. Yeah, we don't know that much about Yukimasa's past in the Beast era, right? Alright. In the distant Hoei era, while the Tokugawa shogunate governed feudal Japan, Yukimasa Aida made his living far to the west, with little knowledge of what lay beyond the borders of his own native country. The land of the rising sun was an isolated nation, turning nearly everyone away save for traders from a few specific regions. And those restrictions applied equally to Japanese who had departed the country before they were put in place. Yukimasa was a third-generation emigrant, having never once set foot in his homeland, and for that reason, as a child he held a great adoration for the glorious nation described by his grandfather. And he was particularly fond of the katana, passed down to him by his grandfather. Rutrow! Though it bore no name, the blade had a curiously bestial glimmer that entranced Yukimasa at first sight. The katana had belonged to Yukimasa's grandmother, but she had passed away before he was born. His grandfather described her as a skilled swordswoman. She sounds cool. Slight in frame, but easily able to take down several men more than twice her size. What a badass. Too bad about her grandson. After his grandfather passed and bequeathed unto him the blade, Yukimasa would time to time see phantoms of a young woman drenched in blood. She had sharp, narrow eyes like him that looked more like his than even his parents. He felt almost as though his own reflection had stepped out of the mirror to cut him down, or like they were a pair of killers, standing shoulder to shoulder. With each recurrence of the illusion, it took root even deeper into his soul, and Yukimasa grew ever more certain that one day he would cross over into her world. That he was simply holding in his true nature. That the beast dwelling within would break loose eventually. This tale, however, is of a time when he was still more man than beast. 2. Defectives. In the wake of framing and killing 2 crewmates for smuggling Spanish silver, Yukimasa was having something of an identity crisis. On both occasions, he had been smiling during the act, at least according to those who had seen him. And if what they said were true, he wasn't conscious of it, but he didn't particularly doubt their words either. It was, in all likelihood, true. He had killed 2 men and enjoyed doing it. What unsettled Yukimasa most, though, was that his initial reaction was, I wonder what I'm going to become. Not a moment's concern for the men whose lives he had stolen. Once their still warm bodies hit the water, that was that. He held no nostalgia for the months they'd spent out at sea together. He didn't care what kind of men they had been, or how much their families might grieve over the loss. Yukimasa wondered if that made him narcissistic. The lack of interest in anyone but himself seemed to fit the bill, but he didn't actually feel like he held himself in very high stature. He simply had this vague awareness of himself as a twisted, unsightly creature. On that day, the ship stopped at a small port town to replenish supplies and give the crew a few days to stretch their legs. They were about 2 months out from Amsterdam, where his beloved waited his return. What? She was Dutch? I thought she was Portuguese this whole time. That was Amsterdam? Well, I got that part wrong. All right. Dutch. All right. What a hellish trip that was. A crewman of Western origin, naturally, muttered, If I never have to hear the word smuggle again, it'll be too damn soon. The way the whole crew's got their cheeks clenched after that, it's about driven me mad. Not blaming you, I mean, just how it is. Yukimasa shook his head and gave the man a faint smile, and in his mind he chuckled about how no one could seem to see through his mask. The blame lay with him for much more than just the tension on the ship. Real shit job you got stuck with there. I didn't know if I'd been able to do it and keep a straight face like you did. But bet you're aching to let off some steam, ain't you? You can be straight with me. I could certainly stand for some relief, yes. That much was true. However, Yukimasa meant it in a very different way. Come with me tonight, then. I know the perfect place to get you just what you need. No! Don't... The tanned seaman smirked. No! Which was all Yukimasa needed to know what he was insinuating. He hesitated to come up with a response. Worried about Captain Asama? Don't. I ain't gonna tell him. Besides, it's not like he doesn't have needs too, you get me? You're telling me he's cheating on his wife? Damn! Pauline's mother is a neurotic wreck. She would, like, not be able to handle that very well if she knew. Some of the crew knew that Yukimasa was romantically involved with the captain's daughter, and the man standing before him seemed to assume his hesitation stemmed from that. But Captain Asama would, as the seafarer had said, spend his time off satisfying his personal needs. He was cheating on his wife! That was just a part of life on the sea. Everyone understood, and no one considered it being unfaithful. Requiring a ship full of vigorous young men to save themselves for their partners, who they would often not see for months at a time, could in fact be considered a form of torture. There were a number of brothels scattered about the port town. For them, sailors were practically the ideal clients. A ship only stayed for a few days to a week, meaning no time to get attached or cause other similar problems. About the only complaint a prostitute might have is that the sailors tended to be quite pent up. They weren't the kind of clientele a new recruit could generally handle. That settles it. Tonight. Grab something to eat and we'll meet up at... Yukimasa forced a smile for the man who had taken his silence as a yes, but he wasn't worried about Captain Asama finding out or being unfaithful to Pauline. He simply wasn't sure how much he could trust the seaman's recommendation. And the last thing he wanted was to catch some kind of disease. Oh boy, here we go. I have a bad feeling about this. Yukimasa was paired up with a skeletal girl with faded brown hair, which she had done up so much it only served to emphasize the lack of anything anywhere else on her body. This is your idea of the perfect place? He couldn't deny his disappointment in his assignment, who boasted absolutely nothing of what he sought in a woman. In fact, he was afraid he might snap her in half. As the other pairs heated up beyond the thin curtains, Yukimasa's interest plummeted. The woman tried to seduce him. He would act in accordance with his base instincts, but otherwise, Yukimasa didn't have a particularly strong libido, so... You're not into this at all, are you? No, it's fine. You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you want to trade me for another girl. I used to have a few regulars, but these days I've got nothing. Sooner or later they're gonna toss me on my ass and I'll have to resort to back alley quickies to make a living. You're the customer. You've got every right to complain to the manager about drawing the short straw. She sounded like a woman hanging from her last thread. Poor girl! Jeez! I'm not gonna cause any trouble for you. Well, aren't you sweet? Oh, I'm not gonna try. Is the other way around. I'm not gonna cause any trouble for you. Well, aren't you sweet? Your loss, she said with a snicker. I object to being called sweet, but anyway. I stand out more than most, so if I make a scene, it's more likely to escalate. You even went out of the way to explain yourself, so I object to your objection. But you do have a point. You're from the Far East, aren't you? Don't see many of your kind around these parts, so it's no surprise you draw attention. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, listening to a book on tape, I just said yes? Ah! All right. I guess I am... Ooh, does that mean I can make a living as a books on tape person? I didn't think I was that good. Thank you. On the other hand, it's like, if it's a visual novel, maybe it's not wrong that it's a book on tape, right? Dude was like 88, I was about to explain Twitch. You know what? I changed my mind. Don't ask for another girl. I could be. I'm doing great at all this VO. Oh, that's really sweet, Gravy. Thank you. Thank you. You know what? I've changed my mind. Don't ask for another girl. Clients like you only come around once in a blue moon, so I'd rather not let you go. Let's both avoid making a fuss and stay here together. You make it sound like I'm some kind of exotic animal. You're cute when you scowl. We can find out if you're an animal later, but you certainly are exotic. You're not even gonna pretend this is a business exchange anymore, are you? I mean, why bother? I'm just the leftover scraps that nobody wanted. There was something oddly charming about her gleeful laugh, combined with the stream of self-deprecation, which would have been less of an issue for Yukimasa had he become physically intimate with Pauline yet. Because by comparison, this prostitute would look like nothing more than a couple of dried twigs earlier. But he wouldn't be able to see Pauline for another couple months. And he was beginning to think this girl might just do the trick for now. Oh. Oh god! This of all scenes is gonna be the cutesy Uwu voice. Alright. This is gonna be so embarrassing. Alright, let's go. Alright. The ship was scheduled to stay in port for about a week. Although they would have have to spend some time moving cargo on and off the boat, the stay was by and large a recreational one. It was early afternoon, and while much of the crew had gathered together to go drinking, Yukimasa was taking a relaxed walk along the shore. He was no less interested in exploring the unfamiliar port town as anyone else, but unlike them, he wasn't the kind of man whose first instinct was to go straight to the pub. They all jabbed at him for being stiff and tight-assed, none the wiser to the primal urges he kept buried within. And who would ever suspected either? Who could watch him walk up to an elderly man fishing on the dock, ask, "How's the catch?" with a smile, and imagine a bloodthirsty beast lurked within? The man gave a lazy nod in return, adding, "Not half bad today." "You're a sailor, I wager, am I right?" the man said as Yukimasa made to resume his walk. "You are." "Well, a warning for you then, outsider. You'd do best to stay away from any back alleys after dark. It ain't safe at night, nohow." Yukimasa gave the man a half smile, feeling somewhat patronized by his warning. He was plenty capable of discerning where the dangerous parts of town were, and he was confident in his ability to defend himself if someone tried to attack. "There's already been several victims," Yukimasa froze. "As in, murders? Killed, dead. And they still ain't caught him neither. Wouldn't want any of our guests to end up next on the list." "Out of curiosity, how does he kill?" The old man turned his gaze down, his face becoming a shadow against the clear blue ocean stretching out behind him. "He dismembers him." "Hard to imagine, eh? Cutting a person into a bunch of pieces. He don't discriminate neither. Man, woman, child, don't matter none. He's a sicko, a complete madman. And they ain't found no pattern to the victims neither. Nothing to say who he might be or who he might choose next. So don't think you're safe just because you're not from around here." Alright, that's past 2 minutes, but I thought it would be funnier if I kept continuing for a bit. Oh, I didn't look at the chat at all while I was in Uwu mode. Let me see. You had to mute me? Will be worse than the Dorothy scene from Valhalla earlier because of his. I'll give you a pass. No. I had no idea if it was going to be like that, but I didn't know if he was gonna kill the prostitute, although he may have, but they just haven't told us yet. Yukimasa could feel his vision narrowing, converging on a single point. Oh, he could imagine. He could imagine, clear as the afternoon sky. And oh, how he wished that could be. Well, look who it is. Fancy running into you here. A woman's voice dragged him back to reality. All right, again, here we go. Time to mute, Gravy. He felt like he just had been pulled up from the bottom of the ocean, and when he turned to face her, he must have still looked a bit dazed, judging from the way she raised her eyebrow at him. "Oh, let me guess. You don't recognize me, not all made up for work. It's me, the girl from yesterday." She held her hair up in approximation of a previous night's hairstyle, which gave Yukimasa an awe and feigned realization. "So what are you doing wandering out here? Bored? Got nothing better to do? He wondered if the woman was even capable of being less blunt, especially considering he had technically been her client the night before. I'm just taking a walk. Not much to see out here. There's the ocean. Don't you get enough of that when you're out on it? I'll never tire of the sight of the sea. Is that so? She said, followed by a softer, slightly exasperated, I'll never understand guys. But a few seconds later, she gave him a big smile. So, hey, you're not busy. Why don't you come to my place? I can throw together Barebone's little lunch. Again, I'm taking a walk. And Barebones is hardly a convincing sales pitch. I'm saying if you want a quality meal, pony up for some goods. Ah, so that was what she meant. Apathetic, but finding no reason to turn her invitation down, Yukimasa agreed to go along. I've taken a liking to you, she had said. Stop by whenever you got the chance, at least until you have to take off. I can tweak you even better when I'm on the job and free of charge. What do you have to lose? So that's exactly what Yukimasa did. Seeing her became part of his daily routine. Alright, that was 2 minutes. Again. You get the right tab. And the more time they spent together, the more he learned about her. Wait, 2 minutes off! Oh no! I have to get out of that mode. Good whoopers. She had once been married and planning to start a family. But money troubles led to debt piling on, which led to her husband running out on her. And with the entirety of their debt on her shoulders, she had to start working, which was how she ended up in the brothel. As she told her story, Yukimasa showed a fair degree of sympathy, but took the whole thing with a grain of salt. If everything she said was true, she'd had a hard life indeed, but there was no guarantee it was. Yukimasa made certain not to be openly dismissive or skeptical, though, to play the good listener. There was one thing he could be certain of, though. He felt a tiny bit of solidarity with the woman's solitude, the sense she was missing something, the sense she had a hunger, the sense she had a hole that couldn't be filled, the sense that she was defective. You know, we get on pretty well, don't you think? Maybe you could, I don't know, take me as your mistress? She sounded like she was only playing around, but he still responded with, it's not wise to pair two defectives together. What's that supposed to mean? She said with a scowl. Yukimasa's ship was to depart the following day. And that evening, the woman asked him to stay the night, to which he was unsure how to react. Don't you have work? I'll just say I wasn't feeling well. It's not like anyone wants me there. But don't you need I can survive taking one day off. I want to be with you. And with that, he could come up with no further objections. Regardless of what he did, he would be heading back out to the sea the following day, likely never to see the woman again. All right, here we go. Time to mute, Gravy. So rather than waste time debating her own life choices, it would be easier for everyone if we would just let her do as she pleased. Tomorrow, none of it would be his concern after all. He agreed, and she gave him a big smile in response. I'm gonna make you a feast tonight, she said. You're paying, though. Yukimasa wondered if, perhaps, what she wanted most was to pray like they were a real family. That was probably it. What she was missing in a wife wasn't love or romance, but someone to sit around the table and enjoy a meal with. But that raised a new question. What happened after she'd had her fun? She found someone to fill the hole in her spirit, but it was fake, and the hole wouldn't stay filled forever. Oh. I'm doing something terribly cruel to her, aren't I? There was nothing he could do about that anymore, though. Even if she were to ask him to stay, he didn't have that option. May I ask you something? He said. Yeah. How did it feel when you lost your family, your sanctuary? You sure know how to go right for the heart. I apologize. I don't want to think about anything that might bring my mood down. If you want to know what it feels like, experience it for yourself. Find yourself a girl and get her to run off with you. Seemingly taking his silence for discomfort, the woman let out a soft laugh and said, But I don't want you to have to go through that. Supper was seafood stew. Hardly a feast, but it was a homely warmth to the meal, something she had likely honed over the years. Alright. Yeah, time's up again. Oh, y'all are sure taking advantage of the fact that I loosened the requirements on the Uwu voice, huh? When a man is incomplete, missing a vital part of what makes him human, what becomes of him? Does he lash out? Does he lose the will to live? Does he forget what kind of man he is? Yukimasa. You're finally out of goom drops? Oh! You're safe now, Gravy. Goom drops, well spent. Thank you, thank you. Yukimasa didn't think he fit into any of those categories. In the middle of the night, Yukimasa silently slipped out of bed and made his way for the door. Wait. But he did make 2 steps before the woman grabbed him by the sleeve. She must have been awake the whole time. There was no way she could have noticed him leaving otherwise. Don't do this to me. I've had more than enough of waking up to an empty bed. I'm not going to let it happen again. Not this time. You may think sneaking off without a word is the cleanest way to end things, but you're wrong. Stay until morning. Let me say a proper goodbye. No, I wasn't. You weren't what? Of course you were. I don't care if you think of me as a free tale for the week. You're just gonna go forget about when it's over. I'm using you for my personal satisfaction too. Or is he safe? Ah! But the one thing I won't stand for is for you just up and disappearing on me. You're not the one being left behind, so you don't understand how worthless and pathetic that makes you feel. It hurts. It hurts so much more than anything else you could do. Girl, don't test him on that. All right, not safe at all. All right, now, Uwu voice as Yukimasa murders this woman in cold blood. Let's go. All right. Don't leave me! That was probably what she wanted to say more than anything else. The loneliness that created the hole in her heart was making waves, and this was the real desire that lay hidden in her words. She didn't want to be alone anymore. I'm not leaving. I'll be back. There's something I wanted to give you, and I was just gonna go get it. Get your katana to slice her up? And what would that be? It is, my way of showing gratitude. Oh, great, here we go! I think the word you're looking for is present? Yeah! It's gonna give you a nice smile, ear to ear. Yes, that. Her eyes were locked with Yukimasa's. She was staring through the darkness in an attempt to ascertain how truthful he was being. After 10 or 15 seconds of glaring, she let him go. I won't be long, he said with a smile. As he walked down the moonlit port, Yukimasa's mind raced. No one truly understands themselves more than superficially. Some say you know yourself best, others say it's quite the opposite. The concept of the self is full of such uncertainties, contradictions. Yukimasa suspected he was suppressing himself with his self. So while he had a reasonable grasp on who his outer self was, his inner self was a complete mystery. And that fact sometimes sent a chill down his spine. Who was he? What did he want in life? Which self, which of his desires was the real him? Self. He felt sick. All right, that was the time up again. That's him. While you were out having premarital sex, I studied the blade. That's Yukimasa. That's Yukimasa for real. About 30 minutes later, he was back. Within seconds of him knocking on the woman's door, it was open. She must have been waiting there, anxious for his return. The woman met his eyes, gave him a pouty smile, and then slowly lowered her gaze. Her eyes gradually widened, shooting up and down as they did. I've never been very good about thinking of anyone other than myself. I consider myself proficient enough at conversation, but if I'm not careful, my mind always seems to drift back to myself instead of focusing on who I'm talking to. That said, I've spent a great deal of time thinking about you. The woman took a step back. Yukimasa followed. And I've concluded this is the best way for me to make you happy. She didn't even have time to let out a shriek. There was only the sound of steel slicing flesh, metal grinding against bone, as the nameless katana pierced the woman's breast. Her mouth flapped open and shut, while her eyes were held wide open, affixed on the man standing before her. Faint gasps escaped her lips and sputters. Perhaps she wanted to scream. Perhaps she wanted to cry and shout and say this wasn't what she wanted. But there wasn't enough strength left in her emaciated body to do either. As blood spilled down the sides of her lips, she mustered the last scraps of her strength, and with it, she forced out her parting words, carefully chosen and enunciated to ensure he heard every last one. You pitiful man. What kind of hopeless fool would throw their life away just to kill a worthless prostitute? She cursed him as her life slipped away. Yukimasa, however, let out a laugh and muttered, "Don't you worry. I still have enough control to not act sheerly on impulse." Hey, Yukimasa, you hear about that whore you've been banging? She was killed last night, cut to pieces like the others. I swear it's like trouble follows you wherever you go. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Lord almighty, stay away from me, man. I don't want to catch the attention of whatever evil spirit's taken a liking to you. That was probably best. He would be safer keeping his distance. Yukimasa gazed idly out at the port town as it faded out of view. Then he turned toward the ocean. That vast, familiar blue expanse, the waves against the boat, sounded vaguely like splashing blood. Can I ask you something, Pauline? Yukimasa said, in the warm embrace of his sweetheart. Anything. What would you think if I were actually an unspeakably evil man? Huh? Where'd that come from? She asked with a smile, evidently assuming the question was in jest. Idle curiosity. Well, bad people come in all shapes and forms. What sorts of bad things would you do? How about committing murder? Committing murder? Deceiving people. The words that came from Yukimasa's mouth were not the ones he'd prepared to say, which came as a surprise even to him. Why had he not been able to say what he had wanted? What reason could he have possibly had? Did he not want to raise any suspicions? No, that wasn't it. Is being dishonest really evil? Sure, it's bad if you lie to cheat someone out of their money or cause them pain. But no one's perfectly honest with everyone they meet. I try to be straightforward and truthful as best as I can, but I'm sure to slip from time to time. So listen to me, Yukimasa. Pauline gave a wide, infinitely loving smile. Even if you have something to hide, something you're ashamed to tell me, that won't change how I feel about you. You've got nothing to worry about. Besides, I plan to be with you for years and years to come. You want to know what my life's dream is? I'd love to. My dream is to live out a long, quiet life with you. Oh, you're going? Oh, gonna clock out? All right. Bye, Gravy. Have a great day. Thank you for hanging. Thank you so much for celebrating, getting to the end of the road in this game with me. I'll see you on the flip side. I don't need anything extravagant. Just an ordinary life. Slowly growing older, having 3, maybe 4 children. Bye! We'd never fight, and eventually, before I knew it, I'd be an old lady, thinking, it was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's the life I want. And what about you? Now he understood. He didn't want to risk cracking the foundation she provided him. Yet tether! The sanctuary she formed around him. Yes, I too wish for a peaceful life with you. Alright. Next, it looks like we're gonna talk with Georges. But first, I'm gonna take a little break, refill my water, and I think I want some tea. So, I'll be back. I'm gonna make some tea. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Just got a bit going on and had to wait for the water to boil and stuff. The tea's steeping right now. And I'll pour myself some in a little. All right, so next one. Yay! Hope y'all didn't... Glad some of y'all are still here after all that. Thank you, Chisen. All right, the painting's ramblings. I'm gonna assume this is Georges. 3. The painting's ramblings. Why, hello there, Giselle. Doing your rounds again? Such a diligent young lady you are. You could get away cleaning this place once every couple decades and no one be the wiser. What? You're not Giselle? That's someone else? Oh, no. You're just the maid? And who am I, you ask? Well, this is quite the pickle. What on earth could have happened while I was dozing off? You think you're just a maid, and you think you're the witch at the same time. You've forgotten just about everything, and I don't think anything I say is gonna fix that. You do seem a bit mellower now, and not so constantly miserable. Wasn't sure what to say to you before, or if I should say anything at all. Sorry, I just had to look at something. So I didn't say much out of consideration for you. Not that you could really tell them from looking at me, I guess. If forgetting takes some weight off you, then maybe it's for the best. Not that I think you should forget, not that I want you to forget about Michelle. But I won't blame you for choosing not to spend, God knows how much longer agonizing over it. Nothing wrong with abandoning ship, especially considering how long you've spent on it. And hey, it hurt me too, seeing you in so much pain. So we both come out on top here, I guess. What kind of painting? What a kind painting, you say? Well, thank you kindly. The truth is, I'm not nearly as upstanding a guy as people think I am. And it was us bowling jays that turned your life upside down and caused you all this misery and suffering. Yeah, I know. The first dumbfounded smile was testament enough. Everything I say is going in one ear and out the other, which means I'm free to say whatever I want. By the time tomorrow rolls around, you'll have forgotten all about the curious talking painting you chanced upon today. So I'll start with this. It's a huge relief to see you smiling again. It's not the smile of someone right in the head, I can see that much. But it's a lot easier on the eyes and the heart than how you were before. Like I said, I'm a real winner. I'm not particularly concerned about putting up appearances here. Call me heartless, if you will, you wouldn't be wrong. I'm not gonna pretend I'm some saint, but at the same time, I'm not gonna play like I'm a cackling villain either. There's one thing I don't want people to see, though. It's me looking weak. I'm the laid-back guy without a care in the world. That's who I want people to see when they look at me. My big brother was your standard, cookie-cutter, you can count on me for anything kind of brother. I mean, that ended up not being the case. But he sure looked the part. And Michelle, he always looked up to Dee. Went to him for everything, gave him all his love. Dee was tall and well-built, muscular. Everything about him screamed manly man. And I kind of admired that too, though not nearly as much as Michelle did. I became a painter in part because I didn't want to follow in my brother's footsteps. Not to say I don't like painting, I love it. But people weren't going to be inclined to compare us as often. I didn't have to be as fit as him or as good at chess. I had my own thing to be good at, art. I couldn't beat him at his own game, so I beat him at mine. And my whole not a care in the world deal was probably, at least on some level, a shield against having to admit I couldn't compare. If we were a few years further apart, maybe I could have just had the same admiration and respect for him as Michelle. But there's not much getting past that boyish competitiveness when you're so close in age. I know I've been rambling at you for a while already, but would you mind sticking around a little longer? Great. I've got an old story I'd like to get off my chest. This is something I was planning to take to the grave, and something I don't think Giselle ever needs to know. But well, you say you're not Giselle anymore, and I'm already in the grave. So what the hell? I'm just gonna talk to myself for a bit here, and if you'd kindly forget anything you may overhear, that'd be lovely. Back before I became a painting, I was the head of the Bowling-Shea family. Though I spent most of my time painting. It really wasn't the job for me, though. Guy who half-assed his way straight through life. So I left all the businessy stuff to my wife, Amy. Maybe she is Amy and not Aimee. Now, she was a real capable girl. If she'd been born a guy, she would have made one heck of a diplomat. Possibly even caught the king's eye. Before we were married, she had a bit of a fling with Dee, which she felt real bad about later. Probably didn't help that I had a tendency to bring it up from time to time. Not all the time, just technically. She didn't feel bad about it, she just felt bad that she got caught. But that aside, she was a faithful, hard-working partner. It didn't take long for us to become known as the dope and his able bride. To which Amy would always interject, "Sure, Shay is a very capable man, thank you very much." Now that probably makes it sound like I just shoved all the work of running the house onto her. But in truth, she wanted the job. She quite enjoyed it. And who was I to complain? It also meant I didn't have to deal with one of the family's more significant dilemmas. Namely, my mother. Not to be crass, but Mom was not quite all there. She'd always been a bit of a nervous wreck, and it didn't take much to set her off, but it was what happened with Michelle that finally broke her. Mom had, I guess you could say, a very particular image of what she wanted Michelle to be, and he ended up not fitting that image, yeah. Now, you're probably thinking, that doesn't seem like such a big deal, but it is. I just can't tell you why. Michelle has to be the one to tell you. Anyway, some bad stuff went down, and at the end of it all, Mom was constantly hovering over the edge. Dad gave up on her entirely, and I wasn't sure how to approach her, so I kept my distance. Amy was the only one in the family who would actively engage with Mom. So while she had betrayed me once, I'd come to trust Amy again. We had a couple of kids, I turned into a doting father, and life was swell. All my problems swept under the rug. Mom's condition, Michelle. I left it all to Amy and enjoyed a pleasant, carefree life. But then, Giselle, or I guess you're just the maid now, not long after, Michelle died. My, oh my. You really aren't Giselle anymore, huh? So back to my rambling. Michelle died, and I got furious at Dee over it. But I kept coming back to that. Who really deserved the brunt of... But I keep coming to that, back to that. Who really deserved the brunt of the blame in that situation? It's nice and comfy to sit back and do nothing. You can throw blame around all you want. It wasn't your fault, after all. You're not the one who killed him, you know? It wasn't long after that Dee died too. Killed on the battlefield. I was told he died a very noble death, but I couldn't help but think he was in a hurry to escape. Listening to the news, I kept telling myself I shouldn't have snapped at him like that. I shouldn't have blamed him. Dee had to choose between protecting Mom or protecting our brother. And he settled on Mom. He was too hard-headed to come up with a way to protect them both. He fucking should have. Though even if we had, it was too risky. I don't care. DDA could have done more. He served the church directly. We were all under its thumb. If word spread that one of our own had supposedly sold his soul to the devil, that would be the end of the Bollinger family. I wouldn't have escaped unscathed either. Losing both my brothers in quick succession crushed me. And as I started breaking down, it was, you guessed it, Amy who comforted me. It's terrible what happened, but it's not your fault. I was around when I began sensing something was off. Oh my god! He actually started figuring out that Amy was a fake bitch by the end? I mean, she'd had a thing with Dee. You'd expect she would have been bawling her eyes out right alongside me. So why on earth was she so calm? But I didn't press her on it. I knew I wouldn't get an answer even if I did. And I also didn't have much of a right to question Amy when I was pushing all my problems onto her. And doubly so knowing that opening my dumb mouth was what had done this to Dee in the first place. And before long, we went back to our normal routine. About 8 years after Michelle's death, Mom was gone too, and the Bollinger family was down to me, Aimee, and our 2 sons. Michelle had nephews. I had started teaching the boys how to paint, and I loved every minute of it. And then one day, I started feeling unwell. My fingers would get kind of tingly, such that as holding a brush for long periods of time would hurt. So gradually my time spent both teaching and painting dwindled, and even the leaving the manor became difficult. At first I thought it was just a little strange, nothing to be worried about. Then it started getting real bad, and I'd be stuck in bed for days at a time. I called the doctor to look at me, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Amy said I must be overworking myself, and she made me these nice, hearty meals, hoping to bring back my energy. But my condition only got worse. Eventually, I started losing my appetite. But Amy, she insisted I eat anyway or I'd never get better. So, you know what I did? I tossed out the meals she made when she wasn't looking. Ooh, a bad patient. I sent my younger boy out to town to buy me food in secret, and for a while I ate that instead of Amy's meals, making it look like nothing had changed. Whoa, get her. Oh, she was poisoning him! Oh! She was poisoning him! Like that fucking scene in The Shining. Like that girl in The Shining. Oh my god. And after a week or two, the tingling in my fingers started going away. She was poisoning him! I could only laugh. Laugh and grit my teeth, then cry my eyes out. I made a life with this woman, trusted her, and she goes and does this. Wait till you find out what you'll never find out what she did to your little brother, huh? Anger and sorrow were drowned out by raw heartbreak. My firstborn, he was getting to be about the age he could take over, which was why I'd used my younger son to run errands for me. I couldn't be sure the two weren't working together. I was at a total loss. What are you supposed to do when your wife's trying to poison you to a slow death? Even now, I'm not sure what the right course of action in that situation would have been. Maybe I could have banished her, had her punished, but remember, I was only head in name. She handled everything. There was no way I would have been able to pick up the pieces after throwing her out. And if my suspicions were right and my older boy was in on it too, getting rid of Amy wouldn't have solved anything. What then? Spend the rest of my days living in fear of my own family? I was, by that point, worn pretty thin, both physically and emotionally. Every thought led me to the worst possible outcome. I couldn't, for the life of me, come up with a workable solution. Eventually, I got into my head that it was punishment, that I deserved it. Yeah, Michel didn't even need to curse his family, huh? The whole Bollinger family just frickin' unwinded, like, broke themselves apart. Obviously, what Amy was doing wasn't right, but my hands weren't exactly clean either. Maybe Mom could have recovered if I had looked after her. Maybe Dee would still be alive if I'd put myself in his shoes instead of just snapping at him. Maybe if I had given everyone the care and attention they deserved, Michel wouldn't have had to die. Burying your head in the sand doesn't absolve you of responsibility. And when I finally realized how great of a sin inaction was, it was far too late. I'm dumb, short-sighted, and I hated myself for not figuring that out sooner. It should have been stupidly obvious what my action and inaction were doing to the people around me. I should have seen all of this coming. Yeah, Amy had betrayed me, but she wasn't the only one guilty of that. When I was going through Michel's stuff after his death, I came across a painting that had been torn to shreds that I had made. By refusing to use my head, I had done something that denied his identity, and he left this world still carrying the pain I had caused him. By the time I had come to that conclusion, I wondered why I was even alive at all. I couldn't blame anyone for wanting me dead. Georgie, no! Ah! Oh, no. Oh, this is so sad. So I started eating Aime's meals again, knowing good and well it would likely kill me. I didn't stop sending my young boy out, though, just not for food. I also strongly encouraged him to move out and become a court artist. Then I started painting again. It was going to be my final piece. Is that the one you're housed in? Every day, the tingling in my hands spread a little farther. My breathing grew a little more labored. I was afraid I might not finish. Well, I was still able to get out of bed, but somehow I managed. It was the most harrowing experience I'd had painting something in my entire life. True to her facade, Amy stayed at my side until my last breath. She held my hand tight, giving me a strained smile. It didn't occur to me at the time, but Amy always seemed to be smiling, no matter what. In a way, it's kind of impressive how she managed to keep with the loving wife act while simultaneously loading me up with poison. Tell me, Amy, how deep did your poison flow? Very deep. When you were looking after Mom, did you talk about Michel? Oh my god, I bet she did! And I bet it totally made her crazier. Knowing you, you probably figured out he was still alive. And I bet she read his final letter to her. Oh my god! It was you who pushed her to set everything in motion, wasn't it? Enrique, are you still here? There were so many things I wanted to say, but I stayed my tongue and made these parting words. Summer! It's been a while. Hello! How you doing? I'm almost done with this I finished this very long visual novel, and I'm spending the rest of the stream reading out some little side stories and stuff. Yay, it's been a while. Hello, hello. Oh, I'm doing good. Just, I'm excited to, oh man, I was crying earlier. The very end of this game had me, man. And then, yeah, it's a lot. And so now I'm having these freaking revelations over here with like some of these little side stories are filling in some gaps, and I'm like mind blown. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's so great to see you. I loved you so much, Amy. So I ask you this. Keep my last painting in memory of me. I have no idea if she actually did as I requested, but the last thing I saw before I passed was her nodding, a smile on her lips. Oh, yay! Yay, yay, yay! I'm gonna be needle felting tomorrow, so I hope you like that. Hooray! The paint I used to make it, I mixed with a special something I had my younger boy go out and buy for me. A substance that... Oh! Hello? Did Georget get revenge in the end? Substance that, according to what I was told, slowly dissolves into the air, making it toxic. It has some sort of reaction with the paint as well, turning it almost black. Quite proud of how it turned. Oh, no, okay, it wasn't that. It was the painting. It was the painting that, it's the landscape, yeah. I'm quite proud of how it turned out, if I do say so myself. It was a gorgeous landscape painting. Sorry for rambling at you for so long. That's the end of my story. So that's literally part of the painting, how it goes completely black. Wow. Were you even listening to me? What, you have to go clean the fireplace? Well, all right, don't let me keep you. Just please make sure you forget everything by tomorrow, all right? Counting on you. I know, why even say anything, right? I wanted to tell someone. I just don't want anyone to actually know about it. The human heart's a big ball of contradictions like that, you know? You don't? Oh, okay. Well, see ya. It'll be another few decades before you come by again, I imagine. And when you do, will it be our first time meeting again? Will you even be able to hear my voice anymore by then? Maybe it'd be best if I forgot everything too. Who knows? So long, maid. And take care. When an angel comes to judge me, how will his scales tilt? Towards forgiveness? Or towards reckoning? But you know. Ooh! Hydrate! Thank you, Summer. I've been sipping tea, but let me get some actual water. Ah, very good. But you know, I don't want it to be an angel who makes that decision. No. You don't have to be an angel. You don't have to be an angel at all. You wanted Michelle to render judgment. He did. He forgave you. No, tea's good too. I'm sipping. No, I probably needed the water. All right. Wow. That answered a few questions. I hope Enrique comes back so I can talk to him about that. All right, the Revenant's Dream. I've heard about this one, so I'm guessing this is pretty major. All right, let's see. The Revenant's Dream. Oh, back in the wheat fields. Farewell, Jacopo. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. Goodbye, Morgana. She believed that was the end of it all, that by releasing their souls from the curse, they would all return to their rightful places, that the realm containing the cursed mansion would dissipate, and the natural order of the world would take care of the rest. Both she and the good-hearted young man who had guided her to her salvation believed that. I wonder if this is supposed to be the white-haired girl. I'm going to start using her voice. But the young man underestimated how strong his love was. And the girl underestimated how wholly and thoroughly he blamed himself. He sent her off and then remained in place. He could not forgive himself for what he had done, and so he did not deserve to move on. The Revenant's Dream. The next thing she realized, she was in a field of gold. Wheat, rolling in the wind like a golden ocean. The sky, blue as sapphire. The breeze, almost startlingly warm. It was an unbelievably gentle view, and one she did not recognize. She had never seen this place before, never been there before. Yet looking out at it now, she felt emotional. It was almost terrifyingly beautiful. And as if drawn in by it, the girls took a step forward. With each subsequent step, the soft sound of crunching beneath her feet grew more distinct. Evidently, her soul had begun taking physical form. And it was her body, from life, that the golden ocean created for her. She raised her left arm, which had been severed before she was placed in captivity. It was whole. Oh, sorry, it's lagging. Still uncertain, she placed a hand on her cheek. There. She found none of the scars or the rough texture of the markings that had caused her so much torment in her life. What's going on here? She was perplexed. Where was this place? When was it? And what was she doing here? In that form, no less. The girl continued walking, in spite of her consternation, in spite of herself at that. It was the gentlest domains that always caused her the most pain. The most pleasant memories were the sharpest knives. If her life had taught her one thing, it was that. And from then on, She had done everything in her power to eliminate these things, which was why she had locked the warmly inviting master bedroom in the cursed mansion and threw the key into the painting. But now she was being drawn into another such realm. She felt as though she needed to push forward. And soon, as she approached the far edge of the wheat field, she caught sight of a figure. Seeing it, she stopped dead with a gulp. She knew what this world was. It was his world. Much like she had crafted her own realm to contain her curse, he too had built himself a world of illusion. Upon reaching this realization, a flood of images and memories rushed over her. This was not unusual, as she had experienced projections of other memories, of others' memories in the cursed mansion as well. The living and the dead perceived the world differently, and while the living were bound by their bodies, the dead were bound by recollections and emotions. I wonder if that's what a Requiem for Innocence was. It was Jacopo's door, quote-unquote door, that Morgana was seeing in this realm. Nonetheless, it had been Michelle, not her, who had dived into the memories directly. So this was her first time truly experiencing the phenomenon herself. Oh my god, that's totally what it is. Though she was uncertain as to whether the experience was intensified by her own involvement in these specific memories. They were of her as a child, of the young man applying ointment to her face every day for 3 years. She would claim it unnecessary, insult him, complain in any way she could. The young man came back the next day. Even on days she fought to the point of truly angering him, he still applied the ointment. He was a strange man, she thought. For what purpose did he pay her so much mind? No other men wanted to get near her. The hideous scars covering her face were quite an effective deterrent. And most would probably cut off their own hands before volunteering to touch them. He alone was different, though. One day, he chastised her for making the trek to the graveyard every day, in rain or snow or anything in between. But she realized now that his criticism applied to him as well. In the pouring rain or the midst of a blizzard, and wind so strong they could knock a grown man to the ground, or even when he was hurt or sick himself, he never missed a day, coming to find her at the graveyard. Next, she saw the rising sun, being carried on his back, traveling a different path home than the one she knew. The stench of decomposing flesh, unavoidable in the alleys of the slums, her surroundings utterly repugnant, yet the sunrise oddly enchanting. The sun's light even reaches this deep, dark corner of the world. I mean, of course it does, but I don't know. For some... Oh, it's Jacopo saying that, right? The sun's light even reaches this deep, dark corner of the world. I mean, of course it does, but I don't know. For some reason, it seems particularly bright today. She said nothing in response, but she felt the same way. She had spent her whole life looking down at her feet, never taking the time to look up and appreciate the sky. Oh, and she likely never would have either. Never been able to see the beauty in the rising sun without a nudge. And subsequently, whenever the evil lord would show himself in her dreams, she was able to close her eyes and block him out, until eventually she was no longer able to remember his face or the sound of his voice. Her wounds were at last beginning to heal. He had given her so much: an ordinary life, an ordinary happiness, the freedom from having to be special, and warmth she had never before known. But those memories only served to salt her wounds. Every image of the slave boy showing her kindness was another crack in her foundation. I can't. He killed me. With the same hands he had used to treat her wounds, he later took her life. It tainted all her memories, shattered the illusion of warmth, ruined her all the way down to her soul, turned everything into hatred and anger, a fury so intense that even the young saint's unconditional love was insufficient to assuage it. The only reason she had managed to maintain her composure at the very end was because Michelle was there with her, holding her hand. She would not have gone to see him at all otherwise. But now, she was alone. So she would leave. She had no interest in seeing that man again. And when she made to head back the way she had come, she caught a glance of the shadowy figure's condition. It was beaten and broken, crumbling away. She looked down in silence on the shadow, which barely maintained its own form. She had seen souls decay to this state before, such as Michelle's when he arrived at the mansion after centuries lost, broken down, and reformed again and again, with only Giselle's voice as his guide. By the time he found his way there, he was unrecognizable. Hardly a wisp of a spirit, incapable of individual thought, blindly following Giselle's lead. She understood why Michelle's soul had taken so much damage. He had been abused and mistreated to an unimaginable degree his entire life. It made sense that he would wish for an ending more permanent than even death. But him? What are you doing so broken? She could not understand what had brought him to this point. He was the perpetrator, a monster. No matter how kind he had been to her before, that did not change what he had done after that. So what did he think he was doing, looking so mangled and beaten? If she left him there, before long, his soul would disappear for good, rubbed out of existence, never to return to the boundless sphere of fate. Good. Let him. She bit her lip. Yes, let him. Then she would be free of his torture once and for all. She would never have to see him again, never have to torment herself with thoughts of him. And what a relief that would be. So she tried to turn back, but her body would not let her. An emotion she did not understand had welled up in her breast. It was pity, though she could not put a name to it herself. It was an emotion she had never felt during her time as the witch. Really? She didn't feel pity for Michelle? That's interesting. And in fact, were the witch here, she would have cackled joyously at the sight, pointing a skeletal finger at the pathetic thing he had become and telling him how much he deserved it. But she was no longer that witch. And furthermore, she had been blessed with unconditional love by Michelle and Giselle, and the benevolent portion of her soul which she had rent from herself to create the white-haired girl was beginning to return to its rightful place. She thought she heard a voice from within, telling her that only she could save him. She frowned. Why should she have to save him, after all the pain and suffering he had caused for her? The voice within spoke. Michelle had stepped forward to save her after all the pain and suffering she had put him through. Giselle, too, held no grudge after being imprisoned in the mansion by her for centuries, happily joining Michelle on his quest. She took a single step forward. The wheat swayed as she did, making the scene even more dreamlike. Initially, she had been irritated to find him here, trying to hide from his sins in this realm of illusion. But now, she was beginning to realize that was not the case. His memories and feelings flowed over her with more clarity this time. This was what he could have had if he had not made all those mistakes. And this was the place he had hoped to show her one day. He was not hiding from his sins. He was attempting to atone for them. He had condemned his sins, lamented his failures, and forced himself to look at this vision of the world he had let slip through his fingers. Again and again, until it had destroyed his soul. This was his punishment for himself. And not only for what he had done to Morgana, but her other half, the white-haired girl, as well. She had said in a letter that she wished to see his homeland, and he had failed to see that through as well. Twice, he had broken what he was supposed to care about most. Twice, he had crushed her, and he could never forgive himself for that. Not even after she had released him from her curse. You truly are the biggest fool in all the world. She had never, in all her time, seen more of a disaster of a man. Yeah, finally somebody says it. Jacopo's a disaster of a man. though she was beginning to realize that part of the reason he had done this to himself was because she had rejected his offer to make amends, told him she would not punish him any further. Not to mention, he was not entirely at fault for his actions in his second life. She had wished to see his life in ruins. She had, in a sense, placed him on that path herself. But he was not one who could place the blame for his actions on others. Everything was always his responsibility, and his alone. He was like that in his first life, and his second, and in the illusory, alternate scenario where Michelle intervened. Ultimately, I'm the one responsible, he said on their march to atonement. And I suppose, to make sure their next lives go a little better, he said, excluding himself from any potential redemption. So what, though? That doesn't change what he did. Are you saying I should have sent him off with a smile? That I should have set aside my hatred to make the man who hurt me feel better? She took another step toward the amorphous shadow, still unsure of her own position. The closer she got, the more she wanted to run away. What would she say? What would she do? She had not an inkling of an idea, not a single, fully formed thought about what came after this. The shade noticed her, lifting its head. She tensed up. It was hideous, hardly even recognizable as human. But she could tell somehow that it was smiling at her. It must have been made up of all the things he had wanted to do for her, she thought. The shade seemed to think she was part of the illusion. In that case, she thought, in that case, she could just play along with it, pretending she was another phantom in the streamscape would reduce the pressure on her, giving her time to think. Though in truth, she likely wanted to indulge in that fantasy herself. The long, lost possibility of nothing going wrong, of him finding their homeland. Even knowing it was all a sham, an insignificant sliver of a dream, she probably still wanted to partake in its warmth. And maybe then, she would be able to give him a genuine smile. So, what's on the agenda for the day? Initially, she only intended to play along with the illusion. But in time, she found herself being drawn into the dream world as well. A fantasy where he had never become the Lord, she never the witch, and both of them lived uneventful lives in their undiscovered homeland. It was pleasant and peaceful, and she soon began enjoying it in earnest. She had turned off her mind, simply started accepting things as they happened, which she was only able to do because he was hardly recognizable as him. She felt like she had really gone back to being a 16-year-old girl. Like she had grown up a normal life, not filled with tragedy. And oh, how wonderful that would have been, if it could have been true. He asked her to sing for him. So she brought him into the shade of a large tree. He told her he had borrowed a lute, but he held nothing in his amorphous hands, so she merely played along. In his vision of this realm, there were likely others like us to borrow from. See, it said us. I bet this is the white-haired girl and I'm using the correct voice. They sat down in the shade of the tree and sang. Only her voice to carry the tune. Like Michelle in the same condition, the shade was barely able to produce any coherent sound, let alone music. But still, she could tell what he was trying to say and how he was saying it. The longer she spent in the realm of illusion, the more her own state of mind reverted to those days. The 3 years when she had been able to experience happiness like anyone else, but continuing until she reached the age of 16. She was smiling and laughing, though she hardly realized it herself. Nor did she recall that she had explicitly told him previously that she could not smile for him. In time, she even found herself able to speak of her younger days, something she had not told him even in life. How she was known as a saint. How her blood had miraculous powers. And the people of her village began worshiping her for it. She had, on some level, wanted to talk about that with him in life. Wanted to open herself up to him more. Wanted him to know more of who she really was. You're just an ordinary girl, he spoke in an unearthly voice, like thousands of rocks scraping against one another. But to her ears, it was the sound of the young slave man's voice. His slightly exasperated, always gentle tone. She smiled. You've said as much so many times now, I'm almost beginning to believe it, she said, wondering if he would have been the one to give her warmth. Things had gone differently. Obviously, that was but a hypothetical future, and one they could have never reached, no less. But she had softened up enough to entertain such silly fantasies. She also thought about her homeland, not the small, isolated village where she had been born, but someplace farther up her bloodline. Her real father's home. Would you like to meet him? She was telling him of her father when he suddenly asked her that. She was not sure. And she racked her brain in consideration. It was not something she really needed to think about. But there was no family here for her to find anymore, after all. But she had indulged herself so deeply in the past that reality was not a concern. She spoke of her father with a hint of sadness in her voice, to which the shade responded with a sudden surge of rage. The whole dreamscape warped around him, and the metallic smell of blood permeated the region. He wanted to seek out her father and mete out divine justice, and the world twisted to fit his image. Any form of violence is forbidden. she shouted, attempting to calm his fury. Not even if it's for my sake, she continued. Any time he had managed to obtain any form of power, it had led him down the path of destruction. He knew no other way to wield it, and because doing so had shown to be effective in accomplishing his immediate goals, he never bothered to look for any other solutions. Which ultimately resulted in him at being unable to trust anyone, because he only understood power as a blunt object. He was a soft, cowardly man deep down, but because he learned to kill. I don't want you to hurt anyone else ever again. The more he hurt others, the more he hurt himself. This was a lesson that was long, long overdue for him. The shadow stared at her in silence for several minutes, as the blood and fiery rage twisting the illusory realm slowly receded. When it was gone, the shade too seemed to have returned to normal, nodding and saying, "All right, I won't." She let out a sigh of relief. She had slipped entirely back into her childhood. They talked more about everything and nothing, such as the Midsummer Festival, the memory of which filled her with yearning for those times when everyone was still together. Him, his friend Maria, his companion Gratienne, and the eternally cheerful Jaren. She was never terribly fond of gatherings of that many people, but she was able to reminisce about it and admit that it had not been entirely awful, that it had been an important, formative moment of her youth, and probably the same for the rest of them as well. The three girls, holding hands and dancing in a circle. Him playing a tune on the lute, and his friend providing a beat. It was a marvelous day. As she reflected, she realized he had been chasing overly ambitious dreams from the very beginning. All his talk of going out into the world, of taking her with him, and he was no different here, in this realm of illusion. Eventually, she grew tired of hearing his fantasies, telling him, "Climb off down your high horse and adjust." If he was going to keep chasing after stupid dreams, she would laugh at him every time. If he was going to keep chasing after impossible ideals, she would drag him back down to earth. That way, he would never. Then I'll just have to find a new dream. Excuse me. Her mouth hung open in a mix of exasperation and shock, and perhaps a trace of anger. She wanted to shout, tell him how all his idiotic dreams ended up with him in shambles. But he seemed unable to pick up on her trepidation, continuing unfazed. "I'm going to win your heart." She stood aghast. That was the last thing she ever expected to hear from him. Even knowing this whole world was his fantasy about what he wished he could have done for her, she was conflicted. She felt many things, but flattered was a line she would never cross, no matter how much She had reverted to her younger self here. Her present self still remained. You murdered me. There's nothing you can do to win my heart. Not a single thing. She found herself very close to saying what she felt, but she set her agitation aside to let the dream continue a bit longer, for her own peace of mind more than his. From that point, he became almost impressively brazen, even asking her to call him by his name. To which she frowned and said, in no uncertain terms, "Why would I waste my breath?" Visibly disheartening him. After some time, having to watch him mope, she could bear it no longer and attempted to raise a new subject. But whether she asked him about learning to play the lute or going fishing together, the only response she received was a half-hearted nod. She sighed, at a complete loss. And then, the shadow spoke. "Will you say my name?" Again. Why was he so fixated on such a stupid, insignificant thing? But as he continued, she realized his request was more pitiful and heartfelt than she had ever heard from him. "I don't want you to forget," she gasped. "I don't want you to forget me again." Cracks developed in the shadow. "I don't want you to forget what I look like." It wavered, shook, crumbled. "The sound of my voice." Still, he pleaded desperately. "Or how I feel about you." The man, who refused to lean on anyone, was begging for her validation. "I don't want you to forget what we talked about." They were all things she had long since forgotten about him. What kind of man I was. Things she had locked away in the deepest recesses of her mind. Or all the time we shared together. Memories overflowing with so much warmth they hurt. Please. She cast it all out. His name, his face, everything. "Don't forget me." Which was what had allowed her to mistake him for the Lord. She felt a chill, listening to the shade beg and plead endlessly. What was she supposed to do here? At the very least, this meant the end of the peaceful, trouble-free illusion. "Why would you ask me that now?" she asked, her voice strained. "I was hoping to." She was hoping to bask in the illusion a while longer. The shadow said nothing. It simply sat there, waiting for her answer. She mulled over the question for a while, and took another step towards it. She was close enough to touch it now, but she would never do that. A feeling welled up in her breast, a mixture of wanting to scream, burst into tears, and throw things around like a small child. She forced it back, looking down on the shade. Oh my god, sir. Oh no. I ruined the mood with my tea deciding to go down the wrong pipe. If I had remembered, would anything have been any different? Could we have not ended up so far down the wrong path? If I had gone and found you, would that have stopped you from becoming what you did? There were 1,000 things she could have done differently. If, after taking up the cottage on the lake, she had gone into town even once, she could have found out they had a new lord. Maybe he was the one who had sent that knight to visit her cottage, who she had sent away without talking to. Ah! No! That never struck me until now. I mean, he spent a lot of time looking for her. Ah! And he did send people out to look for her as the Lord. Ah! They could have gotten together if she had talked to the knight. Ah! Oh my god, that did not sink in until now. Not to mention, if she had only told him about her childhood, the rumors about her blood having healing powers, he would have been able to make the connection between her and the Lakeside Witch. Finally! Somebody says it. This is like an extra layer of the tragedy I've been mulling on this whole time. If she had done something, maybe she could have stopped him from veering off the straight and narrow. In fact, she was likely the only person who could have stopped him. Why am I blaming myself for his mistakes? He's the only one responsible for his choices. She did not know what to do. She had been at a loss ever since learning the truth. The answers had only brought her more pain, and so she had buried them away, somewhere out of sight. Ah, that must be why. That must have been why she had not yet returned to her rightful place. While she had been brought unto salvation by the hands of an angel, ceased being a witch, the girl inside was as wounded and suffering as ever. Can I hold your hand? The shade resumed its pleading. Its desperation clawed at her chest. And so, rather than coldly denying the request, she found herself saying, "Do as you please." The shadow slowly extended its hand up to hers, as if scared. It was not playing its part very well. This was supposed to be a dream where nothing had gone wrong between them, after all. But the illusion had begun to give way to harsh reality. The reality of having murdered the girl he loved. The reality of having been brutally abused and killed by the man she had leaned on for support. They had both once cared for each other in a very similar way. Yet the end result was not love, but terrible tragedy. He was terrified to show someone affection with hands that had only ever brought destruction. So before he did, he said, "I promised I wouldn't touch you without permission." She knew it was just an excuse, though. He was simply afraid. Worried about putting his bloodied hands on her, that he might hurt her again. he might corrupt her, that he had no right to. But he overcame all that, gently placing his arms around her, as if he had been waiting centuries for this moment. It was an embrace of many things. Love for her, deep regret, and most of all, atonement. He's wanted to do this. In his arms, she could feel everything he felt. Since the day I locked his soul in that mansion, she thought back to that time, the unfathomable amount of time she spent as the witch, a force of pure hatred and vengeance. His was the last soul she entrapped, and when she did, he was little more than an amorphous shadow. It took many, many years for him to regain a human form, but even then, he was unable to move or speak. He simply wailed something incomprehensible at her again and again. Oh, that's right. At the time, I thought he was saying how much he hated me, but she was wrong. He had simply wanted to atone, but he had no idea how. Look at you, a grown man shaking like a fawn. As the shadow embraced her, it trembled, sobbing loudly into her shoulder. She had never seen him cry before, but she was unsure if this counted, since she could only feel it through the nebulous shade. Sometimes I can't tell if you have a heart of stone or of glass. Her entire body went limp. All the tension in her nerves released at once, and she felt like a massive weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Though I suppose I'm not terribly different in that regard. Unable to even speak my heart unless there's no one else around. Unable to face you, except through this childish fantasy. Not even able to show my vulnerability. Maybe. She hated to even entertain the thought. But perhaps they were more similar than she wanted to admit. Sometime long ago, in the memories she had banished away, he told her that being close made people more open with one another. And it turned out he was right about that. She began to speak, to tell him the truth of how she felt, letting spill forth the raw pain within, holding nothing back. She told him how she despised him more than anything in the world, because he showed her happiness in the depths of despair, that she had no idea what to do with him, how she did regret some of her actions, such as misdirecting her anger. He was consumed by regret over what he had done to her, but he was not the only one who had regrets. As their minds and spirits intermingled, the true shape of her wounds became apparent. He had hurt her, but she had hurt him too. She had blamed him, not only for his own sins, but for the sins of another man as well. And for that, she had laughed at him, cursed him, mocked him for trying to show something resembling care for another human being. Again and again and again and again and again and again and again. I should have known better than anyone How much he was capable of caring, though. She thought back to the decisive moment. Knowing the truth now, she finally understood the full effect of the things she had said. To an even greater degree than Michelle had told her. She had told the man who had spent 3 years looking after her, coming to apply ointment to her scarred face, rain or snow, that she despised him with all her soul, that he had ruined her life. She had not been seeing clearly at the time. He had been teetering on the edge as well, and her saying that had been the final push. It was my words that ultimately pushed you over the edge, wasn't it? How had it all ended up like this? Why did they have to hurt each other so much? What was the turning point that it sent them so far off the path? He continued holding on to her for some time, pleading for a chance to make amends, spilling his heart, clinging to her like a little child. It was something he could have never done in life, or even in death. It was only after repeatedly crushing himself beneath overwhelming regret until he was mangled and hardly recognizable that he was able to show her his weakness, that he was able to show her his tears. But it was far too late. It was all over. Nothing he asked for was something she could give him. No matter how much he begged, she could never stop hating him, could never forgive him. Fissures began to form in her spirit. Memories of her youth brought with them emotions long lost, of the time she first directly acknowledged his kindness. It was a bitter, sweet, agonizing, suffocating, innocent feeling. Many, many ages ago, when I was still a child, I looked up to you. Sunrise. She saw that morning carried on his back only seemed as beautiful as it did because he had shown it to her. She then grew to yearn the lost homeland he spoke of, admire his lofty dreams, and feel warmth in his hands as he spread the ointment. That was when the seed was planted, not only of the ability to feel joy, but love as well. I might have even had some fondness for you. And having said that, she noticed the clear droplets rolling down her cheeks. After Michelle finished unveiling the truth, she shouted, "I cried for him!" in a frenzy, and those tears she had shed contained all of her feelings for him. On the day of her 12th birthday, that tragic, terrible day, she cried and told the man in the slave cart I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. And that was true. She was grateful to not only the young slave man, but the girls of the brothel as well. She had wanted to open up to them, but the larger portion of her tears were for just one person. She cried for him. She cried for the man who had spent so long trying to help her. She cried because she had not been able to thank him. She cried because she believed him to be dead. She cried for him then. So who did she cry for now? Were these tears for him as well? Were they for herself? No. They were for both of them. She decided to let the illusion continue on a while longer. She knew it was foolish. She had mixed feelings about being here and interacting with him as she had when she was younger. But she had softened up enough to not simply ignore the warmth it also made her feel. She had found it in herself to accept the seed of kindness sprouting within her. She had found it in herself to acknowledge how she felt, so she would use the dream to lead him to his next destination, under the guise of him holding her hand and leading her out of the claws of this foolish fantasy to be released once and for all. She would guide him back into the void, that boundless sphere of fate, so that he may live again. They set off through the fields of waving gold. She squeezed her eyes shut, envisioning the young man she once knew. And when she opened them again, he was there, holding her hand and smiling softly at her. You know, Jacopo, I really hope we don't ever cross paths again. Nothing good could possibly come from us meeting in the next life. I'm tired of having to deal with you. I hate you. And I pray I never have to see you again. But should you wish to see me, and should that wish take priority over my own, promise you'll treat me well. And if you can manage that, then that's the end. Just like that, huh? That was real good. Ooh, I'm just gonna pretend that was all from the white-haired girl's perspective. Oh boy. Still with me, folks? Doing the white-haired girl's voice kind of takes a toll on my vocal cords, so I think I need to sip some tea. Hold on, I need to check something real fast. Okay. Sorry about that. Alright. So next we have Lost. I heard there were some funny ones. I wonder where they are. The Not So Little Mermaid? That sounds funny. I think I want to skip ahead and do a funny one. Watch this be not funny though, you know? And I'm just screwing myself over, right? Alright. The Not So Little Mermaid. It's so hot. I feel like I'm going to melt, Pauline said, flopping back on the ground beside me. She was having... Oh my god, it's Javi! It's Javi! Javi story! Wait, this is gonna be sad after all. Damn it! Javi story, let's go! Alright, Javi voice. Grumpy little kid. Let me find that voice again. Pauline said, flopping back on the ground beside me. She was having nothing but trouble on her search, and it seemed to be taking its toll. It looked as scorchingly hot as it felt. The sun hung high in the clear, blue sky, shining its light down on us and the clear blue ocean before us. Grumpy little kid indeed. Danny! How long have you been here? Hello. You're wearing 5 layers and your hair is long as hell. What do you expect? Cut half of it off if you're so hot. A girl doesn't cut her hair on a whim, young man. Yeah, whatever you say, lady. She was more than a few years too old to be calling herself a girl, and I told her as much before, even if she still acted half her age. You just got here. Oh my god. I got to the end of Reincarnation, and I was crying, and Riki was crying. We were a mess up in here. Reincarnation was really good. I feel like people should talk about it more. Anyway, you gotta! It's so good! It's, it finally kind of gives you what you want, even beyond the true ending of, but it also connects right back to Dream to, yes, ties everything together. And it also harkens back to, Requiem for Innocence. So even though it looks totally different with different art and everything, you could say it's like a sequel to, A Requiem for Innocence. So that's definitely the order of games that should be played, yeah. Well, I guess you, yeah. And even some of these short stories that I'm going through right now kind of harken back to, well, I haven't seen a Reincarnation one yet, but definitely the elements of A Requiem for Innocence that come back into Reincarnation. So definitely play it. Or I guess you could always watch my VODs if you want to. I think all of Reincarnation should still be up on Twitch. If not, I've also got my YouTube. But yeah. Up to you, of course. I should continue on with, yeah, but basically, Basically, what happened in the end, the very last parts with Michelle and Morgana, or what had me like like blubbering, like letting out tears like a hose, you know? No. Anyway. Also, oh my god. I'm glad you're here because there is a short story here that I read earlier that was blowing my mind. It was from Georget's perspective. Like it was like a short story where he's the painting and he's blabbering at the maid because she doesn't remember anything, so the story wouldn't affect her. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Oh, you read it. You read it. Okay, good. Oh my god. Amy probably orchestrated Michelle's death. I fucking hate everything. And then she was poisoning... She was like grooming her oldest son and poisoning Georget to take power. It's like Cersei Lannister shit. Oh my god, she's the worst. Yeah, anything nice I said about her, I kind of take back now. She's like the Cersei Lannister of Fata Morgana. Anyway. Javi and Pauline. I'd never met another lady in her 20s that seemed so childish. I guess I'll just have to go for a swim. You what? You're... Turn around for a second, Javi. Make sure no one comes this way, okay? Pauline said, undoing her top. What? You... Hey! I said, my voice cracking. How would you know she was the demon child? Yeah, the real demon child. It happened so suddenly. I barely had time to process, so I did the only thing I could think of, what she told me to. You can look now. I can look my ass. I wanted to snap about 1,000 things at once, but my irritation fizzled out at the sight of her playing in the water. Oh, Javi! Her feminine curves, less pronounced but still distinct through the water. Her white, mostly untanned skin. Her long black hair bouncing in the waves. There was a lot for me to take in. Poor Javi. You haven't even hit puberty yet, poor buddy. Damn it! At best, I was like a little brother to her. And at only 14, I was most likely just a baby in her eyes. Oh, he's 14. He's older than I thought he was. Stupid. Sheltered woman. You don't understand what guys are really like. Huh? Did you say something, Javi? Nope. You're just hearing things, doofus. Hold on. Didn't she just say the man she was searching for was her lover? And maybe she really did understand guys better than I thought. Kind of pissed me off to think about. Oh, I hate you, Pauline, I muttered under my breath. You have a crush! Ha ha, you have a crush! I'd still never called Pauline by her name to her face. Oh, he was grumbling Pauline under his breath. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that was so short, but that was good. I want more Javi content. I could have sworn there was like joke ones in here. Maybe not. What's Scarlet in the coffee house? Maybe that's funny. Nope, not funny. All right, here we go though. Here we go, yeah. Now tell me, my boy, how are things going on your end? Asked Jacopo's good friend, chest puffed and hand stroking a triangular beard. He He wasn't sure how he was supposed to react. Annoyed? Confused? Disappointed? Or as if he just stumbled upon a mythic creature. Can I take your silence as poorly? Are we really gonna do this? Jacopo finally managed to get out, but not without a heavy sigh, which created ripples in the 2 cups of coffee on the table between them. What are you even doing here? Maria. Or what are you even doing here, Maria? Yes, he was sitting across from his oldest friend, and very much a woman. Scarlet in the coffee house. What does it look like? Having a cup of coffee, thank you very much. Maria tilted her head. Oh, that was her from the beginning. She's dressed up like a guy. Oh. Maria tilted her head, still stroking the fake beard. She had lowered her voice a few registers, but Jacopo could still recognize it as hers without much difficulty. No, I mean, coffee houses are men's establishments. What are you doing here? It was sitting in a far corner, away from most of the other customers. At the time, coffee houses were social gathering places for men, where they talked news, gossip, business, or anything else of interest. That is true! And for an investor like Jacopo, it was a crucial part of how he did business. There were coffee bans at one point because young men were talking up revolution in the coffee houses and stuff. Basically, they took up the same. Anyway, I'm getting off track. And for an investor like Jacopo, it was a crucial part of how he did business. He had come here today to scout out opportunities, but those plans fell by the wayside when he caught sight of the small-framed man with slicked-back blonde hair. So he approached her and confirmed his suspicions that it was Maria in men's clothing. Alright, I need to do a deep voice Maria that doesn't sound like Jacopo. Why else would I be dressed like this, doy? Please don't tell me you've weaseled your way into this place before. Weaseling isn't a very nice way to put it. But no need to get your panties in a bunch. This is the first time. Heck, half the reason I did it was to startle you, because I thought you'd be here today. Jacopo had many questions, or maybe she's probably dropping the voice by now, huh? So many, in fact, that he wasn't sure where to begin. Where'd she gotten the clothes and the fake beard, for one? Wouldn't the other maids get upset at her if they found out she was here? And why'd she go to such lengths just to surprise? Hold on, you said half the reason. What's the other half? 'Cause I wanted some coffee, doy! You have coffee at the mansion. I know we're not out of beans. That's not the point, stupid. Coffee at a coffee house is a completely different thing. It's about the experience. And speaking of, it kinda sucks. It's a real sausage party in here. That was more surprising to him than her being here. That she didn't like it here because there were only men. In his mind, and in society's eyes for that matter, that was simply what coffee houses were, and he'd never considered that as potentially detrimental. Assuming some other maid had said the same thing to him, Jacopo probably would have lectured her about the roles of men and women in modern society and how it wasn't her place to judge men's spaces. But he considered Maria too much of a friend and an equal, and far enough detached from convention at that he couldn't bring himself to do that to her. He also had no idea how to effectively communicate that sentiment to her. Anyway, please don't go pulling stunts like this too often. I don't want to catch any blowback. It's fine. No one caught me. Well, I caught you, Jacopo thought. Not to mention the curious glances they'd been getting the entire time he was here. If he hadn't found her when he did, chances are she would have been thrown out by now. Oh, hey! Maria said, her eyes going wide. She then gave him a wink. Not unusual for her, but looked very out of place on the not quite there gentleman look she was sporting. Next time I want to go, you come with me. You're the big name investor, Jacopino. No one's gonna want to get on your bad side just because you brought a chick. Excuse me. This is a place for doing business. And don't call me that. You can do all the business you want. I listen in on your talks, and when we get back, I give you my thoughts. You know I'm sharp. I'm sure I could be of some help. He wasn't sure if she was serious. She wasn't sure if she was serious or just pulling his chain again. But since she wasn't laughing, he decided to assume the former. So you'd be a second pair of eyes then. You know, that's not a half bad idea, he said with a chuckle. Maria's eyes went wide. What? I've always counted on you. You know that. Oh no, oh, her eyes went wide. Oh, other way around. What? I've always counted on you. You know that. Right. You're making me blush. Yeah, I'm sure she already had revenge in her mind at this point. Having Maria as his right-hand man would be the best for him in the long term. She was the only person he was able to really trust in this world, but it would take a lot of work to make that possible. He would need even more money, more power, and more status. Enough to resist the pressure he would undoubtedly get from all sides. Jacopo was the heir of the Berzotti family, and Maria was the sole survivor of the Campanella family. There were still countless obstacles to putting her on the same stage as him. But in a week's time, I'll be taking the first step, he thought, tilting his head back toward the ceiling. That was when Jacopo's bride-to-be was scheduled to reach the new world. Hey, Jacopo! What is it? We'll always be like this, won't we? Maria asked, looking stern and Oh. We'll always be like this, won't we? Maria asked, looking stern in a way he almost never saw her. Before he could answer, yeah, of course we will. We'll never change, she said as if she needed some assurance. Interesting. That was it? Interesting. How about Silent Night, Lonely Night? Michelle! Silent Night, Lonely Night. Michelle was even gloomier than usual. His ruby eyes gazed down at a letter from his mother. If it were a year prior, he would have been crying or shouting or throwing furniture. But nowadays, I rarely saw him explode at anything. And I preferred him this way. Getting loud and emotional over every little thing was what ordinary men did. But beneath Michelle's gypsum skin flowed blood divine as mine. He was above them, and it did not befit him to behave as they did. Brooding in silence was much more appropriate behavior. I sat at the desk behind him, my chin resting on my hand. Michelle could not see me there, though. Not that I wanted to watch him grimace in disgust at the horrifying scars on my face, of course. Michelle, my dear. What? Oh, so when it sounds like she's in your ear, she's literally in your ear. She's just not letting you see her. Interesting. That was unexpected. He almost never responded to me anymore. Perhaps he wanted someone to speak with in his present tribulation. Michelle briefly looked around the room for me. But no matter how hard he searched, his eyes would never find mine. You should hang it up, I said. Are you out of your mind? I'm just teasing you. Oh, is this when he got... Oh, anyway. I gave him a little laugh, agitating him further. Today, his family had sent him Christmas decorations. Oh my god, what a joke. First, a handmade, probably by his mother, white floral wreath. A lovely thing that a young girl might like. Then there was a doll in frilly clothing, also intended for a girl. What a joke. I expected Michel to toss it all in the fireplace this evening, but merely destroying it wouldn't erase the fact that he'd received it. Nor that his mother would be expecting a response not from Michel, but Michelle. Despite my repeatedly asking her not to, my mother continues to send me these Christmas boxes as it gets cold. I'm starting to hate even the thought of Jesus Christ. You should direct your anger at your family, not the Holy Savior. Yes, I realize it's misplaced, but you could easily solve this with a curse. Just say the word. And you need to stop offering me that. As you wish. Michel had changed a great deal since his first arrival at the mansion. But that was one thing he stubbornly refused to budge on. Did he really care about his family that much? He seemed to have drawn a line in the sand and convinced himself that he ever stepped over it, he would be surrendering his humanity. But what he needed to realize was that he never had any to lose in the first place. So his concern was entirely irrelevant. I would spare him that lecture today, though. He was busy racking himself over the letter and Christmas. Michel. What? Having grown tired of resting my chin on my hand, I was now sitting on top of the desk looking down at him. Again, he looked around for me with no luck. Tell me about Christmas. Your family lives on a rather large estate, don't they? Larger than this little mansion, at least. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's just... talking about when I was happy only makes me feel even worse now. I can understand that, I suppose. Michel had ever been happy? My family was too poor to put up Christmas decorations or do anything special for Epiphany. What gifts we did receive from the villagers all went straight to my mother, and I saw none of it. Though earthly desires were wrong, I believed, so I was hardly bothered by that. I was the one who gave to those in need, after all. Michel, my dear. What? He glanced slightly upward, so close, but still not quite able to find me. Just saying your name. He appeared mildly annoyed, but didn't say anything in protest. Perhaps he thought it wouldn't make a difference, or had simply gotten used to me calling his name for the sake of it. Regardless, he reluctantly dropped his gaze back to the letter on the desk. I decided to leave him alone. He didn't seem willing to share his Christmas experiences, and I had nothing else to talk about. Morgana. Yes? That caught me off guard. Michel almost never initiated. I tilted my head, even though I knew he couldn't see it. Do you... Oh. Do you, he said, want to celebrate Christmas? Is that it? Had he lost his mind? At what point had I ever said I wanted to celebrate the holiday? While I was busy being flabbergasted, Michel stood up and took the wreath in his hand. He then began searching the area for me. Where are you? Right here. That doesn't help me. Where's your head? Am I close? He asked, waving his... Oh, that's sweet of him. What? Michel, you're such a sweetie. he asked, waving his hand around in the air. That's my shoulder, I said, still not certain what he was trying to do. How about here? A little higher. Here? Yes, right there. Holding one hand there in the air, he took the other, the one holding the wreath, and brought it up to the same level, placing it right above my head. Oh, wait, that's sweet. I want to see Morgana with the flower wreath. An awkward silence hung in the air for a few seconds as I failed to grasp what had just happened. Wreaths in my family were worn as headdresses. When I made one, I would place it on my mother's head like this. They're gifts for the women of the house. I'm glad you're here, so I can pretend this was a gift for you instead. Oh, that explains it, but it's still sweet. What are you? You asked about my family's Christmas. No, that wasn't what I meant. Why was he doing this? He went quiet for a moment and smiled, which was all the answer I needed. It was a very self-defeating smile, not meant for me. Laughing at himself for putting on so much weight on only one of the wreath's potential meanings, in sorrow for the family who refused to accept him. I made a very similar smile. Flowers would never befit me, after all. Not with one arm violently severed, and the other nothing but bone. I could never be the innocent little girl, laughing with flowers in her hair. Oh, well that explains something for me. All this time I thought her bone hand was supposed to represent the arm that was severed, and that her other arm was normal, and she was all like, look at me, and would put the hand that happened to be bone up to scare people. But, no, I didn't realize that was her remaining arm was just bone. That makes more sense. I could never be the innocent little girl, laughing with flowers in her hair. But wait, what? I'm trying to remember if there was any art. Yeah, no one would, yeah, who knows where her face ends and the skeleton begins. I guess that's, up to your imagination. That's just how she appears as a ghost. As the witch, I guess, because she's undead, kinda. A real angry spirit. Yeah, exactly, she's wearing a cloak. You wouldn't know where the bones end and the skin begins. But maybe her head is the only part of her that still has flesh on it, because that's the part of her that was diseased or had like all the scars. So maybe she thought that was like fitting or something. Pretty creepy if you think about it. But also kind of sad to just imagine she's just a skeleton with a girl's head and a cloak. Pretty cool. Pretty cool and sad. Yeah, exactly. That's my headcanon now. I could never be the innocent little girl laughing with flowers in her hair. I have no interest in your wreath. Throw it in the fire. That's probably for the best, yes. And what we learned in that moment was that Christmas would never be a happy occasion for us. That said, it was better than I had expected nonetheless. We shared a certain energy there, staring in silence. A solitary, capitulatory, desolate energy. Michelle, my dear. What? I turned up to look at him, wreath still in his hands. And he looked down in turn, this time matching my gaze exactly. He wasn't really looking into my eyes, though. He just happened to know where they were because I had told him. But I was fine with that. Would you like me to write that letter to your mother in your stead? What do you mean? I mean, I dictate what you will say. All you have to do is write down and sign it Michelle. It won't be something you wrote, so I don't imagine doing it that way will take much of the pressure off. He didn't seem certain what to make of the proposal. I'd never suggested anything like it before, and I likely never would again. Catching Morgana on a soft day. You're going to ask me for something in return, aren't you? Of course not. What do you think I am? A witch. Well, he was right. But Michelle was a saint like me, so I wasn't particularly fond of him calling me a witch. I was in a forgiving mood today, though, so I decided to let it pass. I know how to show gratitude, thank you very much. Even for a wildly ill-considered floral wreath. I was just fickle, that was all. It's called being a tsundere. Sometimes I would have days like this. Most, I would continue to try bringing him over to my side, to curse his family. But occasionally, I would show some kindness. Merry Christmas, Michelle. That was fascinating. That was fascinating. I heard there were like like April Fools kind of things, but I guess they're not in here. Or maybe I just can't tell which one they are. Maybe they're at the very end. All right, let's go with Loss and Pain. April Fool one is the 7th layer one. Oh, thank you, Danny. I'll click that one after I'm done with these two. Lost. Master, I was wondering if I could ask for some time off. Master, I was wondering if I could ask for some time off. One autumn afternoon, a young maid stood in Jacopo's study, requesting a vacation, effectively signaling her intent to quit. He lit a cigar with practiced motions, took in a deep breath, and then blew the smoke out in a long, slow stream. Again, he thought, making sure not to let it show on his face. What's your reason? He asked. Not satisfied with how you've been treated? I feel we've been quite generous. Oh, no, not at all, she said. In fact, you've been much better to me than my previous house. I have no complaints about the treatment I have received. And why? If I knew you would quit so soon, I never would have hired you in the first place. But you just started showing some improvement. Now all that time and money's gone to waste. I'm sorry. I'm asking for a reason, not an apology, he said. His voice a mixture of exhausted, irritated, and scolding that only made the girl recoil further. He let out another heavy sigh. Our kids these days are all this soft Christ, he thought, after another complaint to add to the mountain he'd built up and locked inside. It's because, out with it. You know I don't like when people aren't straight with me. The young maid looked up at her master apprehensively. His dark brown eyes seemed to pierce straight through her soul, making her feel like she was being squeezed from the inside out. Other maids had told her he was a lot softer than he used to be, but she couldn't imagine that at all. He was a rich, unmarried, testy man in his 30s. Everything about him was terrifying. Oh, so this is a few years after the third door, but not that much further. And despite that, she was willing to face up to him and begged to quit because there was something even worse in the mansion. The head maid scares me. Jacopo raised an eyebrow. He had been expecting her to say he scared her. Did the head maid do something to you? He asked. No, she didn't. Then why? Ash fell from Jacopo's cigar. His irritation levels were rising. The young maid looked up at him, fear in her eyes. Are you not scared of her too, master? Her appearance never changes at all. For the past few years, there had been an increase in maids quitting for vague, non-specific reasons, and he finally had his answer. When Jacopo purchased the mansion, he was 22 years old, taking the first step to expanding his family's influence to the new world. Expectations for him were high, and the pressure was almost suffocating. But still, he was an optimistic, ambitious young man at the time. He had to do this, and he had to do it right. And it was that determination that allowed him to maintain the softness in his heart beneath the tough businessman demeanor, which is probably what led to him hiring the mysterious maid he found in his newly acquired estate. She was there when he first stepped through the door, calling him master and showing him around the property. And once she was done, she started working. Jacopo wasn't sure what to make of the woman, but she seemed to know what she was doing. And over time, his suspicions slowly transformed into respect. Where's your master? He asked. My previous master passed away, she said with a perfect smile. As the new owner of this mansion, you are my current master. Assuming that meant the previous owner had just made no arrangements for her to transfer anywhere after he passed, Jacopo decided to let her stay and work as she wished. It was the responsibility with those in power, with power to give work to those without, and he felt some satisfaction in taking her in. And for more than 10 years, she did that work almost flawlessly. And as long as she wasn't causing trouble, he didn't see any reason to pry into personal matters. How long she had been here, why she worked as a maid, or even who she was. He never bothered asking her anything. But now, he was 35, and the maid still looked to be in her early 20s, just as the day he arrived. Jacopo leaned back in his chair, staring absently up at the ceiling, watching the smoke from his cigar waft upwards. The young maid who quit was long gone, probably living with her family. He'd considered introducing her to a new house, but he'd had so many maids quit on him he was running out of acquaintances to foist them on. There was a knock on the door. He leaned forward and said, "Who is it?" "It is I," came the voice of the head maid. He called her in, and the woman who stepped through the door was indeed identical in appearance to 13 years prior. She floated gracefully to the center of the office, not making a single sound. Creepy! Poor Giselle, she's like so embarrassed about all these memories of of what she was like. He felt almost like he was watching a ghost. One of the younger maids left today, she said, so I wanted to discuss with you how we should proceed redistributing the work. I leave that to you, as always. I'll take care of finding a replacement. Yes, master, she said with a bow. Usually that would be the end of the discussion, and she would dismiss herself, but for some reason she stood there, unmoving, her deep, unreadable eyes of jade locked on his. What is it? He asked with a frown, mildly uncomfortable. Have you considered dismissing me? She said, wearing the same faint smile she always had on. Her face was like a perfectly carved mask. I know that the maids have been quitting because of me. They've seen what I look like, and so rumors have been going around. The young girls are especially impressionable, so they are more likely to believe them. Have you considered dismissing me? Jacopo tapped his cigar against the ashtray on his desk, then leaned back in his chair. He had considered it before, but he always came to the same conclusion. Every other maid could quit, and it wouldn't slow down work as much as losing you. Oh my, you think quite highly of me. I know a capable worker when I see one, and you're more than capable. Hell, sometimes I wonder if you've been doing this job for hundreds of years. My, she said, her smile widening, knowing smile. You jest. If I had been a maid for hundreds of years, that would make me a ghost. Woo! Oh, well, this is appropriate for October. Well, aren't you? He almost said. 5 or 6 years ago, he might have been able to chalk it up to good makeup, but 13 years wasn't something you could just hide like that. Jacopo didn't like talk of ghosts or the supernatural or any of that nonsense, but it reached a point that he simply couldn't think of any natural explanation. Why don't we have a little chat? I'd like to get to know a little about you. Her eyes went wide as a proposition. It had been a while since he'd seen her make a face other than that pristine smile, but even her surprise seemed artificial. With her, only the most restrained of emotions came across as genuine. Is it going to rain tomorrow, master? You have never shown an interest in me before. Indeed, you might want to set your overcoat out. Now, what was it you wished to know about? What was it you wished to know? What are you? He asked, not dancing around the question. The head maid gave a little giggle in response. I am but a mere maid, master. Yeah, that's about what I figured you'd say. Next, who was your previous master? He was a very precarious man, drifting between man and beast. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Doesn't sound like a very good master to me. Did he even pay you? No, sir. The house was in shambles at the time. He let out another long stream of smoke. When on earth was she speaking of? When he had bought the property, it was a little outdated, but otherwise in good shape. If he took her at his word, that would have been at least 30 years ago. He wanted to press her further, but he knew she would just laugh and brush the question aside. So he took another puff of his cigar and asked, and who was before that? The father of 2 adorable little children. He was rarely at the house, though, so his wife, son, and daughter served as my masters. They were a noble family, and they treated me quite well. I didn't know nobility had lived here. My, you believe me, master? Oh, so you realize it sounds ridiculous, do you? I understand that it may seem somewhat unbelievable to you, yes. Well, I'm not completely taking you at your word, that's for sure. This is just a casual conversation after all, and I know we're all prone to some embellishment. So, who was before that? The sibling's grandfather. He was the man who taught me how to be an Abigail, a maid. He loved roses, and I would often go out and admire the flowers with him. Jacopo twitched at the word rose. Ooh, he feels regret for cutting down the rose garden. A reminder of a great mistake he'd made years ago. He snuck a glance at the window, closed his eyes, and whispered, "I see." "All right," he continued. "Who was before that?" "Before him was..." Her gaze drifted upward, and then a rift formed in her persona. Barely perceptible, but it didn't slip past Jacopo's notice. She still wore that eerily flawless smile, but hair-thin cracks had appeared in her jade eyes, allowing a carefully hidden murkiness to seep to the surface. For a split second, she seemed to be wearied to her core, looking out toward a faraway land she could never reach. And then it was gone just as quickly. Before him was my dearly beloved, whose return I am still awaiting. For that reason, I hesitate to call them my master. I am terribly excited for their eventual return, though. "Sounds complicated," he said. "I won't pry any further." She gave a wide smile. It was best to just leave it at that, he thought. They weren't friends. She was a maid, and he was her master. "Next question. And I don't know how I never asked you this before," Jacopo said, letting it hang in the air for a second. "What is your name?" Saying it out loud only emphasized how ridiculous a question it was. He'd had this woman in his hire for 13 years without so much as knowing her name. With every other maid, he knew their name, age, family history, and more before they even signed the contract. But her, he never had a contract for her in the first place, which was unthinkable for a man who didn't even allow himself to make the smallest of mistakes. He had no idea how he could have let this happen. The only explanation he could think of was some unnatural power, diverting his attention from it. My, you can simply call me the head maid, as you have all these years. I'm the master of the house, and I'm telling you to tell me your name," he said in his unflinching business voice, to which she gave him the same smile as ever. And then when she offered him the name she believed to be her own, the air in the room seemed to crack. "Ooh, this'll be interesting." "My name is Morgana, master." Jacopo's eyes went wide. "Ooh, this is spicy. I like this." While he wasn't as prone to shouting now as he had been in his emotionally troubled 20s, that was enough to push him over the edge. "No, it's not!" he yelled, unsure why he was so certain. "Ooh, I like this. This is cool." There was another crack in the air between them. He lurched out of his chair, the force sending it toppling to the floor. She, meanwhile, only looked mildly surprised. "No, that name does not belong to you." "Oh my. Then to whom does it belong?" She giggled. Every second he spent in the presence of that stony smile felt like a knife to the heart. By any reasonable measure, she was in the right. He had no place to deny someone else their name. But deep down, he just couldn't accept that name as belonging to the head maid. "Master, your hand." He looked down to see his fist clenched around the still-lit cigar. Oh no! The faint smell of burnt flesh rose up from it, though he didn't even feel the heat. Jacopo threw the crushed cigar to the ground. He had no idea why hearing a single name had sent him into such a frenzy, and not having an explanation only agitated him further. "I think that's quite enough conversation for one day. Please, just..." Oh, that's her. I think that's quite enough conversation for one day. Please, just call me the head maid, as you always have. Now, do excuse me, master, she said, and Jacopo could only watch in silence as she drifted out of his office. Holy shit. Jacopo's wife's bedroom was on the second floor, next to his own. Specifically, the room she had used in the early days of their marriage, a response to information shared with him by a good friend which he trusted blindly. He had moved her to the first floor. And then, still unable to trust her, he had relocated her to an entirely separate building on the property. Her room, on the second floor, had remained untouched since her disappearance. Knowing she was sensitive to sunlight, he'd had heavy, light-blocking curtains installed on the windows, and then, so the room didn't feel so gloomy, he had furnished it with white fabrics and light wooden furniture, and it was all still there. He included the room in the maid's daily cleaning duties, but many of them considered it a waste of time. So occasionally it would be neglected. In the past, he would have yelled at them for that, but now he just gave them stern reminders to do all their assigned work, which worked, though he could tell they weren't pleased. No one actually believed his wife would ever come back. After losing everything at the age of 26, he'd set out in search of his missing wife, both with his own 2 feet and by hiring private investigators to look for her all across the globe. But even after so many years, he'd had nothing to show for it. Jacopo was beginning to think himself that she would never be back. But he wouldn't give up for any reason. She had waited steadfastly for him, even after being broken mentally and spiritually, so he had an obligation to do the same. It wasn't worth much, but it was the least he could do for her, being the one responsible for hurting her so. He wished to have just one last chance to see her again and atone for all the damage he had done. That was the only thing keeping him alive, now that he had nothing else. He stood quietly in his wife's bedroom. On the desk sat her phenakistoscope, yellowed over the years. He could still see her calling it her phenakis wheel, with a gentle smile on her face. The same smile he had stolen from her and crushed under his feet. "It's a pleasure to meet you." He could hear her voice as clear as the day they had gotten married. Hers was a soft, almost musical voice, the sound of which he would never forget. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Michelle." They first met on the day of their wedding, in the waiting room. She was wearing a veil at the time, so it wasn't until they made their vows that he saw the brilliantly affectionate smile on her face. A perfect match for her name, he thought, which came from the Archangel Michael. There was no one for whom an angel's name was more appropriate, but now the pieces had come loose with the headmaid's earth-shaking proclamation, and they were coming together to form a different picture altogether. On the day Jacopo met his wife, somewhere deep down, he felt as if he had known her some time long, long ago, that he had been searching for her that entire time, and had wanted nothing more than to bask in the light of that smile once more, and he would do anything to make sure she never lost it again. He saw a vision of a forlorn graveyard he had never seen before. A young girl crouched before a makeshift headstone, turning back to look at him, her smile the same as the woman he had married. His eyes went wide and he thought he was crying, but they were perfectly dry. He had long since lost the ability to weep. Was Michelle really your name? Jacopo's soul was bound by 2 sets of chains. weighed down by two great transgressions. He could feel them both distinctly. He understood how terrible the things he had done were, and that he deserved no redemption. A few days later, Jacopo was returning from an on-site inspection and decided to pass through the garden on the way. A woman with long black hair crouched before a small flower bed, practically blending into the night. Hearing her master's footsteps, she stood up, brushed the dirt off her skirt, and then gave him an ever-flawless smile. "Good evening, master. What brings you to the garden this evening?" "I was looking for you," he said. "Oh my, you have not been yourself lately, sir. Is it love? Because I am afraid my heart already belongs to someone else." "That's not funny. My heart's already taken too. And not by you." She giggled impishly. "You are quite right, master. You would never tell the object of your affection. I was looking for you." Oh. Hey, that's your boss you're talking to. Jacopo sighed, glancing over at the flower bed. The whole area had once been a magnificent rose garden, but he had ordered it destroyed 9 years earlier. Enough time had passed that he was able to grow out of his irrational hatred of flowers, though, and so it was the head maid's efforts that had brought it back to life, though on a smaller scale for the time being. This is reminding me of when he was picking out flowers for the Midsummer Festival for Morgana, or the girls. "I apologize for what I did to the rose garden," he said, which elicited a bewildered stare from her. His gaze still averted, he continued, "You were fond of the roses too, weren't you? You mentioned coming out to look at the flowers with one of your previous masters. The nobleman, wasn't it? Now that I think about it, you were the one who looked after the garden the most as well." The head maid let his words hang in the air for a few moments, then gave him a quizzical look. What has gotten into him, she thought. But giving it a bit more consideration, she understood. He had had plenty of time to reflect on his mistakes, so perhaps an apology was not so surprising. She had grown so numb to the passage of time that she'd forgotten Jacopo was just a young businessman still getting his feet wet when they first met. So green that he had no trouble in hiring a mysterious maid who refused to talk about herself, eventually assigning her the position of head maid. Power, influence, business relationships, restless nights, constant betrayal. The pressures of the life he'd chosen had corrupted him. And then, in the wake of a great tragedy, he managed to rid himself of some of that corruption. But only after he had lost the two people to whom that change would matter most. "You need not apologize to me for anything," she said. "As a matter of fact, I bear some fault myself for failing to see the truth. I could have stopped you, master. And I could have prevented the destruction of the rose garden, too." Yeah, I remember yelling at the screen about that while it was going on. "You're just a maid," he said. "You were in no position to see anything I couldn't. LOL. I should have caught on to Maria's scheming sooner. And I should have trusted my wife. The truth, I failed to see, was not theirs. It was yours, master." "Mine?" "Yes. I failed to see the kindness and love in your heart." Jacopo glared at the smiling head maid like she just told an offensive joke. "If that were true, I wouldn't have been so obsessed with money and personal gain. I wouldn't have killed my closest friend. I wouldn't have abused my wife." "Were your monetary desires truly as selfish as you claim?" He clenched his teeth, turning away from her clear jade eyes. He felt like she was looking straight through him. You wanted the money, she said, for your homeland, your family, your friend, your beloved. Am I mistaken? Yes, you are, he spat. While it was true, he had wanted money for all those things, they were not his only motivators. He'd also wanted it for the power, to put himself on top of the world, safe from anyone who would betray him. But eventually, money and power changed from the means to the goal itself, sending him far off the path. Had he simply kept his eye on his true objective rather than obsessing endlessly over how to protect himself, he could have done more for both Maria and his wife. The head maid gave him a somewhat melancholy smile. If you so insist, master, then yes, I am mistaken. Nonetheless, it is all in the past now, and neither of us can take back the choices we made then. Precisely. He could say it was all supposed to be for his wife or Maria, but what would that accomplish? Nothing. Allegedly noble intentions didn't excuse the kind of pain he had caused. He let out a short sigh, casting all those thoughts aside. I was looking for you because I need you for something. Yes, what can I help you with? She asked. He turned his gaze toward the mansion, staring up a long, tall, abandoned tower. A tall, long, abandoned tower. It seemed almost radiant in the light of the full moon. Yeah, the tower was basically unused in that door. Come with me. When Jacopo purchased the mansion, it had already gone through repairs to bring it up to a habitable condition. There was just one area that remained conspicuously in disrepair. Initially, he was planning to have the strange, decrepit tower demolished. There was no point in having it repaired, only to sit unused. So he wanted to replace it with something actually useful, like a storeroom. Oh, the irony! Woo! But for some reason, which he still didn't understand, he could never bring himself to destroy the tower. Woo! The entrance to the tower was at the back of what he called the Second Great Hall, a mostly unused hall near the back of the property. There were rumors among the maids about strange sounds and ghosts and blood dripping from the ceiling, going as far back as when Maria was still alive. Back then, he recalled telling her it was all nonsense, and that he had no interest in you women's little ghost stories, but the truth was, something did seem off about the hall. Right, at this time, the stained glass window is no longer there, because Yukimasa broke it. Not in a frightening or unsettling way, though. Being there, he felt smothered with guilt and shackled with sorrow. So he avoided going to the Second Great Hall as much as possible. Oh, that's funny. It was like his guilt was coming in from within himself, and he's like, I don't know why the fuck I feel this way, but it's not great, you know? He hadn't even had lights installed in the hall, so stepping through the door felt like entering an entirely isolated realm of darkness. Jacopo and the head maid each carried oil lamps to light their way through the hall. At the far end stood a door not opened in countless years. Just an ordinary wooden door, though with a simple lock. Not a heavy metal one with a complicated 3-key lock. As he unlocked the door with his master key, the head maid whispered, "Why did you bring me here?" She considered following it up with, "Were you too scared to come on your own?" But she couldn't bring herself to make light of things in the tower's presence. Oh, yeah, that would affect her too, yeah. I started paying more attention to you recently, after the last maid quit. And I noticed that when you're not focused on something, you're looking towards one of two places, the former rose garden or this tower. So I thought it would be best to bring you with me when I came to see the tower. I see. The inside of the tower was as black as the abyss, even darker than the hall leading to it. The light of their 2 oil lamps revealed a long, long spiral staircase leading up. And something stirred in the long frozen heart of the head maid at the sight of that staircase. Do you remember the blood dripping down it like a waterfall? Jacopo set a foot on the first stair, pressing down on it hard in several places. It let out low creaks under his weight, but didn't seem to be in danger of breaking. That said, it was still an abandoned tower at night, and nobody knew they were here. This was a terrible idea that could go wrong at any time, and he knew it. Watching him slowly climb the stairs, the head maid's chest grew tight. For an instant, she wasn't seeing him, but someone else. They were holding her by the hand, running up and up and up, and... Why did you want to see the tower? She said, trying to bring herself back to the present. Hell if I know. She tilted her head. He almost never acted without a clear reason. All I do know is... I got the strangest feeling. I would find something about myself here. I see, she said, putting on a smile. I, too, have a strange feeling that I will find something of myself here. Climbing the decaying staircase was a long, arduous process. Every so often, they passed by a window carved out of the stone wall. The light from the moon illuminated the path before them, guiding sinner and prisoner ever upwards. After more revolutions than the head maid was able to count, the end was finally in sight. But there was one final obstacle before they could reach the door at the top. The next section of the staircase had collapsed. Oh, that's interesting. Shall we head back? The head maid asked. If they were to attempt to proceed, one of them would undoubtedly slip and take a fall straight down to hell. Surely Jacopo would realize there was no way forward and give up. But she was wrong. Leaning against the stone wall for support, he placed his right foot on what little remained of the next stair, and then he carefully guided his left foot to the next. Several slow, meticulous steps later, a chunk of stone gave out under his weight, tumbling downward into the abyss, but even that was not enough to stop his determined procession. She watched him in silence. She was not afraid that he might fall, however, because if that were to happen, that simply meant he was fated to die here. It was an insignificant detail to her. As long as she was able to wait for her beloved to return, nothing else mattered. But he made it across the collapsed region unharmed. It seemed the mansion was not ready to be rid of him just yet. He turned around, shining his oil lamp over the gap. You're free to wait there. No, no, she said. I will accompany you. She then gracefully lifted her skirt off the ground and followed the same crumbling path across the chasm he had. When she finally made it across, he gave her a smug smirk. Damn. And here I thought you were gonna float across it like a ghost. I guess you really are alive. To which she responded with a little smile. They resumed their climb, soon reaching the top level of the tower. Beyond a door, half rotten away, sat a chamber with a single window high upon the wall. Through it shone a pillar of moonlight. 2 of them entered the chamber, proceeding to the center of the room. The air inside was far colder than the autumn night they had left behind. It chilled them both to their bones, to their souls. Jacopo stood in place, gazing up at the window for some time. Then he walked up to the stone wall, dropping to his knees in front of what appeared to be like nothing at all. He traced the irregular surface with his fingers, his hands slowly forming into a fist and dropping lifelessly to the hard floor. She could hardly see a trace of the powerful, wealthy businessman he was in that slouched form. He seemed so much smaller, on the verge of withering away. Did you find that something about yourself here? She asked, her voice carrying weld in the cold, empty chamber. Yeah, he said, his voice shaking. There was far more contained in that single syllable than she could ever hope to discern. For a moment, she thought he was crying. But from the glimpse she caught of his face, his eyes were dry, though he looked pale as a ghost. She stepped towards him, gently placing her hand upon his back. And then she spoke, breaking her personal vow to remain an observer. If you wish to end your life here, I can offer you my hand. The man spun around to face her. There was neither anger nor surprise in his eyes, though. Why would you say that? I do not know, she said. Seeing you there, on your knees, the words simply came out. I felt as though that was what you wanted. She lowered herself to her knees as well, so their eyes were at the same level. He flinched, but did not avert his gaze from hers. You're right, he muttered, barely audible. There was a time when I did want that. A long, long time ago. But still, I descended those stairs. I couldn't let myself just toss aside what I had sacrificed everything to attain. Even knowing there was only suffering to be found at the bottom. That's exactly why I had to own it. Just like I have to own my mistakes now. I see. Then I shall observe and see where this path takes you. Ah, what a wretched man, she thought, smiling. She was an experienced enough maid to know to keep that thought to herself, though. And she herself was a wretched woman who had wanted to die alongside her love at the top of this very tower. But in her broken mind, those memories had been transformed into a fairy tale. The full moon had begun its descent by the time they left the cold chamber. At the collapsed section of the stairs, Jacopo crossed first, as he had going up. The head maid then made to follow after him, but was instead greeted to his hand extended across the gap. Oh! Wow, they really had a moment. But it didn't stick enough with the maid for him to say anything, for her to say much positive about him. She tilted her head. Obviously, he was offering her assistance in the crossing. But she had made it over with no difficulty the first time, so she couldn't understand why. Not to mention, the master of the house had no obligation to help a lowly maid. But bathed in the glow of the moon, her hand stretched out to take his, before she realized what happened. They had both lost those they cared about the most. And when their fingers touched, he saw a bright, spirited young woman with an infectious smile. And he saw a kind-hearted, and sometimes sarcastic young man. Giselle and the slave, vestiges of their long forgotten selves, bursting forth for the tiniest, most insignificant of moments. Michelle, to tell you the truth, I wanted nothing more than to descend these stairs with you, hand in hand. Morgana, to tell you the truth, I wanted nothing more than to go back to those days when I could still take your hand. By the time the head maid had made it across the collapsed stairs, the shadows of their old selves had disappeared without a trace. Only the maid, who always wore a smile, and the forlorn businessman remained there in the tower. A faint connection had formed between them, though, a shared isolation, an emptiness, an empathy, as similarly damaged souls. But that too would fade in time. Their connection is fleeting as an autumn night, with him leading the way and her following behind. They descended the spiral staircase together. "And what about you?" he asked. "Were you able to find that something about yourself here?" "Yes," she said. "I believe I did. But I fear it will slip through my fingers again before long. You never struck me as the forgetful type. I have been for some time. I have no room for new memories anymore." "Well, that's probably for the best," he said. It would be best if you forgot what you found here as well." "Not a chance." My, she said, "you are quite the intractable one." "I could say the same about you." "Say, Master." "What is it?" "I want to tell you something, before I forget the things I felt tonight." "Yeah?" "I was not terribly fond of you when we first met." "Ha! Sounds about right." "But that is not true any longer." "Is that so?" "It is." "The truth is, I thought you were creepy at hell at first. Didn't even want to look at you." "That sounds about right." "But that's not the case anymore." "Is that so?" "Yeah, it is." That was so good! Oh my god, that was so good! So what's part 2 gonna be like? Oh my god, that was so good. But like... oh my god. Holy F. Holy F. Anyway. I don't see anything that looks like the 7th layer Danny mentioned in here, which is a shame. You'd think this would be complete. I think I'm gonna read this number 2, Pain, and maybe call it a night. Or call it forever. But first I need to take a little break. So I'll be right back, okay? That was so good though. Story time! Alright, be right back. All right. I'm back. Are you guys ready for one last story before we put Fata Morgana to bed? I know I'm not going to be able to reach any of these. Danny, if you know of any that are really good, let me know and maybe I can squeeze that in there. But otherwise, these are the stories if you know any of these. But either way, we'll continue on since part 1, Lost, was so freaking good. All right, I read Slow Killing Poison, Defectives, Paintings, Ramblings, Revenant's Dream, Lost. I'm about to read Pain. I read Silent Night, Lonely Night. I have not read Boy Meets Girl. I read Scarlet in the Coffee House. I have not read Ghost of an Excuse. I have not read Eternal Messier. I have not read these two. I have not read The Ghost of Rose Manor. I have read The Not So Little Mermaid. And I have not read any of these. Boy Meets Girl, that's a good one. Okay. So I'll do Pain and then finish it up with Boy Meets Girl. Do you think Boy Meets Girl is a good one to end on? Or what do you think is a good one to end on, since this is our grand finale? Yes? All right, I'll trust you. So we're gonna read Pain, and then Boy Meets Girl. All right, let's go. Two, Pain. Beyond ending 4, a moment of hesitation. Wait! I haven't gotten this ending, right? How do I check? Oh, shit. I can just start this back up again. How do I check my endings? Ending list. Have I gotten 4? No. Damn it. All right. Maybe I should skip that one and just do Boy Meets Girl. I guess I still have a little more to finish, huh? I haven't 100%ed this game. But it's one of the best endings. That's probably the one that Enrique was trying to guide me towards, and then I fucking skipped it. Or is that you? Was that you? And I freaking skipped it. Ah. All right. Yes, I know, I know. Can I skip through this? Oh, I can. A little bit. Oh. All right, here we go. The grand finale of Fata Morgana on this channel. Boy Meets Girl. Unless it's really short, then I'll figure out something else. Boy Meets Girl. Michel was bored out of his mind. It's a long one? All right, good, good. His family had always been very overprotective. At the age of 10, he was still afforded a lot of freedom. He wasn't quite old enough to have to start acting like an adult yet, and in light of what fate had in store for him much later, this would turn out to be one of the happier periods of his life. Even as a child, Michel understood his place within the Bollinger family. He was obedient and did his best not to step on anyone else's toes. But bottling up his desires for so long put them at the risk of blowing up. Especially on days like this, where there was an opening. His mother, who had said, "Listen to your mother," as though it were part of her breathing, just so happened to be out of the house. So he wanted to do something different, to let out all of his pent-up boredom. He wanted to make this into a day he would remember. And since his mother had taken many of the servants with her, there was no one to get on his case if he acted out a bit. However, he had no idea what to do with his newfound free time. It was just drifting past him, every passing moment, another moment wasted. I'll just have to ask Georget. He may have been a precocious child, but Michel was still a child nonetheless. And he genuinely believed his brother would have some idea of what to do. If his oldest brother, Didier, had been around, Michel could have gone to play chess with him or watched him train, but regrettably only his eccentric middle brother was home. 10 days earlier, Georget had proclaimed he was going to paint a masterpiece. Michel hadn't seen him since. Maybe he was dead. That would kind of suck. Michel didn't want to have to deal with reporting a body. Though in all seriousness, his brother was probably just in his special place and had lost track of time. I want to know what the fucking Georget Mind Palace looks like. Michel made his way to his brother's room, a process that would usually involve running into a half-dozen servants, but today, the Boulanger estate was quiet as a graveyard. He felt like humming as he walked through the corridors, but couldn't think of any songs. If only he wasn't so ignorant about the arts and recreation, maybe he wouldn't be such a horribly boring person. Oh, Michel. But today, Michel wasn't in the mood for those kind of depressing thoughts. He stood before the door to his brother's room, knocked timidly, and then let himself in. "Hey, Georget, do you have..." he said, but he was unable to finish the sentence. His brother was splayed out on the floor like a corpse. He really had found a body. Michel stood in the doorway, frozen and useless, like one of his brother's sculptures. The air in the room was stale from having been closed for so long. Georget! After several long minutes, Michel was finally able to use his voice again. He ran over to the body and dropped to his knees, shaking his brother's shoulders on the verge of tears. This was his punishment for saying it would suck to have to deal with a dead body. "Georget, please come back to me. What happened?" The corpse lurched forward, causing a breeze that stunk of paint. Michel shuffled backwards on his knees, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of his chest. Georget gazed stupidly at his in-progress painting, heaving a heavy sigh. Are you okay, Georget? Maybe you should get some rest." "Oh, didn't see you there, Michel." Michel wanted to disappear. He felt like an idiot for getting so worked up over someone only having to have them see straight past him. "That's all you have to say after worrying me like that?" "Huh? I was just sleeping. Nothing to worry about." "Your bed is for sleeping, not the floor." Georget chortled. "Did you need something?" "Oh, yes," Michel said. "Mother and most of the servants are out of the house for the day." "There's some kind of trouble?" No trouble." Georget tilted his head until it was almost horizontal. A few moments later, he clapped loudly and said, "Aha! So you're bored!" He was right, but Michel couldn't bring himself to just say, "Yes, I'm bored, please give me attention." So he averted his eyes and said instead, "I would not say I'm bored, but it's just so rare for the house to be so empty, and I..." Georget chuckled. "You're right," he said with an impish smirk. Michel braced himself, fearing his brother was going to tease him. "We all need a change of pace every once in a while." some real excitement to mix things up. I've been running short on inspiration these last few days, too. So he was not ready for what his brother said instead. Let's go out on the town, Georges proclaimed, at which Michel went positively bug-eyed. Now, this is a point that bears repeating. Michel's family was very overprotective of him, in part because he was so sensitive to the sun, but mostly because he was a quote-unquote daughter of noble blood. He wasn't a vampire, so the sun wouldn't kill him, but because of the circumstances of his birth, he was almost never allowed to go into the city. If he was lucky, he got to go down once a year, but always for some kind of business. The city was like a giant cave filled with gold and jewels, but being guarded by a big, ferocious, poisonous dragon, and he could only ever see a little bit of it. So he was thrilled. So much so that he had been raised with fewer hawks watching him. He probably would have broken into dance. And maybe even a musical number. But he knew how to restrain himself, and restrain himself he did. When they arrived at the capital's central district, it was much busier than Michel had expected. There were people everywhere, going every which way, doing everything and anything and even more. Someone was shouting from a shop, trying to attract customers. Oh! I have a feeling I know what's coming. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. Woo! Exciting, exciting. Their voice was rough and deep and loud, nothing like the quietly refined voices of everyone at home. A cat sat perched atop a barrel, covered in filth, glaring at Michel with eyes that seemed to glow. His mother would probably hate this. Her anxiety was too strong. She would say it was too loud and unrefined, refusing to even set foot here. But Michel thought there was beauty specifically in the discord. Georges laughed merrily at the sight of Michel looking around in wonder. Looks like we're in for even more excitement than we bargained for, Georges exclaimed. Is it not safe here in the city? Oh, heck no, it ain't. You let your guard down for 3 seconds and you're dead meat. Don't listen to anyone who says they have something good for you. Hear me? 9 times out of 10, they're gonna toss you in a big black cauldron and eat you right up. That's just how it is in the big city. What? Michel went pale as a ghost, and 3 seconds later, Georges burst out laughing. Yeah, Danny, you know, I know, I have a feeling what's gonna happen, and it's gonna be, okay. He'd been tricked. Michel flushed bright red. His cheeks were getting quite a workout today. If there's anyone I shouldn't listen to, it's you, Georges. I ain't lying. Just playing a little joke, that's all. Only a little kid would fall for that. One of these days, Michel was gonna get Georges back, beat him at his own game. This, his brother said, giving him a quick wink. This is the excitement I was talking about. He placed an outstretched finger on Michel's chest, right above his heart, and pushed gently. There's gonna be some real fireworks if anyone realizes who you are. He was right. Michel's mother would tear his head off if she found out her daughter was wandering around town in commoner's clothing. He wore a battered brown robe instead of an elaborate dress, and his hair was tied up and hidden inside a hat. Oh, cute! I want to see this. At a glance, no one would clock him as a noble girl, but he still felt too awkward and out of place, and people were more likely to notice that. Georges, meanwhile, had done this before, and he really owned the commoner look. If Michel didn't know better, he would think his brother was a traveling troubadour or something. You really are a strange man, Georges. You're just now figuring that out, kid. No, just... That's part of my charm. One day, I hope one day I can be as confident as you. Georget was probably the only person in that house who considered trouble fun. If Michelle had asked one of the servants to help them sneak into the city, they would have certainly taken off running, shouting about how they didn't want to lose their head. As a bowling shay himself, Georget would likely be allowed to keep his head, but even he wouldn't get off scot-free for this. Michelle was glad he had Georget here with him. He didn't say that, though. Partly from embarrassment, and partly because he knew he'd be teased for it. So, where should we go? Want to hit the pub, grab some cheap booze, and toss silver at the bard? Maybe we should ease into things. That's a lot to start with. It's not like I'm taking you to a monster's den. Just relax, it'll be fun. A pub is still no place for children. Come on, I might be a dunce, but I'm not dumb enough to take you to some seedy back alley joint. Most of the pubs along the main road are basically restaurants during the day. Some even have inns in them. There'll be lots of very nice people, if you say so. Michelle was less comforted and more terrified at the prospect of there being lots of people, but part of him was still interested. Not to mention he wouldn't be going alone, so he gave a hesitant nod. If you're scared, you can always hold my hand, Georget said. Forward march, my young soldier, follow my lead. Michelle wasn't happy about his sprightly, airheaded brother playing him like a fiddle, but this was a battle his pride couldn't win. Holding onto his brother's pant leg, oh, that's cute. They set off down the bustling street together. They're so cute. What? But not for long. Uh-oh. Michelle stood flummoxed in the middle of the street. He looked left. No Georget. Right. No Georget. Had he gotten lost? No way. He had been right there just moments ago. There were just too many people around and he lost sight of his brother for a second. He wasn't lost yet. Michelle was better than that. He would never get lost. But his pride couldn't change reality. They were on their way to the pub when Georget had run into a girl he knew and started talking. It didn't seem like they were going to finish anytime soon, and so Michelle had decided to wander around and explore the area. One thing led to another, and now he'd completely lost sight of his brother. Refusing to accept that he was lost, Michelle started chasing after people the same height and build as Georget. When one turned out to be wrong, he went after another, and another, and before he knew it, he was well off the main road with no idea how to get back. This area was much quieter than the main street. Not being familiar with cities, Michelle couldn't tell if it was the good kind of quiet or a bad one, though. Maybe he just wandered from the trade district to the residential one, or maybe he'd ended up in some back alley where no one could hear him scream. If the latter, he needed to get out of there, and fast! Back alleys were the homes of ruffians and other unseemly types, after all. And who knew what they would do if they found out he was a noble? That, compounded with the fact that he was too shy to ask for help and too self-conscious to let himself be seen crying or even shaking, left him stuck there, just biting his lip. Why did none of my books say what to do when you got lost? And soon enough, he was directing his frustration at innocent bystanders, but then he caught sight of a stout woman around his mother age watching him intently. 9 times out of 10, they're gonna toss you in a big black cauldron and eat you right up! Georget's words played back in Michelle's mind. He knew it was a lie, and the woman appeared rather friendly and not at all like a child-devouring witch, but Michelle was all alone right now, so everyone seemed dangerous. He was like a high-strung cat. Michelle glared back at the woman, so she knew he wouldn't go down without a fight. And as soon as they locked eyes, she spoke. He couldn't make any sense of what she said, though. My, look at you two little sweethearts, shopping together? You're so grown up. What? 2 little sweethearts? Was she trying to disorient him by spouting nonsense so she could kidnap him while his guard was down and demand a ransom from his family? Hey, mister, came a voice as something tugged on his robe. He spun around to find a small girl, looking up at him and sucking her thumb. Ooh! Evidently the source of the voice. Who are you? Who are you? She asked. No, who are you? He stared at her flummoxed for the second time that day. My daddy got lost, the girl said. I think you mean you got lost. Are you lost too, mister? No, it's my brother who's lost. We're the same. My situation is nowhere near as bad as yours, thank you. Michelle listened to what the girl had to say, doing his best not to explode at her. She was apparently 3 years old and had gotten separated from her father while out shopping. Now, if this is who I think it is, then Michelle should be 9. 8. 8. 8 or 9, something like that. His hands were full enough trying to figure out what to do with himself. The last thing he... 10? Alright. I guess I lost track of how old Michelle was. Michelle listened to what the girl had to say. Oh wait! No, I forgot. There is a whole year that'll wait. Not 9. Okay. I'm right? Alright. 9. His hands were full enough trying to figure out what to do with himself. The last thing he needed was to have to look after a lost toddler on top of that. He should really have asked the woman for help as soon as he noticed her, but by the time he'd collected himself to do anything, she'd already said goodbye and disappeared. Unable to find her again, Michelle was stuck dealing with the calamity all on his own. He couldn't just leave her there either, as much as he didn't want to deal with it. He was the older one here, and he had to set a good example for her. So Michelle bent down to match the girl's eye level and said, "Let's get you home. I'll help you find it." Can you remember anything near your home that might help us find it? Michelle asked. The girl ummed and for several minutes before shouting, "Oh, I do! Perfect, what is it?" Maybe this whole lost kid ordeal would be over sooner than expected. He let out a sigh of relief. "A brown cat!" Which immediately turned into a sigh of disappointment. "Cats move," Michelle said. "It has really mean eyes." "Oh, forget about the cat already. Can you think of anything that doesn't move? You saw a mean-looking cat." I know. Monsieur Casimir is always, sitting outside. No people either. Oh, why not? He never ever moves from his favorite spot. I need something easier to find, like a building or something. Oh, lots of buildings, the girl exclaimed. The lady next door has a big flower garden. They're really pretty and red. Not like that. No one's gonna know about your neighbor's flower garden. It has to be something big that anyone would... Michelle realized he was getting genuinely angry and stopped himself there. The girl's eyes had gotten wide and watery, and it looked like the dam could burst at any second. He closed his eyes and shook his head, disappointed in himself. Here he was, getting mad at a 3-year-old girl who was just doing her best to answer his questions. "Are you mad at me?" she asked. "No, I'm not mad at you." Michelle took a deep breath, letting it out slowly to release some of his frustration. He needed to adjust his expectations. She was just a little kid, and she wasn't always going to know the right thing to say. What am I supposed to do then? He'd been raised in almost complete isolation from the world, with only adults around to interact with. Even his brothers were a good deal older than him, so he'd never been in a situation where there were so many barriers to communication. And he was utterly clueless on how to handle it. Would he actually even be able to help the girl get home? "Gems!" the girl said out of nowhere, interrupting Michelle's train of thought. She reached her soft, pudgy little hand up and patted his cheek right beneath his eye. "Oh, this is so cute! So cute!" At which he froze, dumbstruck. 1 second, she was on the verge of tears. The next, her eyes were glimmering inquisitively. What was she even talking about? Where did gems come from? Your eyes, dummy. This is just how little kids are, I guess. Says a little kid. I wonder if I was like this at her age, too. Do your eyes hurt? She asked. Huh? Why would they? Because you've got gems in them. Oh, so that's what she meant. His red eyes. Michelle understood now, but he wasn't very thrilled about the topic. He didn't like the color of his eyes or his hair or his skin. It was all because of them that he had to be holed up his whole life. That's just what the color of my eyes are. There are no gems in them, and it doesn't hurt. Wow, they're so pretty. Pretty. Michelle blushed a little at the compliment, despite thinking just moments ago he would rather talk about literally anything else. He received compliments on his eyes often enough from his mother and the servants, but this was the first time one had ever felt genuine, with nothing behind it. When his mother said his eyes were pretty, she was envisioning him as an angel sent down to earth. When the servants did it, it was because of their status. They were never saying it about him and only him. But the girl, she was. There was no jealousy or pity or scorn or anything else to her words. She was simply excited about the eyes she thought were pretty. I think normal eyes are much prettier myself, he said, without a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Okay, let's go somewhere where there's more people to start with, he continued. Michelle stood up, hesitated for a few moments, then extended his hand. Do not let go of his hand! The girl grabbed it excitedly, which made him feel like he was the only one anxious about the whole thing. I'll come with you, mister. You need someone to help you find your brother. You're the one who's lost, remember? Wait, mister? Right? Oh, that's not the first time she said that. It's only now sinking in. Michelle just now realized that she had been calling him mister this whole time. He'd forgotten that Georget had dressed him up like a boy, saying it was safer that way. How was he supposed to feel in this situation? Upset that she'd guessed wrong? Embarrassed? Ashamed of himself for deceiving her? The emotion that welled up in his chest was none of those, though. Instead, Michelle felt something that seemed entirely inexplicable at the time. A mixture of joy and pride at someone finally acknowledging him for who he was. Oh my God! A faint smile spread across his face. Yes, I'm a boy, he said, letting each word linger on his lips. Oh, Michelle! It felt so much better than any comment about his eyes. They wound their way down the streets, Michelle occasionally working up the courage to ask someone for directions, and after repeating the process several times, they finally made it back onto the main road. Michelle wasn't sure if it was the same road where he had gotten separated from Georget, though. The capital was massive, and it seemed like every other street was called Main Street. As they stepped out into the throng, the clock struck noon. The pealing of the bell brought with it another wave of people. They looked to be artisans of all sorts, heading out for their lunch breaks. Apparently the main street collected a bunch of workshops on it. The artisans were all big men with even bigger arms. Their profession was making things by hand, and so you had to be well built to do the job well. Michelle found himself enchanted by the parade of muscles, following each one with his eyes as they passed by. Do you want to be like them, mister? I don't know. I haven't really thought about my future much. Michelle grimaced. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but that he didn't want to. He knew all too well that he could never be an artisan, or a knight, or even a painter. I kind of want to be a craftsman, the girl said. They can make anything they want. Girls can't be craftsmen. Why not? Well, that was just how the world worked. Those were the rules, and you had to follow them. End of story. Michelle was only 10. Oh, there we go, 10. And he knew that. It might be because of their birthdays or the time of year it is that he's 10 and she's 3. So you were right, Danny. He knew what a girl's role was, and soon enough, she would come to know that as well. You were right, yeah. That growing up meant giving up on your dreams. I'm not sure, actually. At first, he just didn't want to shatter a 3-year-old girl's hopes. But the more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied he felt with the system, too. Why didn't he get to choose how to live his own life? Why did he have to be stuck on this dark and narrow road his whole life? What would you want to make as a craftsman? Michelle asked to take his mind off his own dead-end future. The girl's eyes lit up. Oh, leather sandals and bags, she proclaimed. That's quite practical. He had assumed she would say something more cute and frivolous like toys or sweets, or even something completely outrageous like the stars. So we can put them out. Put them out? Not put them on? Wait, does your family run a shop? Yeah. Okay, so she was the daughter of a merchant, which meant they were probably close. The artisans' workshops and the merchant shops were likely to be set up near one another. Michelle looked down to ask if she recognized anything in the area, but before he could, she shouted, "Ah!" and let go of his hand, dashing into the bustling street. Hey, wait! If he lost sight of her now, he would probably never find the girl again, so he ran off after her, slamming into a large, muscular man only a few seconds later. "Watch it!" the man shouted, his voice so powerful Michelle thought it might send him flying. His gut tightened. No one had ever yelled at him like that before, but he wasn't going to stop just because he got a little scared. He'd only met the girl earlier that day, and he didn't even know her name. But he was determined to get her back to her parents. Giving up now wasn't an option for him. The girl weaved through the crowds effortlessly, like a sprite out of a story. Meanwhile, Michelle was crashing into people every few steps and was beginning to fear he might actually be making negative progress. Ah! At long last, he made it through the river of people and caught sight of her again. But what he saw made his jaw drop. She charged at an older man, latching onto his leg. The man looked down at her. His Stella, come on! His eyes narrowed as if he was frowning, or about to start crying. He was very clearly the girl's father. In addition to his relief at their reunion, he also found himself surprised at the father's reaction. His only image of a father was a strict and impassive man, not someone who would show so much concern and compassion for his daughter. His father cared more about putting on an appearance of strength than showing love for his family. He would certainly never cry over one of his kids. That would make him look weak. And Michelle had always thought that's just how fathers were. But there was nothing weak about the girl's father being so happy to have her back. "Are you the one who found my little pumpkin?" Her father walked over to where Michelle was standing, grabbed both of his hands and shook them up and down enthusiastically. "Thank you ever so much. I just had about a heart attack when she was gone. Oh, I'm so glad she's safe," he said, and then kept going and going until Michelle's arms felt like his arms were going to come off. You're welcome. That's enough." When the man finally let go, Michelle's arms had gone numb. "I'm ever so sorry," he said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I got too excited." The girl, hanging off her father's leg like a koala, "Oh, so cute," said, "Don't get lost anymore, Daddy." "You're the one who got lost, Pumpkin," he said with a sigh, but he was too relieved to be angry at her, and his frown turned right upside down. Michelle let out a satisfied sigh at the sight of them. He'd completed his mission successfully, despite the trouble he'd run into along the way, and everything was all back to normal now. "So did you bring her here all by yourself?" the man asked. Everything was all back to normal, in the sense that he was finally back at square one. He had his own original problem. He still had his original problem to deal with. I was here with my brother, he said timidly, but we got split up. See, I knew you were lost, mister, the girl said. He wanted to say he knew exactly where he was, but he knew an adult would see right through him. So he stared down at his feet in shame, at which her father let out a hearty laugh and set a hand on his head. I'll help you find your brother then. He's probably having a heart attack right about now, too. He's not worried, Michelle said under his breath, but secretly he hoped the girl's father was right. Michelle told the girl's dad they were going to a pub on the main street, and just a few minutes later, they were standing across the street from it. It was amazing how much quicker it was when you had someone who knew the area show you the way, and it made Michelle feel that much worse about all the time he spent wandering through the back streets. Like Georget had said, the pub acted as a restaurant during the day, and it was packed to brim with men on their lunch breaks. Eating had always been a quiet affair in Michelle's life, so this was a brand new experience for him. It felt like he'd come to a festival. Before long, they caught sight of a man pacing back and forth in front of the building. It was his brother, Georget. And when he spotted Michelle, he frantically ran over, shouting, Michelle! So frantically, in fact, he tripped over his own feet and face planted halfway there. But the bigger a fool Georget made of himself, the happier it made Michelle. What'd I tell you? The girl's father said, patting him on his shoulder. Georget? Yeah? After things had settled down and they parted ways with the girl and her father, Georget and Michelle sat down for a late lunch. It was a very primitive meal, consisting of thin pieces of torn meat placed on slices of bread and eaten with only your hands. Michelle was having a great deal of difficulty with it. Were you worried about me? He said, trying to be as casual as possible. Georget took a swig of some watery wine to wash down what he had in his mouth and then pounded his chest a few times. He swallowed, opened his mouth, and let out an impressively colossal belch. Michelle had never seen his brother act so unrefined, but apparently that kind of behavior was allowed here. It seemed to even be the norm. The heck you talking about, kid? Of course I was. I was just about had a heart attack when I saw you were gone. That was more excitement than he signed up for, huh? Mother would be very unhappy with you. I mean, yeah, I don't want to go through another one of her lectures, Georget said with a strained laugh. He looked softer and more affectionate than his usual vivacious self. Mostly, I was scared something would happen to you, Michelle. Michelle's hand froze in midair, holding a piece of the meat on bread thing. I thought you would just laugh it off if you lost me, honestly. What do you think I am, some kind of cold-hearted monster? I'm just joking, Michelle said, sneaking a peek at his brother's pouting face over his meat. He wanted to give a nice, hearty laugh, but the most he could manage was a restrained smile. And for a child who didn't smile much at all, he'd done quite a bit of that today. Hey, Georget? Yeah? I'm sorry for disappearing on you like that. Georget's jaw dropped. Well, I'll be damned! I never thought I'd hear you apologize for anything, Michelle. What do you think I am? Some kind of emotionless hobgoblin? I'm just pulling your leg. I'm sorry for not keeping a better eye on you, too. Maybe if you weren't so busy looking at every single girl we walked past, that wouldn't have been a problem. Come on, don't twist the knife. That's where we're supposed to hug and say, yeah, we both messed up. Georget put his face in his hands and faked crying for a few seconds. And then when he looked up again, he had a big smile on his face. Oh! Yay! Kiwi! Thank you so much for the raid. Wow, wow! Oh my goodness! Wow! You sure gave it a good time. This is the very last stream. I'm going to be doing this visual novel, and we're ending it with this, yes, welcome raiders. Thank you so much. We're ending it with this, lighthearted story about how the main character actually met the love of his life when he was a little kid and had no idea. Kiwi, how was your stream? What were you doing? Oh, I love your little froggies. So kind. Thank you so much for raiding on this special day. It was good. You were needle felting a little strawberry bear and a little bat. Ooh, yay, needle felting. I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check out your VOD. I'm gonna be needle felting tomorrow. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm gonna make though. Like, should be something autumnal, you know? Got any ideas? I was like throwing around an idea of like making deerlings, but now I'm like, maybe I should just make a pumpkin. Some kind of plant. Or maybe a squash. I know I want to make something round. I have no idea what. I gotta figure it out by tomorrow. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. You made a pumpkin man? A pumpkin man would be cool. All I'm imagining is that guy on local news with the pumpkin head and like the black bodysuit dancing to Ghostbusters. You know what I'm talking about? I could make a chibi of him. That sounds kind of fun, actually. I'll have to think about it. Something cute like that. Slimer. I could needle felt Slimer. But no, I always have to go super ambitious, right? So I would have to instead needle felt like, Gozer, right? Just kidding. Anyway, I was reading this story. I suppose I should continue on, but I super appreciate it, Kiwi. It's so cool. Thank you, thank you. Georges put his face in his hand and faked crying for a few seconds, and when he looked up again, he had a big smile on his face, which put a little bit of one on Michelle's as well. His father would never panic like that, no matter what happened to Michelle. He was too concerned about appearances. But his brother was different. Georges got scared for him, almost cried for him, panicked so much he made a complete fool of himself. And that was enough. Michelle didn't have to be jealous of the girl and her father. His family loved him too. And he was happy he'd had the chance to see so for himself. Hey, Georges? Yeah? Let's do this again sometime. Heck yeah! Next time Mom and Dad and our big scary brother are out, let's go! It was extremely rare that they were all out of the house at the same time, so it was possible there would never be a next time. But Michelle still dreamed of the day it would happen. Even if it was a few years from now, as long as this wasn't the last time, he would be happy. But of course, Michelle's life is never happy, and so it never happens again, right? And when he came back, he would go see that girl again. You will see her again! He'd go find her family shop and see if there was a pair of leather sandals and a bag for sale. He'd buy them. And then he'd ask the girl what her name was. Would she even remember him in a few years? Would he even remember her in a few years? In all likelihood, neither of them would remember this day, but a little dream didn't hurt anyone. He could still feel her soft hand in his. Don't let go of her hand! Ah! And he could still see her big, inquisitive eyes, like two little balls of glimmering jade. So good! Thank you for telling me to... Oh, you're getting foods? Oh, good, good, good. Oh, thank you so much for telling me to read that. Diddy! You're right. That was a great place to stop. Oh, they met when they were little kids. Oh, and that was such a good ending too. Ooh. And like, in case you hadn't figured it out by now that this little girl is Giselle, it's like giving you the biggest hint they could figure. So anyway, thank you guys very much. Thank you, Raiders, very much for showing up. For being here. Those of you who are still sticking around. This game is called The House in Fata Morgana, the Dream of the Revenants edition. And so, it's a visual novel that's kind of like, it kind of disguises itself at first as like gothic horror, spooky period, Victorian-esque, spooky mansion story, like something Edgar Allan Poe would come up with or something. But that's kind of the facade. And as you get in deeper and deeper, because it is a full-length visual novel, you start to peel back the layers and find out it is this like story that spans 1,000 years and encompasses like some of the worst things that could possibly happen to someone, and then like the very long oh yeah, I will do that. It's just that I gotta get that ending on my own so I understand it, you know. So I'm definitely have not 100% of this game. I'm gonna do it on my own. But anyway, I have been streaming this game for weeks, and today I can finally say I've gotten through the main stuff, which is The House in Fata Morgana is the main game. A Requiem for Innocence is a prequel, but really should be played after the first one. And then Reincarnation, has a completely different look, as you can see, and completely different vibe, as you can see, but is honestly the grand finale, and is after Requiem for Innocence and House in Fata Morgana. So if anything, this is kind of like a trilogy. But the main game is the longest and can probably be played on its own, and also has multiple endings and is the most sophisticated and things like that. And these are, if anything, are like glorified spin-offs, but still, I'd like to think of it as a trilogy. These three tell one continuous story, I feel like, and then so we got through Reincarnation earlier today, which I felt like was the grand finale, and I was crying. I had tears everywhere. And so we were looking at short stories, which was a bunch of extra little things, and so I was just... Oh, that's why you didn't show up, because you haven't played Reincarnation yet. You gotta. It's so good. Yeah, Danny. Totally come bug me about it when you read it. It's so good. It may seem a little boring at first, but it's like, it's worth it. So yeah, I highly recommend this game, although I would have to warn that content warning for like everything. There's like, they don't hold back on anything, really. Like, lots of people, like very detailed descriptions of, people getting tortured, like assault. It's not one of those visual novels where there's like H scenes, or it doesn't get that not safe for work. The topics are discussed, but there's no scenes like that, so you don't have to worry about that, at least. But everything else you can possibly think of, doesn't hold back, right? So I'm trying to skip through this so I don't spoil you guys too badly if you guys want to read this. And so yeah, maybe I shouldn't have gone this far. No, I'm like smashing the button like, don't look at this, don't look at this, don't look at this. So anyway, oh wait, let me look at extras. What's here? Ooh, hell yeah. All right. So here's some art. This game has beautiful art. So, this will help show it off, right? And this is actually pretty old art. Like, it gets even prettier as it goes on. Spoilers, yeah. Let me try to find some that aren't so spoilery. Like, this is really pretty, right? Not spoilery. So yeah, this is a lovely game. And, but also, it is an experience, man. Like, we were just saying earlier when I was finishing Reincarnation, it is like the highest highs and the lowest lows. It brings you down to like the pits of hell, up to heaven. But it's a very long, kind of arduous journey. You're like ice picking your way from the deepest pits of hell to finally get to that heaven part. Oh my goodness, it is a journey. So if you want to sink your teeth into something that may destroy your soul, but you like stories with a lot of meat to them, and this might be a good one for you. The House in Fata Morgana. And there's a lot of I'm a bit of a history buff, so I was able to also enjoy like how well researched it is, because it takes place during several different time periods over nearly 1,000 years. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's true, I know about that. I didn't know about that. Like at the end there, I didn't know that what was it? That, oh my god, it's leaving my mind now, but there was a couple things that happened earlier where I was like, yeah, this game has good catharsis. I mean, I was crying earlier, you know? For sure. What was I thinking of? Right. This was a bit before the raid, but... Oh god. No, I just lost it, damn it. Alright, anyway. It's very well researched. There were things I learned about history, so you can even say this game's a little educational. But they don't, the English localization, I also have to say, is incredible. But, they also don't want to make it inaccessible, so they make really good choices, interesting choices, like you don't have to be able to read Shakespeare in order to read the parts of the visual novel that are in really old times or anything like that. They talk in a pretty general, modern-ish way, no matter what time period it is, so kind of unifies it all. You always wondered what year Morgana's life was. I'm pretty sure it was a few decades before Michelle's, so... Let's see if I can find that in, Does this say when the dates are? Yeah, it does. Okay. So this is gonna be a little spoilery. Close your... Oh, wait, no. Oh, here we go. This isn't spoilery. All right, 1099. So I think her time, I think, is some decades before this. So 10-something. 10-something. Just earlier than 99 is when I believe Morgana's life was. But it's still a little vague, for sure. That's like the one thing they didn't describe with excruciating detail, right? Anyway, this is the end of a journey. My last House of Fata Morgana stream. There's definitely some more I can squeeze out of this game, and I'll probably play more off stream, but wow. I read and voice acted this whole game. It was crazy. I had to like make so much tea with honey. And if you guys want to follow along, I've uploaded all of these VODs to YouTube, which should be in my little description below if you ever want to follow along, and or get the game yourself, even better, you know, support the game and everything. I will be, my spooky stream isn't going to be scary per se, but starting next week I'm going to start playing Okage Shadow King, which is kind of it's an old RPG from 2001 that kind of looks like it was inspired by The Nightmare Before Christmas, so it's vaguely spooky enough to be an October game. And it's also very funny, so it'll be a complete whiplash from this game that's so dead serious to a game that is like not meant to be taken seriously at all. So hopefully that's not too whiplash and is instead a relief. Anyway, tomorrow I'm gonna be needle felting, like I said to Kiwi, needle felting something. So if you guys enjoyed Kiwi's needle felting today, you're more than welcome to watch me tomorrow. My schedule is also available on my page that I am going to be starting at noon Pacific USA time, but my schedule on Twitch should translate the time to your time zone. So yeah. And then on Sunday, if any of you are Final Fantasy XIV fans, I do a Final Fantasy XIV lore stream every Sunday, where I'm like very slowly going through the main story quests and the side quests and the crafting quests and the job quests, the class quests, to show everything from a lore perspective and show people who've never played 14 before or who have before, tell them stuff they don't know, as well as voice act it meticulously like I did this frickin' game. But I've been having fun, yeah, so you guys are more than welcome to come back for any of that. And in the meantime, I should hand you guys off to somebody else. But I appreciate the raid so much, even if you weren't here for all too long. And let me check. There's some cool people about right now. Well, let me check what some of them are playing. Because let's see. What's Snacko playing? All right. I've got Snacko, who is a very... Oh, I was trying to mute it. Snacko, who's a very cute VTuber, who is playing... they're playing Yoshi's Island, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island with a mod, no cry mod, so it's going to be a little... Oh, so you can't hear the baby crying? That must be it. So, yeah, Retro tends to play games that are... like any kind of game. Retro games, and modded games and things like that. So Snacko is a part of a really wonderful community. You had a fun watch? You're ecstatic you enjoyed it? Oh, I'm so glad you could be on this journey with me, Danny, especially like as someone who's seen basically everything except Reincarnation. You've been a very, very helpful guide. You and Enrique for sure. I don't know where I'd be without you guys. Oh, thank you so much. Yay, I'm so glad you had a good time. Yeah, for sure. You're welcome. I mean, I would not have guessed in a million years that one door had extra dialogue in the backlog. Like, who knew? Right? That's such a smart, clever thing to do in a visual novel. So anyway, thank you guys so much. I'm going to raid Snacko Recco. And they have a very sweet, wonderful community around them and making friends with. So if you want to hang with us, it's perfectly good too. Good people watching Snacko Recco. All right. So reiterating, tomorrow I'm doing needle felting. Sunday I'm doing Final Fantasy XIV, and then next week I start Okage Shadow King. So all of you have a wonderful night, and you have a wonderful night, Danny. Thank you so much for all of this. And then I'm like at the top of Mount fucking Everest. I finished the house in Fata Morgana. Damn. Damn, congratulations for finishing the game. Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna send the raid out. Double checking I spelled their channel right. Yep. And I'm dragging this out, aren't I? Sending it out. Oops. I misspelled raid. How could I do this? I spelled out /raise. Let's try this again. There we go. All right, thank you guys so much. No one knows. See you guys. Thank you so much. Everyone, have a wonderful night.